Hello everybody. My name is Alex, otherwise known as Lexi by MaskedSwan on the internet, and it's time to review every single card that's just come out in Vendetta. All 166 of them. Now, I'm going to be reviewing them all, but I'm going to be rating them in the idea of, will they actually see play in Standard? Will we actually get to play with these cards? Or maybe they're just more for your pre-riff decks, or maybe for fun formats. But that's the eye that I'm going to be looking at them in. For all of these cards, I'm going to be rating them either 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 stars. Nothing in between. It's just going to be a straight rating. But with that said, we've got a lot of cards to get into, and some of these look pretty good, and others look questionable. A whole bunch of new mechanics have come in, and I can't wait to review them all. And if you do like this content, be sure to let me know what your favorite cards from Vendetta is in the comment section down below. And if you like this content, give it a like and consider subscribing. That's it. Let's dive in. Our first card, and we're going to be starting with Fury, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Bakaki Sand Spinner. They started off hard. It's a 6 cost or 6 energy and 6 might unit from Shurima. It has Empower, which is a brand new ability, which is an additional cost. You can pay an amount to empower it. This ability also costs 3 less if you control 4 or fewer runes. We'll get into this, but this is going to be very common with Renekton style decks to be able to do it. But this is Empower 5, and once you have empowered it, and you can only, once you pay the cost to empower me, use it only if it's not empowered. So once it's empowered, you have Deflect and Assault 2. So ultimately what this is kind of saying is if you put it in an 11 into it, it is still a 6 might unit, but it has Deflect 1 and Assault 2. Ultimately speaking, this is not going to see much of any constructed play. I'll give it a 1 simply for the idea that potentially you could reduce its cost a little bit, and this might be okay in like budget Renekton builds, but beyond that, it's at least a unit that is a 6 for 6, so it's fine. If you were playing like an all-common deck, this could be a fun little thing to do because it's at least an on-rate unit, but I just don't think we'll ever see much play here. There isn't a lot of reasons to play this. It's fine in your pre-riff, but even so, because Empower is at slow speed, you can't even pretend to try and do it on your opponent's turn. As such, there's just not a lot of reasons to actually play this card, so hey, it's going to be starting us with a 1. Our next card is going to be Blade Twirler. Blade Twirler is a 4 energy, 4 might unit, so it's on rate. It's a unit from Ionia, and it is a Yordle. And the first time I move each turn, choose a player, they burn 1. Blade Twirler is actually looking to be pretty solid in a lot of different spots. The ability to choose a player, meaning you could burn your own top of your deck. Burning is by taking the top card of your deck and putting it in to the bottom of putting it into your trash rather than onto the bottom of your library, which we have done with a lot of cards before. The alternative is that you can also target your opponent. So if you know that they are trying to have their deck have certain or specific cards, you can basically deny them that sort of opportunity. So there's a lot of reasons to actually be pretty happy with it. But at this moment in time, I think Blade Twirler is more than anything probably going to sit around a 3. It's a rate that's it's a card that's on rate, and any decks that want burn for the deck specifically could be actually really good. And it's just an okay unit. It's something you could very much play on turn 2 on the play, and you're going to be kind of okay with it. Is it going to be breaking the bank? No. Are you more playing it for the fact that it burns? Yes. Do we have many cards that burn at the moment? No. And even this set, while it introduces this mechanic, doesn't have a lot. That's why I'm giving it that 3. If in a few more sets we have some more burn cards, this could easily be a 2 or a 1. But as it currently stands, I'm going to leave it at a 3. Our next card is Brittle Steel. It's a 2 cost, 1 power spell, and it reads Kill a Gear. It also has a brand new mechanic called Flow. Flow is for 4 energy and 1 power. You may play this from your trash for its flow cost then banish it. As you can notice, right underneath the naming of Brittle Steel, there's that new little symbol. This little symbol is going to become synonymous with cards that interact with the trash, and has been detailed by Riftbound, by the playing design team in their document out to the players, that this is going to be something that they are going to be using more moving forward. So expect more cards to interact with your trash. Anywho, Brittle Steel itself is a slow speed killer gear. Now, for 2 and 1, it's actually not too terrible. It's kind of like where you would expect it. It's a little bit more expensive, but it does have the opportunity of flow. Now, the great thing with flow, and if you think back to our previous card of Blade Twirler, you could potentially look to target yourself, burn a card, and now you actually still could play Brittle Steel because it has a flow cost. So you wouldn't actually lose a card. You would actually technically probably gain half of a card, or at least some value, to now have the opportunity to kill a gear. Brittle Steel, I don't know necessarily it's going to be an absolute power hitter, and red already, does it necessarily need an ability to kill a gear? I would argue no in a lot of spots, but the fact that it has flow immediately makes it at least a 3 out of 5 card. It's not a crazy card, it's not going to be breaking the metagame by any stretch of the imagination, and the fact is it could be seen as a play of a one-of, especially in decks where they are going to potentially be burning a lot of the top cards of their deck, which means potentially cards like Brittle Steel, or where they could even like draw and then discard with cards like decks like Zed. It basically gives them more utility and can play cards like this and kind of not lose the full value of the card. Flow's gonna be very powerful, and it's very much a similar mechanic to what other card games have had in the past. Dune Surfer is a 3 energy and 3 might unit from Shurima. You ignore tank when assigning combat damage here. So, realistically, where is this coming down? Tank is not a mechanic that's used massively, and it's really only going to be used realistically in Shen decks. It's a cool thing that sometimes pops up, but realistically, Dune Surfer is a perfectly fine unit on rate, but isn't really reading as if it has much text in most situations. As such, I'm going to give it a 1 star. Realistically, there's a lot of better things you could be doing. You could spend less energy and probably get something that actually reads as if it has and does something. And 3 for 3, while it's a on-rate card, I really must emphasize, it just doesn't do much. I'll give it a 2 just to be more on the safe side of history, because it is at least a 3 for 3, and you're not paying a power. If you had to pay a power, this would actually be maybe 0 stars. It's fine, but we're not really going to want to play it in most of our decks. Maybe because of the sideboard count going up to 10, if Shen decks or tank specifically ever becomes a particularly synonymous mechanic, then maybe this could see a bit more play, but realistically, it's good in your common deck, and that's it. Forsaken Bakai is a 2 energy, 2 power unit from Shurima, which reads, if you control fewer runes than your opponent at the start of your beginning phase, give me +1 might this turn. So, if you're on the play, you're always going to have more. But then once you draw, you're always going to have 1 more. So you're never really going to be out of spot unless you're playing Renekton or you're paying a lot of power to actually burn a lot of cards out of your deck. A lot of your runes. Which then means you're going to have to play a lot of efficient stuff. This is efficient in that sense because it is 2 energy and 3 might. That's not bad. Again, though, could I be doing more powerful things? Could I just have maybe a 2 energy, 3 might unit? Probably. Could I work and have this in an easier spot? Absolutely. So will I realistically want to play this? Probably not. As such, I'm going to give it a 1. There's already a lot of units that already offer a 2 for 2 and already have some form of upside in a lot of situations. The idea that it depends massively on my runes, which a lot of decks aren't going to want to like massively destroy their runes. And sure, aggro decks will do that, but like there are other ways of having a more efficient unit without completely having to play a separate extra minigame. Now, obviously in Renekton, where you could be playing this minigame, maybe, but is really more raising the question, is this the sort of thing Renekton wants to do? More than anything, does it want to play a card like this? In my opinion, it's going to be a no. That's going to be it. Oasis Raider is a 4 energy, 4 might unit from Shurima. Which reads, if you control fewer units than fewer runes than an opponent at the start of your beginning phase, give me +2 might and ganking this turn. So, while I was pretty hard on our previous card of the Forsaken, Oasis Rider is more interesting. 1, 4 for 4 is the same as a 2 for 2, but it's a little bit more enticing because a 4 might unit is kind of standard in a lot of spots. Now, what is a little bit more easier to see is Renekton being able to, 1, keep themselves at slightly lower runes once you're at 4, maybe going to 5 or 6, but never really above that, whereas a lot of other decks will want to go way above that. Number 2 is, as long as it's fewer at the beginning of your beginning phase, give me +2 might and ganking this turn. The only problem is it's only on your side. It never works on the opponent's side. And this is the same for our Forsaken. Oasis Rider is always better when you're attacking and not when it's the other way around. The other problem is the 2 might is wonderful. The ganking is arguably the better part. The problem is, are you realistically going to have spots? I think Renekton decks all the time are going to be a race to 6 deck and then trying to win the game one way or another. And they've got multiple tools to do that. Is Oasis Rider going to be in that kind of tool set of, oh, okay, now I can do this? I would argue I don't think so. And then it comes down to, where else are we doing it? I love this artwork, by the way. The crocodile just looks so good, but I just don't know where we're going to see it. I'm going to give it 2 stars just on the idea that, on the off chance that it maybe sees a little amount of play. But realistically, my expectations are pretty slim to none for this card. Our next card is Punching Poro. Punching Poro is a 2 energy and 2 might unit from Ionia, Poro. It has Empower, discard 1, and when it's empowered, it gains +1 might. If you're playing a bunch of flow cards or ways in which you can replay or gain a benefit of discarding a card, such as a Phoenix or other similar cards, Punching Poro is probably going to be pretty good. Otherwise, though, it is basically kind of discarding a card to gain 1 might for 1 unit. There isn't really much else of a benefit here. And while it is 3, is it actually really worth the cost? Discarding a card is a pretty high cost to actually do that. And if you don't have a lot of other ways of benefiting and kind of making it so it's net zero or even beneficial, the Poro is going to be hurting you in more spots than it isn't hurting you. So realistically, I actually don't think Punching Poro is going to be a very good card. I could maybe see this being slightly better if I could actually do this as many times as I want. The problem is, once he's empowered, I can't actually use it again. So as such, I don't really want to use it all the time. So I'm going to give Punching Poro a 2 out of 5. It just feels like I'm putting a lot of stuff into... I'm losing a lot of card quantity and information and ability for potentially not a lot of upside, especially if the unit then promptly dies even the next turn. What did I do it all for? Ruthless Strike is a 3 energy spell, which can be played at action speed. As an additional cost to play this, you may discard 1. Deal 3 damage to a unit at a battlefield. If you pay an additional cost, you may deal 5. Now, Ruthless Strike is one of these interesting cards where it has a one or the other sort of condition. Now, discarding a card deals an extra 2, which is kind of pitching the card to say, hey, deal 5. And sure, with like early game units in the mid game, this is going to be probably a net zero, probably like, oh, I'm going to throw my Punching Poro as I just showcased. And instead of like playing the Poro and then trying to have the Poro attack in and then use the Reckless Strike, I can just pitch the Reckless Poro now and deal 5 and probably get rid of the problem and maybe even score a point. Awesome. But I don't know how realistically good this is. 3 damage is currently not a break point. 4 might is typically the break point, so dealing 3 isn't really changing a lot of different angles or areas for me. And realistically, why 5 is kind of a breakpoint for a lot of stuff. There is a lot of cards that you would like to kill at 5 energy, well, 5 might. The problem is, it's only at battlefields. So Ruthless Strike really kind of only does so much. If I got to discard the card and then I could deal it 5 anywhere, suddenly this card becomes very interesting, and it offers an interesting minigame of, do I wait to play this at action speed so I can do this now, or do I want to just do this now because I can kill something anywhere? I think this card's going to be probably played in highly limited amounts. It's not particularly aggressively costed. It's not super cheap. It's not like 1 and 2 power. It's fine, but I think at best it's going to be a 2. I think maybe 1 or 2 decks might play this because of the discard part, but it's more because they benefit from discarding, not because they actually want to play this card for the removal side of stuff. Baraki Reaper is a 3 energy, 1 power, 4 might unit, a unit from Shurima, which reads, when I attack, you may pay 1 power, or 1 fury, to give me 2 assault this turn. So, what we're saying now is, it's an aggressively costed unit, so you could play this on the draw, and you'd have a 4 might unit, which is going to probably beat most things, or even 2 for 1 in a lot of spots. Which then could also be 6 might attacking if you decided to really hurt your power. Now, the only way I could see this working is it'd be particularly well maybe in something like a Renekton deck, where you're aggressively throwing away lots of your runes because you want to benefit from having that, which is where things like Oasis Raider and Forsaken Baraki become back in. But again, I don't know if I necessarily believe those to be the thing. I think Reaper is far better at doing a lot of this stuff because you get the bonuses immediately and you can kind of pick and choose when you want to do it. It's not asking you to have these certain conditions met at your beginning phase. Rather, you get to do this as and when you choose. Similar to probably one of the best units we've ever seen printed, which recently got an errata change of Draven. So, at this moment in time, I think it's fine. I think the Reaper is a more interesting card, and it's going to be very good in pre-Rift. But I think at best, this will be a 3 out of 5. The card is like interesting to fine. It's doing something that potentially one of the decks in the metagame will want to do, but beyond that, it's probably not going to be a meta warper, meta changer, and I would be greatly surprised if it is. But hey, I could be surprised. Consuming Curse is a 2 energy spell, which can be played at action speed, which has the ability to deal 2 damage to a unit. This deals 1 bonus damage for deals 1 bonus damage for each card with its same name. So if you have multiple Consuming Curses in your trash, it would deal. So if you had 2 in your trash, it would then deal 4. Realistically, though, the most you can ever do is 4. You can't play unlimited costs of this. So I'm just gonna give it 1 star. This card is at best in like Magical Christmas Land. You trade with a 2-drop, a 3-drop, and a 4-drop, and you pay on rate for the first one, very slightly below rate, arguably on rate for the second one, and then significantly below rate for the third one. It's just not doing what you want to do in most spots. It's also just going to be so easy for your opponent to just play a 6 might unit and your opponent, and you just go, this doesn't do anything. Now, obviously, you could potentially play this in spots where you go, actually, I'm going to attack him with a unit and use a Consuming Curse. But then you're 2 for 1 yourself. That's not good. Don't do that. It's a 1 for me. Pendulum Blade is a 3 energy gear equipment, which reads 1 power for 1 fury power, you can equip it. And its separate line is, when I move to a battlefield, give me +2 might this turn. And by default, Pendulum Blade always gives +1. So, this works great in Akali, but also any deck where there is some type of movement effects. My favorite place has been to play this in Akali, where I was moving stuff around all the time and basically making it very difficult for opponents to ever kill any of my units. But in general, this is just going to be a solid card, because it's kind of a brutalizer, but you don't have to re-equip to gain the ability. You kind of just have to move. And in a lot of decks, movement is a lot easier to do than unequipping and re-equipping. We all saw how good Brutalizer was. Now, yes, there is a slight cost difference for the two cards, but seriously, this card is pretty impressive. I've already been a little bit surprised with it. I'm going to give it a 3. I would almost want to give it a 4. I just don't think we're going to be playing it in huge quantities. And there is obviously the factor that it is going to cost us 3 to play. Now, similar, I'm kind of rating it the similar place as the Reaper because I think it can be very good. The problem is if you're not moving, or rather you're on the swing back, it's pretty expensive to just have 1 extra might on a unit. It doesn't work great in defense. It's only for offense, and that's kind of why I'm only going to be doing that. It's a pretty strong ability, and having +3 might going in, and if you can do this repeatedly, especially with a Kali, it's pretty good. But in other places, it's kind of fine. It's kind of fine. So in the right decks, it'll be great. In other decks, it'll be okay to mid. Gonna be very good in pre-rift though. That's regardless. Perfect Execution is a 3 energy, 1 power spell, which reads ready a unit and give it +3 assault this turn. It also has flow for 3 and 1 power. So right off the bat, I love Perfect Execution. Hilariously though, it's going to be a card I'm going to rate at 3. Just straight off the bat, 3 for 3. My biggest concern, or the why I like this card actually so much, is because it readies a unit and gives it +3. Oh, what can I compare that to? Well, closest comparison is kind of doing Upstage Comedy along with a Cleave. It's kind of giving like these two cards smashed together. What I really like about this card is that it also has flow, meaning if in certain decks such as Zed, where I have played this a little bit and played around with it, I can very much find a way of discard it randomly, and then I can still use the flow. There's a few combos as well, and having an ability to ready a unit, but you could also do this preemptively way before you do the Akali combo, and actually use this to just be like, oh, I'm just going to ready a unit, and then actually start doing hit in aggressively, and then on later turns I can actually use it for flow and actually go for the combo. I really like Perfect Execution. The problem is it costs a lot to actually do all of this, which doesn't make it so good. But it's a 3 for me. Shadow Assassin. Shadow Assassin is a 5 energy, 5 might unit from Ionia, which reads, I enter ready if you have a card with my name in your trash. She's not good. She is at least a 5 for 5, which sometimes reads that you have a text. Why? You've got to have this in your trash so that it only comes in ready, and that's the only upside it offers. Yes, it's an on-rate card, but at this point, that's an expectation, and reaching the bar does not really change too much for me in this grand scale of things. You could argue, oh, it's a little bit better, but it's so whatever. So, yeah, Shadow Assassin, it's a 1 for me. Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend is a 2 energy, 2 might unit from Ionia, which has Empower for 2 and 1 power. When empowered, I have Assault 3. Shadow Fiend's interesting, right? The idea that it's a 2 for 2, which in later turns you could obviously power up massively and is really good on the offense. That's good, like awful to beyond atrocious, and you will have put 4 energy and 1 power for a unit that sits at 2, but it has Assault 3. But it does sit at 2 a lot of the time, so if you don't clear something, or even 2 for 1 potentially, you're gonna fall pretty far behind. It's not a great rate, but I have played worse cards. I'm gonna give it a 1 though. I simply just don't expect it to actually see much of any play. Simply because you have to put a lot into it. Though I could have seen it see a lot more play if you could empower at any point in time, but because you can't, I'm not a fan of it. So it's going to be a 1, and I don't think we'll really see much play in the grand scale of things. Decree of Rage is the first in line that we'll be reviewing from the Decree cycle. That is a core part of the Vendetta cycle. The Vendetta set, rather. It reads, for 1 and 1 red, at action speed, this can't be countered, and you deal 4 to an enemy calm you. So, all of the decrees are going to be a little bit tough to rate, simply because it's going to be very meta dependent. Whatever the top decks end up being, the ones that kind of target those specific colors are going to be great. I'm going to just say it now. The one over in yellow, it's probably going to be one of the best ones. Because Order has the one for anti-chaos. As such, it's pretty good because it just gets to do the thing almost all the time, because I imagine chaos is going to be pretty good going into this. Is calm going to be a super heavily played one? I kind of doubt it. I truly kind of doubt it. But remains to be seen. On the off chance it does, I'm going to give it a 2. But simply because this could kill a Sona. And that's pretty good. I don't like that it kills Sona, but it does feel like they made a card simply to say kill enemy Sona. And I'll give it a 2 for that. Beyond that, it's a fine card. It's a sideboard card. And these will mostly always be sideboard cards. But hey, let me know what you think in that one. Eclipse Dragon is an 8 energy, 8 might unit from Mount Targon and a dragon. It has accelerate 1 for 1 and 1 fury. And when I move, if you control 4 or fewer runes, draw 1. So I've already played around with this dragon a little bit. I've tried some of the dragon-based tribal decks, and I'm going to give it a 2. He's a lot to, at most, not get much. He occasionally can draw you a card, but realistically, you got to work really hard to draw a tiny little amount. So I just don't trust him. He is an 8 for 8, which is nice, and he doesn't cost any power, but beyond that, he's not doing much of anything. He kind of just exists, and realistically, how often would you like to play this, or would you like a card that actually does something when you play it? Because if you wanted to do something, you have to play it for 9 and 1 power for an 8 thing, and then it doesn't do much. It's just not good. It's not good. It's not good. Morgana Vindicated is a 5 energy and 1 power unit for 5 might unit. Morgana Demacia. She has ambush, and when you play me, deal damage equal to a unit. When you play me, deal damage to a unit equal to the damage marked on it. Meaning, if you've already dealt 2 to it, you get to deal another 2 to it. But this can only be damage you've done with other spells. For example, Consuming Curse, deal 2 to a unit at a battlefield, or something like Blades of Flurry of Blades, where you deal 1 to all units at a battlefield. That is marking a unit for damage. You then can play Morgana, and it will then re-proc that damage again, meaning everything will take another 1, or Consuming Curse will deal another 2 damage. The problem is, with how combat works in Riftbound, you can't have like a few units go in, attack, because after the end of any combat, units heal back up to full. Meaning, Morgana kind of operates in this very weird place where, realistically, she costs too much, the ambush is nice, but the power hurts, and how you've got to work really hard to just kind of get it procced. Now, if Morgana was like a 2 or 3 cost unit, maybe. Truly, maybe she might be actually playable. But at 5, you're not left with a whole lot of runes to actually do much else. Like, we're talking like 8, 9, and if you've got to combo it with something else, you're asking a lot of things to be going right. And you kind of need at least 2 other cards or 1 other card to actually make the effect even do anything. Which then at that point, you're just playing you're just paying 5 energy and 1 power for a 5 might unit with ambush. Which is fine, but it's not doing what you wanted to do when it's got a whole other line of text. As such, I'm only going to give Morgana a 2. There's potentially some combos like cannon barraging or doing some other stuff, and Morgana could be really good. But realistically, you've got to find the right kind of metagame or right spots for it. Sure, a falling star coming down and then playing Morgana and then suddenly getting to deal 6 for it feels pretty good. That is also 3 power you've done to do all of that. Hope you're playing Kai'Sa. Ugh. Rage Amplifier is a 4 energy, 1 power gear, which reads Empower for 6 and 1 power. Your units have +1 might. If I'm empowered, your units have +2 might. Look, this is what we call an anthem. Anthems in the history of card games basically bolster the might of all units you control. So what we're saying is for 4 and 1, all of my units now just always have this. And then at a later point, if I ever want to, I can make them all slightly bigger. Now, typically anthem type of effects have been very good with token strategy. So if this was in something where I could play with a bunch of recruit tokens, or victor tokens, or just similar base tokens, Rage Amplifier might be pretty good. Now, obviously, it's been aggressively costed to not be super cheap, but it's not too expensive. It's 4 and 1. I think this kind of teeters on the point of being borderline playable, but we now have to realize we are playing the game Riftbound. We are not playing other card games where anthem effects are suddenly a bit more backbreaking. Now, I can totally see this being a bit better because of similar cards we will see later, but there are some token generators specifically in purple. So the question will be, is potentially something like red-purple, a token strategy, going to be playable? As it currently stands, I don't think so, but it's an area which I will be looking to build and test with. And if you're interested in finding those, consider subscribing or finding me over on my Twitch page. But for now, I think we're fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to give it 2. I doubt it's going to see a huge amount of play, but hey, if this takes over the format and it's a token strategy, at least I knew the right direction. Renekton. Renekton for Rage Fueled is a 6 energy, 6 might unit, which is a champion unit, Renekton Shurima, which reads Accelerate, which will be 1 and 1. And also reads, when I attack, if you control 4 or fewer runes, deal 2 to all enemy units. Here. This is the ult up, just to point out. Now, again, this is leaning into when I attack the 4 fewer units, which we have seen with other things like the Forsaken and Oasis Rider, but obviously those looked at the beginning phase. Or the Reaper, which obviously you can pay to get rid of some of your things. Renekton here is kind of probably going to be leaning more on the champion unit. So, regardless, only dealing 2 to all enemy units here isn't doing a whole lot. Now, you could be like, oh, well, it's okay, because you could always, like, accelerate him out and then play Morgana, but that's a lot of, that's a lot of energy, straight up. That is 11. So how are you going to have 4 to do that? So I'm obviously of the opinion I don't think he's going to be very good. I think you are adding a lot of conditions, and it's only really getting rid of all 2 enemy, deal 2 to all enemy units here, not at both battlefields. If it did both, or all enemy locations, or to all enemies, this would be very, very, very good. As it is, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to give it a 2. There's a small chance it might see a little bit of play, but that's kind of it. I think realistically, you're going to play the other Renekton. Twilight Revealer is a 3 energy, 3 might unit from Ionia, which reads, when I attack, ready an enemy friendly. I believe this has got to be a 4, like 4 out of 5. Just the opportunity of when they attack, ready a friendly unit already has opened up an infinite combo. Do I think that infinite combo is good? No. But it has. Importantly, though, what it has also offered is the ability to play this, attack, trade with an enemy unit, and then ready something else that you potentially have played that turn, and then attack in, and potentially do a 1-2 punch, which opponents weren't expecting. Also, readying in any other friendly unit that you controlled could be also the idea that you've attacked, controlled another battlefield. Now you go in with this one, you can then pull this other unit back that you had on another battlefield, put it back to safety, and then you can look to be doing other things in later turns. Ultimately speaking, Twilight Revealer, it just does a lot. It just does a lot of carf. It's on rate. It doesn't cost you any power. It's a good card. And the fact that it offers a combo, they cooked. They legit cooked with this. I'm a big fan. Honestly, like this card. Scary card, but I do like this card. Love it. Akali, Deadly Weapon, is a 3 energy and 3 might units. Champion unit Akali Ionia, which has Empower, but also reads, when I move, you may deal 1 damage to a unit battlefield. I moved to or from, meaning if you go in and then pull out with Akali, she does 1 when she goes in and then 1 when she comes back out, meaning it could do 2 to a unit. However, if I'm empowered, I deal 2 instead. And she also has +1 might. So empowering her actually does a whole lot. Working really well with movement and Akali's legend ability. There's a whole lot going on here. Now, at this moment in time, it's kind of generally believed the other Akali is going to be slightly better, but I very much could see a metagame where if a lot of units are kind of going to be a 2 power to potentially even 4 power breakpoints, playing Akali, empowering her, and then moving her back and forth is just going to be a value train, which will very quickly get out of control. A lot of players won't be able to deal with this, and suddenly if Akali herself has traded with or killed 2 other units, and then trades herself with another, you could be looking at a sheer amount of card quantity, and then at that point, you might overtake the game. I'm going to give it a very tempered 4 out of 5. Not expecting it to see a huge amount of play, but I could see this being played as a one-off in a lot of Akali decks. Does that mean it will break the meta and play everything? No, but I would not be surprised if we see a tiny bit of play. This could also see play in other red decks, by the way. It doesn't have to be played in Akali. Simply having a unit that's kind of efficient and could be played at a 3 cost is fine, right? Like, it's perfectly fine. And the fact that it can do upside and do other things, especially against a lot of units where if we're seeing certain colors, green, playing units where they have 0 might, suddenly something like Akali where they can just quickly trade off, conquer the battlefield, and then later on look to potentially conquer or continuously trading up, it could be pretty good. I like it. I think she's good. Not game breaking, but good. Okay, so I'm gonna read the card, I'm gonna give it a rating, and then I'm gonna give it a second rating. To my tier list supporter and helper, Liv, over in the channel, the person that also does my tier list that I post on Twitter, which you can go find my Twitter account for that, MaskedSwan, over on Twitter. We're gonna need this twice. Endless Riches is a gear for 5 energy and 1 power, which reads, when you play this, banish your hand and trash, then burn 7. Skip your draw phase. You may play cards from your trash. If a card would go to your trash from anywhere other than your main deck, banish it instead. Alright, 2 ratings. I think at this moment in time, going into this exact metagame, it's a 1. However, in the future, it will be a 5. Oh god, the card game in me looks at it and goes, all right, at the moment, this card seems super balanced. Super balanced. I don't have to worry about this card at all. It's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. In the future, this card will break the format. It will just destroy everything, and I cannot handle this. Like, it will just take over the full game because I have seen cards like this. The most easiest one to compare this to is something like Necropotence from Magic the Gathering. But if we get more of an ability to burn more cards, this will take over a game, and you will find a way of making an infinite combo, and it will not be hard. You will very easily start doing this. I understand them going, hey, you banish your hand and your trash, and that's in theory meant to do it. The problem is you will just play this out on turn 2, and then probably just go, oh cool, everything's in my discard. Okay, I mill 7. Oh, but you burn 7 cards. In that 7, 9 times out of 10, you are going to just find a way to just go off. And it also doesn't get rid of things at your battlefield. So if you have anything going on as well as cards with flow, which we know we're going to get more ways of dealing with or using things in your discard. This card just offers so many things. I don't think there's a broken way of doing it now, but one day in the future. But now, it's a 1. But the future speculation is a 5. Endless Riches. What a card. What a card. Our final Fury card is going to be Zed from the Shadows. Zed from the Shadows is a 4 energy and 1 power unit. 4 power unit, 4 energy, 1 power for a 4 might unit. We got there. Zed champion unit from Ionia, and reads, you may discard 1 as an additional cost to play me. When you play me, if you paid an additional cost, you may pay a 0 might shadow unit token. Shadow units read, when you attack with them, you may banish a unit from your trash and give it +4 assault. So he's kind of reading a 4 for 4, which then can give you another unit, which could then go in and attack another thing at a battlefield, potentially being 8 might in total. Obviously, realistically, you want to use the Shadow Clone as the first one, and then hopefully have it. Now, I think Zed himself is fine. I think he's fine. I don't think he's, like, backbreakingly broken. I think he's solid. He doesn't really do a whole lot. You can't really get more Shadow units through him himself. But it does work rather well with the champion unit, the legend ability itself, which we'll get into in a later into the video. But it's fine. It's fine. And the shadow unit itself does help enable the legend, which is what I mean. So I feel like Zed himself is perfectly fine, but I don't actually think this is particularly good. And I actually think there's another version of Zed in purple, which will actually be the one you'll want to play more often. I do think this is fine, so I'm going to give it a 3. I think it's solid, but beyond being solid, I don't really think we'll be seeing much more with that. Our next card, moving over to Calm, is going to be Affectionate Poro. Affectionate Poro is a 3 energy, 3 might unit from Noxus. It's a Noxus Poro. Believe it or not, he's affectionate, but he's from Noxus. They can be loving too. When a combat that I was in ends, if I haven't been dealt damage this turn, you're 1. It's a unique Poro, right? Because a lot of the time it is going to be that. But what it reads is, if there was a combat I was in ends, if I haven't been dealt damage this turn, draw 1. So if you play a stun effect onto enemy units, or if you potentially move them out, there is a combat, it ends, and he didn't take any damage. The problem is, in almost all these situations, the Poro itself means you're having to do other things, or potentially you have tank, so that other units are taking it over the Poro itself. There's a lot of factors here where you look at it and go, well, the Poro's like an on-rate card and could potentially also draw more cards, but realistically, is he going to consistently draw you a card? I would argue no. As such, I can't in good faith go, oh yeah, Affectionate Poro is a great card to play. I think he's fine. I think he's just fine in most situations. As such, I'm gonna give him a 2. I doubt he'll see much play beyond a little bit of testing. And it does work rather well in like Ivan decks, specifically. But beyond like Ivan explicitly, I think he's fine. So that's the Poro. Our next one is esteemed Hierophant. Hierophant? I messed this card up when I first read it. It's not going to be important because it's not a good card. But anywho, it's a 5 energy, 5 might unit from Shurima, which reads, while you control 7 or more runes, prevent all damage that enemy spells and abilities would deal to me. Why do I care? I mean, I know that's a little bit rude, but I don't care. It's only prevent all damage that enemy spells ability. If it basically was like, oh, I can't be targeted by any spells or abilities if you control 7 or more, it's doing something, right? There is a payoff. There is a reward. This does not have a reward. It's a 5 for 5, which kind of doesn't do anything in most situations. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Also, you can just deal it that you can just kill it with the yellow thing, and this doesn't stop it. Like, regardless, Field Musicians are a 4 energy, 3 might unit from Ionia, which reads, when you play me, give a unit +3 this turn. Now, what's nice is obviously it's not assault, it's just +3. However, it's a one-time effect. Now, if you have an easy way of banishing and replaying this for free, or any other ways of kind of like getting the benefit more often, it's fine. It is 4 for 3, so that's below rate, and it is a one-time effect. Now, obviously, if this was give a unit permanent +3, it would be very good. It doesn't do that. It's a one-time thing. It is at least the whole turn, which means it works in case anyone was going to try and deal additional damage to it, or like play the hot potato card, which we'll get into later. But as it currently stands, I don't think Field Musicians is a particularly exciting card. I'll give it a preemptive like 2, because it is doing at least something interesting, but I don't realistically think it's going to be that good. And it'll be great in pre-Rift, and then beyond that, it's probably not going to see much of any play outside of people occasionally testing it. But realistically, outside of some blue-green strategies where you might try and bounce this card in and out of playing it and replaying it to regain the ability, it's only 3 might. If it was 5 might, it would be actually significantly better. 3 might is kind of at this point where it's like, it's good, but is it going to change the game? Probably not. Hand Hammer is a 2 energy gear equipment, which has equipped, gives +1 might by default, and reads, I have +2 might while I'm at a battlefield with exactly 1 other unit you control. Now, there are a few other cards which combo rather well with this. Specifically, Eye of Herald, which obviously you get to make a recruit. So that's a very easy way of going, oh, well, I just don't really need to do too much. I equip this to a recruit. Ultimately, this is a Azir. This is just good in Azir. And is it really good in Azir? Yeah, this is really good in Azir. It's really, really, really good in Azir. So for Azir, I'm going to give it a 4-star. Every other deck, it's going to be, this is borderline unplayable. And I kind of assume this was more built with the idea of maybe you could also play it in Shen. But every other deck, it's kind of a 1 to 2 star. For Azir, this is actually like kind of playable. Like genuinely kind of playable. I think realistically, I'm going to bring it down to a 3 because it is a 2 might 2 energy. I do think this is going to be just good enough. But I don't know if this is actually going to break open Azir, is going to be top tier for even longer, and Squirtle's going to win another tournament, or if this is going to be something that's like kind of like a one-off, like Secateurs, and then over time we realize, actually, this card is just bad and we're working really hard for something that we don't actually need to do. Time remains to be seen, but I'll give Hand Hammer currently a 3 out of 5. Mournful Witness is a 2 energy, 2 might unit from Ionia, and it's Ionia Fae, which has, when a combat I was in ends, empower me. And empowered, I have +2 might. So, if you can get this to survive any combat, or just get through a combat one way or another, this is a 4 might unit. 2. Got a Discipline. Got an On Guard. You want to play this in Master Yi and have a pump spell, and then suddenly this will be a very easy, like, 4 on defense. Then suddenly it's going to be 6 with an old pump spell. And you're not having to commit a whole lot of resources because this only costs you 2. Yeah, Mournful Witness is crazy good. This card is going to be one of the new Premier 2 drops, in my opinion, in green. This card's insane. This is one of those cards where its Empower is very reasonable to even kind of easy in some spots to do. You can stun an enemy unit. It survived. It just has to end, and then you get to Empower. When a combat that I was in ends, the combat just has to end, and they have to survive in some capacity. This card's great. This card is so good. This card is so good. You could also just have it go in and out, and then it will have end, and then you empower it. Like, it's, oh god, it's, oh, this is going to be a new breakpoint. Mournful Witness is going to be the new one. I think you're just going to play Scuttle Crab and Mournful Witness. I don't even know if Lonely Poro sees play anymore. I'm not even joking, because suddenly now if your 2-drop is able to trade with, like, a Kai'Sa, like, this is now just, oh, this card's great. This card is truly great. It's not going to break the game, and guess what? It thankfully does die to Decree of Rage, but then it's not that bad. I do think the Witness is good. Watch out for it, and honestly, if you're building green decks, you should be playing this card. Truly, truly play this card. Old Poro is a 2-energy 4-might unit from Bandle City Poro, which reads, I can't be played on your first, second, or third turn. So your first turn, it's kind of like, that's a little bit annoying. Now your second turn, that's when you realistically will have 4 runes. Little annoying, but you could kind of see something else. On your third turn, you're going to have 6 runes, or 7 runes, right? If you're on the draw. Now, meaning you have to wait till you have 8 runes, or 9 if you're on the draw, to be able to play a 4-might unit. Now, the only deck I think this is actually going to be good in is Ivan. I think every other deck will kind of look at this and go, this card is way too slow, it doesn't actually do anything in a lot of situations, and why would I not just play Mournful Witness, which is a 2 for a 4-might unit in a lot of situations, if I just set things up to be in that spot? Old Poro reads the opposite side, where I have to work really hard to get it. Now, I think in Ivan, this is going to be more of like a 2. I think it's fine. A 5-might unit for 2 in Ivan is probably going to be playable, because there's just enough ways of making this good enough. But every other deck, I don't think it's going to be good, and I don't think this is going to be the card that makes Ivan super playable. It might not even see play in Ivan, ultimately speaking. This might just be just kind of bad. So, sorry, old man. Yeah, hopefully we'll know it. And we have a long-waited Old Poro's Wisdom. We'll just have to wait any day. But I don't think today is going to be that day. Serene Ascendic is a 3-energy, 3-might unit from Ionia, which has Empower for 3, which reads, when empowered, I have Deflect and 3 Shield, which means when I'm on defense, it gets +3. And the Deflect is pretty nice. This is an interesting one, right? Mostly because Shield 3 for paying for 3. Now, this is one of those units where you really wish Empower could be done on an enemy's turn and it wasn't slow speed. If this could be done at action speed or even reaction speed, this card would be actually pretty playable. Simply the idea that you could offer to do this, and then if ultimately nothing really happened on your opponent's turn, you could then just go, I'm just going to put 3 into this and empower this. And just be kind of like, I'm happy with this. The problem that it's slow speed makes it so it's very easy for your opponent to know that you've put extra energy into this, and then they can kind of just kill it, and honestly, they benefit far more than you do. So, more than anything, I'm gonna give the Ascendic a 2 out of 5. I struggle to find a lot of spots where this is going to be really good. Obviously, the idea is that this was going to be played in Shen, but there's not many other spots that I could realistically see this being played. It's a interesting unit for any green-based hold decks, but the problem is the Empower is just a lot, and you have to do it at slow speed. And while the Deflect does definitely make it a little bit easier that your opponents might not remove it, if they've got any form of reaction speed spells that you could potentially remove it, it's way worse. So then you have to do it in your base and then move it in, but then you've got to be already holding a pot spot, and you're already seeing that I'm having to jump through a few too many hoops to kind of make this card good. Sadly, I just don't think it'll be that playable. Twilight Shroud is a 1-energy spell, which reads, give a friendly unit +1 this turn. It can't be chosen by enemy spells or abilities this turn, and has flow for 2. Twilight Shroud, because it doesn't have action or reaction speed, with how the rules now work, if it had, would read, actually, it could counter enemy spells that targeted it. That would be really powerful, right? And I think we would all go, oh, Twilight Shroud, 5 stars, done, everybody understands it. Problem is, it's slow speed. I think Twilight Shroud is actually a bit of a bait card. And my reasoning for this is specific. The fact that you can't actually, you have to move this, you have to do this preemptively, then move it into a battlefield, and then your opponent can't target it. Now, +1 might is potentially a spot where your opponent can immediately do that. But unless they were playing explicitly a removal spell, and they weren't just going to buff their own unit in response to you coming in, it's not really doing too much. I think Twilight Shroud is kind of a bait card that looks really interesting, but because of how it works, and more than anything, the speed at which it works, it's actually kind of okay. I don't think this is better than On Guard in a lot of spots. I think in a lot of spots, this is borderline fine. Maybe. It still doesn't feel particularly great. I think this card is interesting, and it's going to offer unique design space long term in Riftbound, but I think Twilight Shroud at best is going to be a 2 that sometimes played as like a one-off. It's not going to absolutely break open sudden decks. I think a lot of decks were already going to be very happy, and in decks where it could be played, shout out to my chat who are pointing out Irelia, I think it's fine, but I don't think this is going to be the breaking open Irelia card. I think this is going to be fine in a deck that was already doing good because of so many other pieces. This is not going to be the card that kind of breaks it open. If you could do this at action or reaction speed, now that's where I would give this a 5 for decks such as Irelia and potentially other decks. Otherwise, Twilight Shroud feels fine at best for me. Frostcoat Mother is a 3 energy, 3 might unit from Freljord Adogi. Look at the little doggy in the background. We saw the cub in the previous sets, which has Empower 12. However, this ability costs 1 less for each rune you control and reads, Empower, I have +3 might. Now, this is interesting, right? So if you have 6 runes, it costs 6. If you have 10 runes, this costs 2. This is one of these cards where I actually think, because in Ivan, this is actually going to be a surprisingly like useful card where you could just be like, it's a 3 for 3. It's a dog, so it helps with all of these other tags that I need. But if I have like 8 or 9 runes, well, Empower for a few is actually kind of reasonable. It's not going to be an insta, oh my god, snap, play this, but it's more realistic that I could see people playing this as opposed to other decks. I'm only going to give it a 2. I did give a caveat of where I could see this being played. That doesn't necessarily mean I think it's going to see a huge quantity of play. So I'll give it 2, and then we'll wait and see where the mother does go. I don't think this is going to see play in other decks, by the way. I think this is only really for Ivan. Packer Protector is a 5 energy, 5 might unit from Shurima and a cat. And when I move, reveal the top card of your main deck. If it's a unit, draw. Otherwise, put it in your trash and give me +2 might this turn. So, ultimately, this is also an Ivan card. And kind of works rather well with the Ivan deck in general, which mostly plays units, meaning this kind of is a draw engine for Ivan. They don't have to play Stella, they can just play their Packer Protector, which draws. It's a cat, so it benefits from brushes and also is another tag for Ivan. It also can find them more units, and if it doesn't find a unit, and they might play flow cards, I don't think they will, but at least they can look at it and go, well, I get something for it, and this gets a little bit bigger. The problem is you don't know what it is. You don't get to peek. Ivan decks don't have any way of peeking at the top card all the time. If there was a way of peeking all the time, so say you had a Poro dog, cat, or Ivan? I'm trying to remember the other tagline for Ivan decks. Bird up. If you could do that and then maybe play those cards off the top of your deck, but only you get to look at the top card, Packer Protector could get very good, right? Because then you can kind of know, oh, I should attack with the Packer Protector because I'm going to reveal, burn the top card. Okay, that's good because I wanted +2 might so I can hit for 6. But we currently don't have that support. If we ever get that support for Ivan, okay, I'm kind of building Magical Christmas Land. But as it currently stands, I think Pack of Protector, it's a 2. It's a 2. It's not doing anything, and 9 times out of 10, you should just play Stellarcorn. Just play Stella. Stella always draws you cards. You don't need the might in 9 out of 10 situations, I feel. And it's great in Ivan, and that's kind of it. Ivan. Resonating Strike is a 2 energy, 1 power spell, which you can hide, and also has reaction speed. And reads, choose a battlefield you control and a unit you control at a different location. Move that unit to that battlefield and give it +2 might. So, this is specifically for having a unit. Wait, hidden. Choose a unit. Choose a battlefield you control. So B have to be played. Oh, okay. So hiding it would mean it has to be played at the specific battlefield. But if you control both battlefields, you could then obviously do it there to either or, which is interesting. You could move units across from one battlefield to the other, which is interesting. Moving a unit, which is interesting for Packer Protector, but also potentially for Aurelia or Stella, anything that likes movement, right? And then you get to do the movement thing, which also could be used for like Red Aurelia, Red Akali, and then you give it +2 might. Resonating Strike's an interesting one. I don't think it's a broken card. I think it's an interesting card. Now, interesting cards are very hard to ideally state where they're going to fall in line. Hidden, reaction speed, 2 cost, it's aggressively costed, it gives movement, and it does give might. There's a lot of reasons to like this card. There are other cards also coming in, which I do think are pretty good. So I feel like Resonating Strike is going to be more of a 3 out of 5. Simply for the fact that it does do a lot of different things. Now, do all these decks necessarily want these things? That's a little bit to remain to be seen. What would this take the place of? The obvious thing is, like, do you think this is better than Discipline? The Heart of Hearts goes, no, but some decks will want the movement more, meaning this is a little bit better. You can kind of see where I'm weighing up between the two. I'm not going to be too preemptive and assume that this is going to be really, really good, but this could be pretty good in spots. In others, the only thing that you do have to do is control a battlefield, which kind of does bring it down 1 or 2 pegs. If you could play this and move any unit you control to any battlefield, then this would be insane. But because you have to control that battlefield, it's only helping you with holding, not actually doing more. So that's why I'm going to keep it at 3. Sanction is a spell for 3 energy and 1 power, which reads reaction speed and says choose 1. You can either empower a unit, disempower it at the end of turn, or disempower a unit that's empowered, empower it at the end of turn. So obviously it only targets units. Important, there are going to be legends, and there are going to be gear which will want you to empower them. So this is kind of only working with half of the tools at your ability. Now, what is interesting is obviously the empowerment or disempowerment is only very temporary. Now, for certain things, this is perfectly fine. This could be very much doing something for just a split moment. Think back to Rage Amplifier, being able to, at reaction speed, buff everything up, and then at the end, it gets disempowered. You're like, well, it only cost me 3, and then suddenly everything got a lot stronger. You could also do this with other units. Say, for instance, the Frostcoat Mother. Suddenly giving it +3 it could be pretty good. I would want you to do it with slightly better things, but ultimately speaking, the empower to then disempower it later, you kind of want to be able to get kind of both sides of the coin, so you really benefit massively from firstly empowering, and then hopefully, again, from disempowering. Currently, I've not seen a huge amount of stuff, especially obviously as this only targets units, that really benefits from doing both unless I've got a few other things set up. As such, I'm only going to give this a 2. I could see this potentially being played, and long term this could be a very, very good card, but it's also not a terrible card. It's because it's got reaction speed, it instantly puts it from a 1-star to a 2. But beyond that, I haven't seen anything that really breaks this card open, and I could see it seeing some play. But at this moment in time, I haven't seen anything that breaks it, and I feel like, as we're currently sitting, nothing's going to change. And maybe in the future, we might get more Empower cards, and this really breaks open something up. But unlike other things, such as the Endless Riches, I'm not looking at this card going, oh, this will break the things open, or Endless Rich. This is not the card that will break it. The card that will break it will be the thing you empower and then disempower. Specifically, because it has to be a unit, there's less things that it's going to target. If it was everything, I would probably put this to a 3. Because it's a unit, it's just going to be a 2. Sandstone Chimera is a 7 energy and 2 power 8 might unit from Shurima, which reads, when I'm at a battlefield, players may only channel 1 rune at the start of a channel phase. Okay, so I'm going to have to be on the draw. I'm then going to go down to 5 runes to play an 8 might unit, which is fine. But then I'm only ever going to do this, but it has to be at a battlefield for the effect to happen, which means I at least get to channel 2 more, but then my opponent knows that they're not going to get their runes, so they're going to play a little bit differently now. And then they also know an 8 might unit, which they're probably going to set up to kill the next turn, or potentially bounce, or do something else so that they don't lose the ability. And then it's a 1. It's a 1. It's a 1. There's just so many things that you have to work for, and it's not even that good. Now, I won't lie. In pre-riff, this will be fine. But we're not raiding for pre-riff. We're raiding for playing it in constructed play. And this is not it. This ain't it. This ain't it. Prove me wrong, but this ain't it. This ain't it, chap. Now, potentially the cutest dude in the format. Moving on to potentially the cutest boy. Or girl, rather. A little girl. Look at this. Tomb Raider. Look at this, Barbara. Oh, look at them. Look at them. They're little stealer. Oh, I love them. This is probably one of my favorite artwork. Is a 4 energy, 4 power unit from Shurima, which reads, when you play me, if you control 7 or more runes, choose an enemy gear. If it's empowered, disempower it, otherwise kill it. Now, this is interesting, right? At most points, I feel like this is going to be not the card you want. There's already way better ways of killing a gear. Now, if we enter into a format where basically gear that get empowered doesn't exist and people are only playing Aurora, this could be pretty good, especially in Nasus. This is specifically for Nasus. But as it currently stands, I don't think they're going to see a whole lot of play. We already have way better cards that we could use to actually get rid of gear, especially in green. So I kind of wonder, is this actually going to be it? Why are we at... And more specifically, my point is, do we want to add a condition into killing gear? Or would we actually rather just ultimately have a way? We already have Disarming Rake, which, yes, is only a 2 might unit. But Disarming Rake always kills the gear when we play them. As opposed to the Tomb Raider, which goes, is it empowered? Well, we have to disempower it first. And then we can kill it if it doesn't have these conditions. I would rather not play a card which has these condition costs played in. And as such, I'm going to give them a 2. Now, if the Heart of Hearts for the artwork, it's like a 5. But I'm being realistic, and I'm going to give it a 2 for the actual effect. I hope my reasoning is clear there. Akali Silent is a champion unit Akali from Ionia, 4 energy and 1 power for a 4 might unit. Which reads, I can't be chosen by enemy spells and abilities unless I'm in combat. So has sort of can't be targeted outside of very specific environments. And reads, when I move to a battlefield, give me +2 might this turn. What's important to read is if you pull her out and then move her back in, she doesn't actually lose the might. It's not like an assault or anything, right? It just, Akali gains a static 2. Now, there's a lot of ways of moving around, especially in Akali decks, meaning this Akali could get absolutely massive. I think because of the condition costs of being like, hey, can't target me unless I'm in combat. If you remove her from combat, can't be targeted. I think this Akali's pretty good. I think this Akali's good to see play. It is a 4/4, but then immediately as you play it to your base, because you will always play this to your base, your opponents can't deal with it. Then they have to wait and deal with it. If they have anything at slow speed, suddenly Akali's almost going to be impossible to kill unless, guess what? They make a very big unit and attack in, and then the Akali player themselves can't move. So, I think this Akali pretty good. Pretty good. I'm going to go over 4. I like it. Solid card. I like it. Crumbling Sands is a 1/1 power spell with reaction, which reads counter a spell if an opponent has played another spell this turn. So, if our opponent has played 2 spells, we can counter the second spell with this. Otherwise, we cannot counter it. Now, it's interesting that this is where we're going, but I'm gonna be real. This is adding layers where you don't want to be adding layers. This is just doing things you don't want to be doing. I'm going to give it a 1. I'm going to explain myself. Counter spells, you want to not have conditions in which to play them. You want to be able to play them, and the only conditions that you get in spots, ultimately, is the idea that you could play it for cheaper or for free if you do something. One of the most famous Magic the Gathering cards, to use a very easy example, is Force of Will, which is a 5-cost counter spell, or you can banish a blue card from your hand, and then you can play it for free. There are other cards that have done this in Magic the Gathering, but that's arguably the most famous one. Now, if Crumbling Sand said, banish a calm card from your hand, and you get to counter a spell. Oh, well, this is immediately a 5/5. The problem is the condition is actually on when you can play it, because it's dependent on your opponent, not for you. As such, and because of how spell countering works and everything, it's not even asking if they have played another card. It's a spell. If they have played another card this turn, like they played a unit and then they play a spell, you could counter that spell. This is not what this reads. This card is bad. Crumbling Sands, do not play. Unless we get into very weird metagames, where suddenly green is like the best thing and counter and wars are a thing, and then you might play Crumbling Sands. But realistically, nah, don't play this. Decree of Focus is reaction speed. It's the next one in the Decree cycle of cards, which has reaction speed and reads, choose a friendly unit that's in combat with an enemy Fury unit, or it's being chosen by an enemy Fury spell. Give it +4 might this turn. Christ. You can kind of see what they were doing. They didn't want to say counter it, so they were like, oh, we'll just give it more might. The problem, and like that does make sense. A lot of red cards just either are burn, or they're just a unit that's coming in and attacking. So the idea is that you're going to do this. The problem is a lot of red is the unit side and attacking side, and then the secondary color, the supporting color, even in Akali, right? The green side is the side that actually does the tricksy stuff. Decree of Focus doesn't say this can't be countered. If this said can't be countered as well, suddenly it goes, oh, okay, now this is interesting. I can't defy this. I can't hard bargain. I can't abandon. Suddenly, like, I can't force my opponent to do this. Abandon's less good because it's only 1, but it doesn't have a power. The problem is it's only Fury. What about if my opponent doesn't have a Fury unit? You get what I mean? Now, obviously, a lot of decks this could be good in, but this doesn't kill the Fury unit. They're also, you have to have you have to have a unit which is in combat with explicitly a Fury unit, nothing else. I like the idea and identity of this, but a lot of the time I look at this and go, at best, you're kind of like maybe going, oh, they Falling Star your thing, You then go, give it +4. And they go, okay, attack. And then you go, yeah, you trade. And then you get a 2-for-1. Like, that's kind of best case scenario. The worst case scenario is you needed this Decree of Focus to resolve because you needed the +4 might to not die. And then your opponent goes, okay, so I'm just going to counter this. And then you go, I lose. And then you go, yeah, okay. Like, it's so situational when this is really good. Maybe it's better than a 1 for explicitly that, but unless we go into a metagame where I feel like Fury is the defining color, this one's going to be real mid. This is why I thought the green one would be slightly better, but it's like, it's only because of breakpoints, right? It's fine. Yeah. God bless Decree of Focus. All right, your pre-release promo card, which is going to be Riven Shattered. It won't be this artwork, but it will be a Riven card, is a 3 energy and 1 power for a 3 might unit. Remember, you can't play this in your pre-releases, people. Is a champion unit, Riven Noxus, which has Weapon Master, and reads, when I attack, choose an enemy unit here, deal 2 to it for each equipment attached to me. So if you have a few equipment going in, she could deal like 2, 4, 6. This is crazy. Like, this is a huge amount. Thank you to my chat over who's mentioning, if you do open a normal Riven in your packs, you can play it. It's just the promo you can't play with at pre-release. Thank you over to Lettuce for that. Riven herself, I think, is an interesting card. The most obvious places I've looked into playing it would be, weirdly enough, probably Jax, because I think that's the easiest spot for it. Now, you could look to play it in a Kali, because if you play a few different ways, you could do a lot more damage with it. It does work rather well with things like Spellsonger, because it would get to trigger the effect twice. So one Spellsonger suddenly does 4 damage, in a sense. It would do 2 and then 2, which would also be useful, because you go 2 to this one and 2 to another one. I think Riven is interesting. Good is a different thing. I'm going to be rather hesitant and give it just a 3. The reason I give it a 3 is we're currently not playing arguably one of the best green units, which benefits from playing gear. Specifically one that does it. And that one's Aphelios. If we were really being able to pop off and do a lot of stuff with having like a bunch of equipment attached, I feel like Aphelios would see more play. But maybe Aphelios is actually just too slow for the format, and Riven is actually going to be far better. I think this just comes to Jax, and I don't really think we might play this in much else, unless Akali really likes it, because we end up playing a heavy equipment Akali deck, and we just move Riven around a bunch, and Riven's a raid boss. But then we're going to need to find some ways of making her untargetable, because it's going to be real awkward, which I guess is where you play Twilight Shroud, but oh god, I don't like this, because opponent just does something in my turn and I lose. Ah! Shen. Gorge, or Scourge of the Shadows, is a 5 energy, 1 power, 6 might unit. A champion unit, Shen from Ionia, which reads, when I hold, if there is exactly 1 other unit you control here, draw 1. It's bad, don't worry. This is not going to be the Shen you're going to play. I actually don't think you're going to play either of the Shens actually in this format. You're going to play Origin Shen. I'm just telling you now. You are asking yourself to hold with a condition with exactly 1 other unit. You have to hold for a full turn cycle, and your opponent can interact with you even slightly. Even if you give something tank, there's a good chance you're just going to still lose a unit. You don't get to play around any bouncing things. Maybe if this was 4 and 1 power. But the problem is then, maybe green decks just play it because you're so ahead of the curve in really how much you have to pay for this to get the might off of it. I just can't work out a way that this is ever going to be good. I don't think this is ever going to be playable. It's a 1. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Shen players, I feel for you. I'm sorry. Steel Paws is a 1 energy, 0 might unit, which is a 0 unit from Piltover and a cat. We got Ivan's support, which reads Deflect and has Empower for 7, and when it's empowered, it gets 7 might. So, by default, it has Deflect, which is pretty good. And it is another 0 might unit, which I'm interested to see if this is going to be a commonplace. And potentially, if you wanted to target this with Red Akali, you would actually have to pay a power to kill this thing. Do I think Steel Paw is good? Probably only in Ivan. Have I seen other people play this card? Yes. Have I ever been impressed when other people play this card? Not a single time. I haven't added this into a single deck of mine. I don't think it's ever good. I don't think it's ever good. I'm going to give it 2 on the off chance that I'm wrong, and this might see a tiny bit of play. But unless you find good ways of empowering it, and it's not like weird cheaty stuff, such as like Sanction, which is like, oh, okay, you can give it empower for a turn. It's like, fine. And sure, there are ways you could empower it, but then how many hoops are we walking through to potentially just empower something? Which is like, cool. But could we also just play good cards and not have to jump through some hoops for kind of a cute little interaction? Person in my chat is mentioning there is a hidden tornado card, which potentially could instantly empower it, which is like, that's cool. That's why it's a 2 out of 5, not a 1 out of 5. It's cool. I guess you could play this in Nasus as well, which is where I've seen some people play this, and it kind of does some stuff. Yeah. That's where I'm at. There you go. It could be interesting. I doubt it will see more than that. Maybe Ivan. Maybe Ivan. Maybe Ivan. Talking about Ivan, we've got Astral Heron. By the way, shout out specifically over to Pillar of Archive, where obviously we get a review of a lot of cards and we get all of our spoilers, and it's the main place that I've been referring to when I was looking at cards and stuff. They actually revealed this card, so I'm just going to give them a quick shout out. Is a 7 energy, 7 might unit, Mount Targon Bird. That's why it's Ivan support. Which reads, when you play your first card each turn, if I'm out of battlefield, your next card costs 2 energy and 2 power less. So discounting something for the first time you play your when you play your first card each turn is pretty powerful. That's a huge reduction, especially in the power. Currently, I don't know how good this is going to be, though. I'm not super up to date with Ivan stuff. I'm going to give this a 3, because simply fact is, it is a 7 for 7 that potentially, once you're at a battlefield, and if you can have this stay on a battlefield for a whole turn cycle, this could do a lot. This could be a huge cost reduction. Do I think this will change the game and truly make Ivan into a tier 1 deck? No. Do I think more likely this might just be a bit of an enabler, but because it doesn't do it for every single card, it's not crazy? Yeah. Oh, it's not even the first card. Thank you out to my chat. It's the second card. Yeah, it's always the second card. So you've always got to play something and then you get the cost reduction, which I think in Ivan is pretty reasonable to do. You play a lot of random stuff. You play like a cheap Poro or something for 2, and then you get 2 energy, which is kind of like discounting the Poro down to 0, and then you get 2 power off. But that does make it significantly worse. I guess if you play Steel Paw, you get it for 1, so then you get you kind of net 1. But again, it's not there. It's not great. It's a 3. It's a 3. It's a 3. Don't worry about it. It's a 3. Thank you. Shout out to my first time chatter. Elm of Suppression is a 4 energy and 1 power gear. You can empower it for 4 and 1 power as well. Opponent spells cost 1 and 1 more. If it's empowered, they cost 1 and 1 power more. Now, I'll be real. If this specifically said cards, opponents' cards cost 1 more. This is toxic and I'm all in for it. I would absolutely build like green purple control and just absolutely make people's lives a nightmare with discarding stuff, with sprites, bouncing it back, playing Helm, empowering it. Oh, truly atrocious stuff. It's just spells. It's just spells. It's just spells, guys. It's just spells. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Now, empowering it costs 8 and 2 power. It is so much. I'm going to give it a 1. It's not the card. It's not the card we're looking for. Unless we get to a point where either combo decks are like rampant, then this will be probably like to just kill the combo deck. Because suddenly making everything cost 1 more will probably kill all of these combo decks, because they normally need to like untap with everything. Suddenly if this is like, oh, actually no, you can just stop them with 1 helm. Cool. Otherwise, this ain't gonna be it. As I said, if this said cards, opponent's cards cost 1 more, and if it's empowered, they cost 1/1 power more, yeah, this would be toxic AF, and I'd be so in for it. It's not though, just spells. It's perfectly fine. Don't worry about it. It's chill. Spells aren't that rampant at the moment, but it is nice for anti-combo. It is absolutely, it's very nice for anti-combo. I'm gonna be real for that one. Green has a genuine like anti-combo card. And the last calm card is gonna be Nasus Ascended. It is 8 energy and 1 power for an 8 might unit. Champion unit, Nasus Shurima Dog. A lot of tags for him. He has Deflect 2 and Empower 8. And Empower reads, when I conquer, you score 1 point. I'm flicking between 1 and 2. I don't know. I'll give it a 2. It's got a bunch of tags. It's a funny little empower thing that potentially you could definitely combo and make a lot of points potentially with the right thing. You could kind of like play this and play this in like with Blue Sentinel and some other stuff, and you trigger your whole triggers twice if you play the Bramble. So if you play blue, like red, green, Akali, but then you play with Nasus and you hold, and then you get like 4 point, and like there's something. I don't know. Probably not that good. But it's funny. It's funny. And Nasus decks will probably play him because it's funny. It's funny. You get to untap. It's just not good. It's just not good. I'm sorry. It's just not good. It's just not good. Yeah. But I'm absolutely playing him in my pre-rift if I open him. Oh, buddy. Oh, it's... All right. Our Minds stuff begins. We've got Apprentice Mage, which is a 3 energy and 3 might unit from Bilgewater, which reads Empower 2. When I become empowered, predict 2, which reads look at the top 2 cards of your main deck. Recycle any of them back into your deck in any order. And then when he's empowered, he also has +1. I think Apprentice Mage is kind of interesting. If you ever have any way of like proccing or making it so Apprentice Mage actually does something, or because when you empower something, you gain an ability, which there are a few cards which look at this sort of thing, he's not terrible. He's a 3 for 3, so he's on rate. Predicting 2 is virtually like half a card of value. Now, obviously this is 5, but then for 5 energy, you are getting a 4 might unit and getting to predict. I think Apprentice Mage is like fine, totally fine. And if you have any way of when when a unit or anything becomes empowered, something else happens. There are a few we'll get into later. Apprentice Mage might be genuinely worthwhile. In other situations, I don't think he'll be playable at all, but that's kind of where I sit with him. But now I'm going to give him a 2 with the idea that potentially he could see a lot of play, or he might not see much play. It's one of those cards that's very difficult to to evaluate at this moment in time, but because he is going to be a 3 for 3, which only for a little bit more gets you virtually half a card of value and then pushes him into the next breakpoint, which trades with a lot of 4 cost units, and you're spending only 1 extra cost for that, but you're gaining kind of the might for it, which trades with a lot of 4 might units, but also you get to predict 2, which is a lot of which is a decent amount of value. I think Apprentice Mage is pretty solid. Pretty solid. Good card. Not a great card, but a solid card. Cloud Drake. Cloud Drake is a 6 energy, 5 might unit from Demacia Dragon, which reads, when you play me, draw a card. Now, the first comparison that was made to was a dragon from Hearthstone's first ever set of Azure Drake. A lot of us loved that card and have fond memories of playing it. Now, Cloud Dragon, if it was a 6 for 6, or it also did very similar to Azure Drake, where it said spells you cast deal 1 extra damage or have that sort of effect, could be really good. Only a card which, one, immediately replaces itself with a new card and then also makes other things you're playing, especially in decks like Kai'Sa, this could be very, very, very powerful. Because it only cycles, it's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Now, he could potentially see play in Dragon decks, but the problem is Dragon Tribal is not blue. So, if he was orange or red, this would be like a snap include. Oh my god, I know this where this is go. This goes in Dragon Tribal. In blue, play him in your pre-rift. Play him in your pre-rift. It's solid enough that I'm going to give him a 2 stars because he draws a card, and if you can ever find a way of easily, like, bouncing him a bunch, it's fine. But he's lecturing Yordle without tank. Costs 3 more energy, and but you do get 3 more might. Our next card is Dredge Up. Dredge Up is a 2 energy spell, which reads draw a card, and then has flow for 2. Now, there's a lot of comparisons that's also been done to this card. The most obvious card that I can believe to think of is a Magic the Gathering card that does something very similar. The difference with that Magic the Gathering card is is that the Magic the Gathering card can be done at reaction speed. This one, it's slow speed, which does make this significantly worse. The great thing about the one in Magic the Gathering is because you can do this at the end of your opponent's turn. Dredge Up very much goes, hey, do this at slow speed on your turn, which doesn't mean you can actually kind of bluff that you have more things at access. If in Riftbound, you're going to potentially just go Dredge Up, and then pay its flow cost, and you draw 2 cards, and you're like, okay, it replaced itself, and then I get an extra card. That's kind of good. Now, the great thing is you could potentially do this on turn 1, immediately replace the card, and then on later turns, play the flow when you actually can weave it in. It's a solid card. I'm gonna actually give this a 4. Simply because it's just solid enough that enough decks will sometimes want something that just replaces itself, and it does something good enough. In some decks, this is great. In some decks where you can just, like, discard cards, or kind of pitch cards, or like banish something, or throw things into your whatever, mainly burning or discarding, Dredge Up will be pretty solid. But at the moment in time, I think Dredge Up is gonna, actually, you know what, I'll be giving it a 3. I'm gonna give it a 3. Dredge Up's a 3. If it was reaction speed, it'd be a 5, and I wouldn't even think about it. But because it's slow speed, because we currently don't have the archetypes and stuff at the moment, I don't think it's going to be there. It's fine, it's solid, and it will be played in some decks, but more so, I feel like combo decks, which want to have as much draw as possible. Grumpy Rock Bear, which has an adorable face, is a 4 energy, 4 might unit from Shurima, which has Empowered 12, and this ability costs 1 less for each rune you control. It reads Empower, I have Deflect, and 3 Shield. Now, it's okay. It's an on-rate card, right? It's a 4 for 4, which come mid to late game, with Nasus, you could make this pretty cheap. Or you could potentially do this for 7, untap, still have fire. Like, you could get 2 more back. Like, it's fine. It's fine. But Deflect 1 and Shield 3 is, like, not the deal breaker in a lot of spots. It's okay. I just struggle to see the spots where this is going to be kind of the game changer card. I do like the idea of where they're doing this in Power 12 and it costs less for each rune. The problem is, you normally need to have like 8 or 9 runes for this actually to look a little bit more tantalizing. And at that point, you don't actually trigger some of this stuff. So at that point, I'm kind of like, okay, I played a 4 might unit, and if it hangs around or come late game, I can at least slam this into it. But is it actually going to be useful early game? My assessment is probably not a lot of the time. As such, I'm going to give it a 2. And promptly move on from them. Cute artwork, probably not going to see much play. Ingenuitive Design is 4 energy spell, which reads play a mech unit. And then for 2 and 1 power, you can play again for flow. We got some Rumble support. Let's go! Let's go! Woo! Outside of that, it's fine. It's a fine card. It's fine. It's not gonna break the bank. You're probably not gonna play this in a lot of decks. But you get to make a mech. The problem is it's slow speed, but then if you, so a lot of Rumble decks will have other things to do. But it's better than having nothing. It's good in your pre-rift. But again, we're not rating for pre-rift. So I'm going to give it a 2 because it could be worse, but it's probably not going to see much of any play outside of like Rumble, realistically. Memorize is a 1 energy, 1 power spell, which reads, at reaction speed, choose 1. Return a friendly unit to an owner's hand. So it's kind of retreat, but we're paying. Or we can give an enemy unit -2 this turn. So it's kind of Frigid Touch, but we don't get the repeat part. This is kind of like combining 2 cards. Now, do these 2 cards typically go together in the same deck? No. At least not from my memory. I don't recall playing many decks which played Recall and also played Frigid Touch. Now, yes, there have been a few decks that have played Recall and Stupefy, but I would argue Stupefy is played also because, guess what? It says draw a card on it, not because it says -1 might. The -1 might is very nice. Now, it's nice enough that it does at least return a unit at reaction speed, so you do have flexibility. And I do think the flexibility of this card is what makes it actually pretty interesting. The 1 power does decrease it, but it's just costed aggressively enough where I still think it will see some amount of play. I'm going to give it 3 preemptively on the idea that this is doing something and could occasionally be played as a 1-up. Now, obviously, in Kaiser decks, this reads as a 1 energy spell, which instantly makes it a lot more playable. But every other deck, it's going to have to either find some gold generation, which is going to be few and far between at this point, or it's going to be in a way where you've got to just decide what you actually want to do. I just don't know when, realistically, this is what you want. So, as such, it's going to be a 3. Octopus is a 2 energy, 2 might unit from Bandle City, which reads, if a player would score 1 point from conquering or holding during their first or second turn, they draw 1 instead. So the idea is that obviously this is an anti-aggro card. You play this and it stops it. Now, there's not a lot of cards which actually stop anybody in like mid-rangey, like in controlling decks typically, because that's the only decks where you're okay with opponents drawing cards, against specifically aggro decks, where they're going to score on turn 1. This would be, you'd have to play this on the play. You play this turn 1, and then your opponent's turn 1, they would have a card that instantly scores for 3. There aren't many cards that do that. There are a few ways you can do that with like accelerate units, but there's just not a huge amount. There are other cards where you could play it straight to a battlefield, like Sticky Deckhand for 3, but again, not a lot of cards that do that. Now, their second turn is where they could do that, but a lot of players, they're just going to play a unit to their base, untap, and then they'll go in and conquer. If you've already played the Octopus, they know that they don't get the point. Now, they will be deciding, would I rather have a random 2-cost unit or 3-cost unit? Because you could also play this in that scenario on your turn 2, but then you're not being able to do other things, and you would have 4 energy, so then you would play this and then maybe like a Dredge Up or something else. You see how I'm adding layers to this, where I'm like, I don't know how good this is. And even if they do decide, they go, okay, sure, I'll just go in here, look to draw a card, basically cycle their 2-cost unit, and then even if you trade with the Otter, it then is kind of probably like trade, and then they have gained a whole card. You have slowed them from 1 point, and that could be relevant, but I'm going to be real with you all. I don't think this card is actually good. I think this is bait. I think Octopus, it's a cute and interesting design space, but because it only does the first or second turn, it doesn't slow down many, if any, real decks. And the decks it does slow down potentially could still win the combat, hold, so they still can start getting points anyway after the fact. And if your Octopus doesn't really do what they need it to do, or God forbid they have a slow draw, you actually kind of play a card that doesn't do anything. Now, obviously, in that last scenario, you're okay with them doing that because you've stopped them and they didn't even draw any cards. But then you played a 2-cost, didn't do anything. I don't think it's good. Also, you've got to find this in your opener. Like, you're asking to find, you've got to play 3 of these in your deck and then find it post-Cyborg because this will be a Cyborg card. No, this is just bad. It's just bad. Please don't even play this card in your pre-rift. Questionable Tomb is 3 energy for a gear, which reads Empower Tap, which reads you can disempower this, 1, tap it, exhaust it, and draw a card. Two. It's a 2. Empowering and exhausting is fine. It means you can't immediately get it. But then you disempower this, you have to pay 1 and then exhaust it, and then you draw the card. It's asking a lot of things, which means it will take you 2 turn cycles draw. Now, there are ways, obviously, you could untap, you can unexhaust a gear, but like, or awaken the gear, rather. There we go, I got it. You can awaken it, but then even if you awaken the gear to then exhaust it again, you've got to spend probably some amount to, like, firstly awaken the gear, and then you've got to pay another one to exhaust it again to draw a card. And you're doing a lot of things to kind of just draw a card. And as we've seen, it's fine, but Purple has a better way of doing this with the Pack of Wonders and everything. I think this is fine, but it's not crazy. It's fine. Applied Researchers is a 4 energy, 4 might unit from Shurima, which reads Empower 3, which reads once empowered, your spells cost 1 and 1 power less to a minimum of 1. Okay, so similar to Students, the nice thing is researchers don't actually have to be at a battlefield to actually gain this benefit. That's pretty good. Cost reduction is scary because potentially, yes, you do have to put 7 into this, but then if you can gain 1, well, you could very quickly with a combo deck just go, oh, okay, well, I'll just play this to my base. Suddenly, all my things cost 1 and 1 power less. I'm just going to go off. I think Applied Researchers is going to be one of those cards, which is probably a 4. We will see combo decks using this card in 3s, and if you do not kill it immediately on sight, especially if they empower it and you don't have a way of interacting with that and they untap with it, empowered, game's over. Game's probably over. I don't think this will be played in like value decks, but the fact that it's like your spells cost 1 and 1 less is a huge amount. 1 power, just doing it, like getting a few spells upon even a setup turn is massive. It's truly monumental. This is one of those cards which you can imagine a few different scenarios where if you can just empower this and then untap, you can just win with a combo deck. You could just do it. You don't even have to go crazy. The only thing that does save it is it's not cards, it is spells. But even so, that's still a lot. That's still a lot. Researchers, very solid card. Scary card. Very scary. I will be shocked if this sees no play. Clairvoyance is 7 energy for a spell at reaction speed, which is huge for this, by the way, which reads Predict 5. You look at the top 5 cards of your main deck, recycle any of them, and put the rest in any order, back in your deck, on the top of your deck in any order. And you draw 2. So if you look at the top 5, if you like any of them, you can keep 1 or 2 of them on top, and you can draw them. If you like more than them, you can just order accordingly. Or you could be like, I don't like any of these 5, and then take the next 2 random cards, which means you could potentially go through 7 cards with 1 card. This card's insane. This card's truly a great draw engine. It's far better in, obviously, a combo deck, but I'm going to just give it a 4 because this just looks at so many cards deep. Yes, it's expensive, but it's got reaction speed, meaning that you can do this. It's better than Price of Progress in a lot of situations for decks where they don't just want sheer card quantity, they just want the quality. And this is what this gives you. I love this card. This card is fantastic. Play this in your blue combo decks. Play this in your just mind decks, and just go off. Just go off. Oh, I love it. Covert Informant is a 3 energy, 1 power for a 4 might unit. Unit from Noxus, which has Empower 3, which reads when empowered, when I move, draw 1. So it's Stellar Corn, but I have to spend 6. Now it does get 1 extra might, but I do have to spend 6 and 1 power to get a Stellar Corn. Now we know Stellar Corn is a 5 out of 5 card, right? We all know Stellar Corn is a 5 out of 5 card. But we have to pay Empower. And once it's empowered, then it gets really good. The other problem is, Stellar is a green card, right? Stellar has like counter spells and other stuff, right? Blue doesn't have a lot of that. Blue also isn't necessarily the way that you can move a lot of stuff around. Green can move some stuff around. Purple, which is typically where Stellar sees a lot of play, can move stuff around. So you've now got to play a supporting card where you could play Covert and in the blue-purple decks, and you can move around. Is there any blue-purple decks where you would probably want to play this? I wouldn't want to play this in Teemo. There's also a brand new Teemo deck, which we'll get into. I don't want to play this in Ezreal. This isn't really a Diana thing. It's not really a Mel thing. I don't know where I'd want to play this. That's kind of where I come down on it. It's an interesting card, and there is a potential here. I'm going to give it 3 because it has potential. But because there's so many things where I look at the wider metagame and where this card fits in, I have to spend a lot of resources to get this card going, to actually make it good. And assuming it survives up to that point that I actually can start drawing cards, what deck am I actually playing this in? Our next card is going to be Patchwork Horobot, which is a 2 energy, 2 might, unit gear, the first of its kind, Pilt over Mech Poro. It reads, I enter exhausted because it is a unit. And when you play me, if you control 3 or more gear, draw a card. This is a 5. This is our first true 5 rating so far going through the set review. This card is so good. Firstly, it's a Poro, it's a mech. It works in multiple different decks for that reason alone. It's a gear, so it looks at gear counts for a lot of things. When it comes in, if you control 3 other gears, you draw a card. There's a lot of ways you can have 3 or more gears. Jace decks can do that. Ornn decks can do that. Just any blue deck where you can play a few gear, this is going to be one of the best cards you can do. Everything is gear. Seals are gears, right? Like there's just so many cards where this comes down and you draw a card, but you can then also use this for when it goes, hey, destroy a gear or sacrifice a unit. Suddenly, guess what? Patchwork Horobot jumps back into action. People want to play Colorway. You're like, well, my Horobot has already drawn me a card and I'm doing a bunch of other stuff. Horobot, you can go away, buddy, and then I'll find a way of replaying you potentially from my my trash, or I can find a way of flickering you in and out and banishing you and coming you back in, and it just works again. Like this card is just so good, and the artwork is adorable. One of the best cards in this set, and I will die on this hill. Let's go, Horobot. Let's go. Our next card is going to be 3 energy, 1 power for Shock Blast, which is an action speed spell, which reads, this costs 2 less if you control something that's empowered. Okay. And so it'll be a 1 and 1 power. And regardless, it deals 4 damage to a unit at battlefield. If this dealt 4 damage to if it dealt 4 to a unit anywhere, this card would be fantastic. Because it's only at a battlefield, I'm gonna just kind of bring it down to a 2. I feel like there's a lot of situations where there is just way better spells you could be playing that does removal. that you don't have to do the condition. It is an action speed. That does make it pretty, like, reasonable. And 3 and 1 power for 4 damage, like, to deal 4 isn't, like, crazy out of the realm. And it is obviously a lot better when you have something empowered. The problem is you have to empower something. So you've got to kind of already reach one of these conditions. Now, there are ways that you could cheat the empowering, or potentially you want to empower something similar to the covert informant, but the problem is it's so whatever. My chat is going, it's free with Recruiter. Not quite. You still have to pay 1 because the Applied Researcher only does it to a minimum of 1. You would have to still pay 1 energy, but the power would be free, which would make it nice. And potentially there is a way with that. But I feel like Researcher will be more of a combo. This card more screams out as like kind of a mid-rangey tempo-y card. But hey, maybe this is a way that your combo deck can actually have a little bit of interaction built into it, and it can weave this card in before actually going off. Or potentially, if you need to kill your own unit at a battlefield, this could be a way of doing it. Who knows? Sky Cruise is a 4 energy, 1 power, 3 might unit from Piltover, which reads, discard a gear, pay 1, exhaust, deal 4 to a unit at a battlefield. It's okay. It's asking you to find a way of probably picking up a bunch of gear from your trash to then get rid of it so that you can then deal 4 and then go again. Again, this is more the fact that if it dealt it anywhere, I would consider liking and playing this card. Because I can't, my opponents can just pick and choose as and when they want it. The only nice thing is this doesn't have to be at a battlefield to actually do this. So that's a thumbs up. But because I can't do it anywhere, it's a thumbs down. Ultimately, I'm going to sit at this and give it a 2. I don't think this is going to see much of any play in Constructed. Realistically, it's going to be a little bit too slow. But if we ever find a way of like getting gear out of our trash and then bringing it back around and then doing it again, and 4 is an obvious breakpoint for a lot of units, this could be really good. I think it's going to be a bit too slow, but especially when you consider this can't actually kill, this can't kill an Applied Researcher at a base. If it could, hey, I'd be more on board with it, but it can't at the moment. So, yeah. Also, it's not action speed or reaction speed, it's slow speed, so you can't even have this at a battlefield, tap it at reaction speed or action speed in a showdown to like try and kill something. It's just not that good. Maybe actually, you know what? We'll put it 1. The more I talk about it, the more I don't like it. It's a 1. It's a 1. It's a 1. Decree of Insight is a 1-cost spell, which reads, at reaction speed, ignore deflect while paying this spell's cost. Give an enemy body unit -5 this turn. Cool. It doesn't do anything else. If this card, I really wish this card also read, cannot be countered, right? I think if it could not be countered, suddenly I'd be more on board. Or if it did something else with like body stuff, right? Like counter a body spell or give an enemy body unit -5 this turn. Like it feels like it's just not doing enough. Like ignoring deflect, that's a cool thing. But let's be real, one of the best units in orange is Rengar, which, I mean, you play at ambush speed, so unless you always have this up for the Rengar, it's not going to do too much. Meh, don't care. Or it's like Ruin Runner, which this can't target. So I don't care. Not a good card. It's just not a good card. The decrees have been real variants at the moment, haven't they? Hex Tech formula is 2 energy cost gear, which reads, this enters exhausted. I can exhaust it to empower another gear. It becomes empowered if it is not already. I think this will be a big enabler. Do I think this is necessarily good? It's like a 3. This is so Hextech formula is only as good as what it can enable. And at the moment, what it can enable is like some cute interactions and some like fun tier 3, tier 2 decks. None of the stuff that this actually enables is broken. Now, again, this kind of reads on the other side of stuff where ultimately, if I could empower legends and units with this, wow. Well. Different conversation. But similar to another card we reviewed of Sanction, this just kind of isn't doing enough, right? Like, we need it to be targeting more things. I understand that the play and design team, when they were making this card, they were like, no, we're only going to have this one be the gear target one. In the future, if we ever get one that targets everything for like 2, oh, wow, easy. You slam this on turn 1, you look at your opponent and go, do you have the gear removal? If they go, no, you go, cool, I'm going to play this. Immediately tap this, applied research is empowered, and you stare at your opponent and go, I'm going to win on turn 3. I'm going to win on turn 3. And your opponent goes, okay. Right? Like, that's a real thing that could happen. As it currently stands, that's not a play pattern that can happen. Thank God. I think that's a good thing. But, yeah. Maybe if Jace is really good, maybe if Ornn is really good, maybe this could see play. As it currently stands, I think this is going to be fine and probably like a tier 2 at best, maybe more of a tier 3 fun card. There are some cool fun cards, and as we go over them, I will highlight them. Our next card is Nasus, Guardian of Knowledge. Is a 5 energy, 1 power, 6 might champion unit, Nasus Shurima Dog. It's missing a tag from last time, which is interesting. And reads, once each turn, when an enemy unit here dies, channel 1 rune exhausted. I do think this is better than the other Nasus, so I am going to give it 2. But beyond this, it's an above rate unit that if you can, like, kill 1 enemy unit, maybe, like, skirt around and find a way of getting 2, pretty good. On that, kind of whatever. Kind of real whatever. Bleh. So I'm going to leave it at 2. Maybe this is probably the more playable one in a lot of the Nasus decks, though, as your chosen champion. That's kind of where I come down on it. Plaza Guardian is a 10 energy, 8 might unit, Piltover mech, which costs 1 less for each gear you control. So, could be good in some gear decks, could be good in Rumble. It's interesting. But it's less likely to be played in Rumble because it's only gear, not mechs and gear. If this said I cost 1 less for each mech and or gear you control, suddenly this could be real playable. It's probably not gonna be. And it also reads deflect for 1. I think realistically, Plaza Guardian, it's a 1. I really want this card to be good, but it's just not worded how you need it to be. Because mechs aren't gear, the only one that we currently have is obviously Patchwork Poro. But obviously if we have infinite amounts of Patchwork Poros, oh, suddenly this is like great. Yeah, absolutely. But mechs aren't that at the moment. If mechs in the future are going to be counted as gear, or all of them get errated to be that, oh, suddenly this will be a 5. I'm not even going to pretend this will be a 5. But it's not. And I'll be very surprised if they ever do that. So, it's a 1. I'm sad. I really wanted this to be better, but it's just not. It's just not. I'm sad. Maybe one day the Guardian will be good, but for now, we'll wait and see. Our next card is Swain Visionary, which is 6 energy and 1 power for a 6 might unit. Champion unit Swain Noxus Demon. It has Vision. And when I conquer, if you played a non-token unit, wait, let me reread that. It has Vision, which you can just look at the top card and recycle it if you don't like it. Which also reads, when I conquer, if you've played a non-token unit, a non-token gear, a spell this turn, you score 1 point. So you've got to play a unit, a gear, and a spell, none of them tokens, and you get an extra point. is a card when they ask you to jump through this many hoops and you get 1 extra point good? My answer is no. I don't want to work that hard to get 1 extra point that my opponent is going to be acutely aware of. Sounds bad. Sounds awful. Like, the only situation where it's, like, maybe interesting is if your opponent is like a deck where... No, because you have to do this all ahead of time. You have to play the unit, the gear, and the spell before you score. Which means at best you could go into Showdown and maybe play an ambush unit and a spell. Oh, dude, nah, it's one. It's a one. It's a one. He costs too much. You have to do too many things, and it's just not good. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Temporal Breach, however, on the other hand, is a good card. And it costs 2 energy and 1 power. And it has Hidden and reads, banish a unit. Then its owner plays it to the same location, ignoring its cost. This is all of its cost. You don't have to replay its power or energy or anything. It just does it. So what does this do? Well, this is one of these effects that I've mentioned where it's kind of a flicker. It does the exact thing as I said, so it banishes it and then replays it. What is this really good for? Well, if your opponent was going to try and kill a unit, right? They were going to play a Hidden Blade, right? A card we all know very well. You can then reveal this. You can banish this and then play it to a new location. How it works is your opponent has targeted, when they played the Hidden Blade, a specific unit. When you banish this and then replay it, it will then trigger any of when you play me effects, which is where we're getting into it. And we'll use Patchwork Porobot as the example. And on the assumption that you have 3 or more units, you would draw another card, right? You would just be like, oh, I have 3 or more gear. Cool, I draw a card. The Porobot would then come back down and would be a different unit. So the Hidden Blade wouldn't even kill it. Now, obviously, you would probably in a lot of situations want to let the Porobot die, but if you wanted to protect a unit, this is probably one of the best cards that can do it with. It's also a great way of replaying something like a Watcher, a Thousand Tail Watcher, right? You could banish the Watcher, replay it to the same location. You could even replay it in your base, remember. And you can also play the additional cost to accelerate it, which is important to note. And when you do all of these things, you would also give -3 to everything. Temporal Breach, I'm going to be real honest. Oh, actually, that's even a better point. Oozbeer from my Twitch chat pointed out as well. It's actually a good card for token removal because it's not only a friendly unit, it is actually banish a unit. If you banish a token, it just gets banished forever. They don't get to replay it. So this card actually is great. I'm going to give it 4 stars. I think this card will see some amount of play, more so for probably like combo decks or value decks where they want to do tempo things. Anything that has really big, like when you play me effects, this gets absolutely insane. You can't replay to base unless the unit was already in base though. Yes. No, that's what I would mean. The unit would be in base. Yes. It's just the same location. Yes. But this card's incredible. This card does so many different things. It offers protection. It offers replayability of when you play me stuff. It does a lot. Now, obviously, it's only protection when you're playing it hidden because you need to play at reaction speed. But there's a lot of options, and you could change your play patterns in accordance to what deck you're against. But I love this card. I think this card is going to be very, very strong. And even if it doesn't see a lot of play off the bat, it could in the future. What's also nice, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, you could also banish a unit that an opponent has empowered and then play it to the same location, and it wouldn't be the same unit, which would mean it would lose its empowered status. Our next card is going to be Bottled Constellation for 10 energy and 2 power. It's a gear which reads, at the start of your main phase, so this is after Awaken, Beginning, Channel, Draw, then you go into your main phase. So at the start of your main phase, you may kill 3 other friendly units and or gear to score 1 point. There's a lot of options that this card absolutely gives. This is a control card. Or realistically, alternatively, this could be an aggro card, which once you run out of gas and your opponents start like gumming up the board, you could potentially use this as a way of getting 1 point. Do I think this card is good? No, but I'm not going to go at 1 star. I think there is some playability. I think this could potentially be like a card you play in your sideboard. This could be an interesting way that you play this in like Jace decks or Ornn decks. I don't think this is going to be a card that breaks the game open. I think this is going to be a sideboard card, but because you are now going to have access to more sideboard cards, it's maybe good. Maybe. Breakable? Probably not. But interesting. And I like that it also now plays in a place where it's on the beginning of your main phase. We've got cards that talk about other areas of your phasing. The start of your main phase is not a phase we've used a huge amount of, so I'm interested. We'll see. Will it be broken? Probably not. Will it be a card that people play around with? Yeah. It is a gear, so it will be susceptible to certain things, so if gear removal is prevalent in the format, this might see less play, but we'll wait and see. Our next card is going to be Jace, Brilliant Inventor. It is a 6 energy, 1 power, 6 might unit. Champion unit Jace Piltover, which reads, when you play me, or the first time you play a non-token gear each turn, you may ready something besides me that's exhausted. So Jace is an interesting card. Now the thing is, obviously it's only the first time, it's either when you play me, you can typically get a gear, or it's ready something else. So you could also do this with units. I don't think there's going to be a huge amount of units. It's probably 9 times out of 10 going to be gear. But the nice thing is also when you play a non-token gear each turn. Now, the important thing is you can't also do this with units. Now, obviously, if it was reading when you play me or the first time you play a non-token gear or unit, you may ready something else besides me that's exhausted. This could be very playable. I feel like I'm working really hard for something, and in a lot of situations, I should just play Orange Jace and just have like a good unit that instead of having a unit that works more. For that exact reason, I'm going to give it 2. I think it costs a bit too much and realistically isn't going to be good enough. But hey, maybe you want this over just the objective good unit. I doubt it, but maybe? Maybe. There's also the fact that in Jace decks, you could also just play the one from Spirit Forge, which allows you to have like really fun little things you can do. Yeah. This is cool artwork, though. I do like the artwork. And our final mind unit, or a mind card from Vendetta, is going to be Mel, Newly Awakened. For 4 energy and 1 power, it reads, for 4 might, it has, when you play me, draw 1 card. It is also a Mel unit, the champion unit, Mel Noxus. When you play me, draw 1. It reads, empower for 3. And when it's empowered, your spells and ability can't be countered. And if a spell or ability you control would give minus to a unit you choose, it deals an additional -1 might. So, what's really interesting is, I think the top line, which is draw a card. That's just good. You play it, you get a 4 for 4, and you're paying a power basically to draw a card. That's worth it. 1 power to draw a card is absolutely worth it. And then the empowered part, it goes, okay, spells and abilities can't be countered. That's huge in certain matchups. Other matchups is kind of whatever. It doesn't actually do much. But against orange decks and green decks, and even purple decks, right? This is like a genuine thing, right? So half of the color pie, Mel says, no. Now, you're probably not going to put her to a battlefield where she will just be absolutely killed on sight, but it's pretty good. But what this also does is things like Frigid Touch or Stupefy or Mel herself, which works because you've empowered, so you can then disempower her and then do more. Actually, giving minus is pretty good. Obviously, you're probably only realistically going to play Stupefy in Mel decks with this being your chosen champion. And I'm just unveiling all of this now because I don't think you'll even play the other one. But I think this is solid. Good would be a stretch, but this will see play in Mel decks. And for that reason, I'm going to give it a 4. I'm not going to give it more than a 4 because it's not going to break the game open, but this is going to see play. This is going to see play as your Mel's chosen champion. Will it see more than that? I doubt it, but it will see play. It will absolutely see play. I can feel confident, full chest, this card will see play. It's not going to warp the metagame. It's not going to be played in lots of decks, like I've said with Patch Porobot or some other cards, But this is going to see play. I can feel confident this will see play, and that's why I'm going to give it a 4/5. Alrighty. Coming over to a body. Our first card is Brutal Hunter. Is a 3 energy, 1 power, 4 might unit from Noxus, which reads Empower for 3, and has when I'm empowered, I have +2 might and ganking. This is another one of these very aggressively costed cards. We saw the Reaper, obviously, over in Fury. I think Brutal Hunter is just good enough where it could see some early play, right? Because when you empower it, it actually triggers a very important unit. This would be very good in Fiora specifically, right? It would go from 3 might to now 6 might, which would then trigger, you then get an extra thing. You're not actually losing anything because now you're getting the power back that you spent earlier when you first played this to then get it back and actually re-trigger it. Ganking is obviously very valuable. I think Brutal Hunter could actually be a playable unit. I'm gonna give it 3. This is one I'm gonna put with the Reaper. I think there is an archetype in a deck where I could absolutely see this working out. Do I think this is gonna see huge amounts of play and truly become a premier card? Probably not. Probably not. But it being 4 might by default is just good enough where it will almost kill all early game units from most decks and then will kind of demand more. I specifically think this will be only realistically good in Fiora. I don't know if we'll be playing this in other decks, but it's good enough where it's just about there where I think I could see some play. But this will be great in your pre-riff decks and you should always play it. Fretful Feline. There is a bit of a lore concern with this card, but I'll let the Legendary Runeterra people in the comment section or in my Twitch chat discuss that one. Is a 6 energy, 5 might unit from Piltover and a cat, which reads, when I become ready, give me +2 might this turn. I'll agree with my Twitch chat. It is a 5 for the art, but if I'm being real when we read the card, it's a 1. It's a 1. It's a 1. It just doesn't do what you need it to do. It's a below rate card that only on your turn when you ready it, realistically, it goes to 7, which is like fine. That's above rate, but like it's just not good. It will see play in pre-rift, but besides that, it's just not going to be playable in any form of constructive play. So sorry, I feel bad for the cat. And I can't even play this in Ivan, right? Like, it's a cat that can't even be played in Ivan, so I can't even give it an Ivan tax. Guttural Roar is a 2 energy spell at action speed, which reads, give a unit +2 might this turn. If it's empowered, give it +4 might instead. Now, this kind of comes down to, obviously, certain cards, if you empower it, this becomes a lot better. But if it's not, you're not playing empowered cards, it's going to be a lot worse. Now, Orange, and potentially a few of its color pairings, does have some pretty good cards. So, we can read this as kind of being 2 energy, give something +3 might. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 4. I'm going to rate the difference and say 3. But if you're being real, you should actually evaluate it for the 2. And then when you do have empowered things, you're getting a bonus. Realistically, it's a 2. This is still worse than arguably the best pump spell in Orange, which you're still going to be playing. Why would you not play Punch first over this in every situation? Guess what? No reason. You should just play Punch first. So, would you play this as like the 4th or the 5th Punch first? Probably not. Probably not. So, Guttural Rage, Guttural Roar is going to be a 2 out of 5. Jagged Cutlass is a 3 energy gear equipment for 1 body, which reads +2 might, and I can't be moved by enemy spells or abilities. Solid. Orange has wanted something like this for a very, very hot minute. It's not quite that I can't be targeted by enemy spells and stuff, but it's kind of in that way of playing around with the idea that movement in a lot of situations is the way that people want to do this sort of thing. Meaning that now I can play this on a unit, you can't move it, and if your deck revolves around the idea of maybe moving my stuff around, you can't do that. Suddenly, that unit is stuck where it wants to be. I actually really like this. Now, is this going to be absolutely crazy, playable, destructive things? I do not think so. Do I still think this is probably going to be just good enough to play in some decks as like a 1-of or a 2-of? Yes. Yes, and it is 2 might. It's doing just enough things where I'm like, this could see some play. It could see play as a 1-of, maybe a 2-of, but I do not think it will be played as a 3-of, and it will be played in a lot of orange decks. It's fine. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. Legion Marauder is a 2 energy, 2 power, Noxus Trefarian, I think is the tag. It's very small on my screen here. Which has Empower for 1 energy or 1 power, which is interesting. And reads, when it's empowered, I have +1 might. So, this is maybe one of the most aggressively played Empower cards, meaning you can either do it with just power, or you can just do it for 1 energy if you have it. Now, what I love about this is you could play this to your base, and then your next turn, if you're on the play, you could play a 3 cost unit and then weave in +1 to make this a 3 might unit. Alternatively, you could just play this on the draw and then immediately just go, well, I don't have another unit to do, so I'm just going to empower this immediately. This is cool. I like this card. This card does, however, have the slight thing when it comes to evaluating it of, is Empower or is this going to be playable enough in orange decks where you want this? Realistically, the fact is, when you're playing this for 3 on the draw, or you are weaving this in, you are trading with a lot of just 3 cost units. So this is only going to be very good in aggressive strategies. So realistically, spots where you want to have multiple units come down. So do I think this really hits the needle in a lot of these areas? No. That's the sad part. This is still going to be not quite good enough, because the decks where I feel like I could maybe be like, oh, this is interesting, I don't think it's going to be there. There is only one legend I think this might see play, which is Ambessa, which allows me to, obviously, I can then disempower Ambessa and ready a unit for a power. But the problem is, if I'm doing this with the Marauder, it doesn't work great. But obviously, I could choose to do the Marauder for 1 energy, and then that same turn, ready a unit I had played that turn, and then smash in and kind of make it really valuable. There's a chance this is good, but it's hard to know for sure. As such, I'm going to give it 3. If this sees no play, I'll be like, I just missed the mark on Empower. But if this does see some play, I'll be like, yeah, okay, I kind of figured this out correctly. Our next one is going to be Plateworm Egg. 3 energy for a gear, which enters Exhausted, which reads Exhaust 1, Empower for 1 and Exhaust. And then at reaction speed, you can exhaust it to add 1. Or if it's empowered, you can add 2 instead. I think the egg is going to be pretty playable in Jace. I don't know if it's going to necessarily be played outside of Jace. But the nice thing is, what this does do is potentially any deck that wants to have ramp and not through its runes, they're going to play this. They just will. There is rumors and murmurs that potentially this will be good in like some Aurora decks. The problem is it does come in exhausted, but then immediately you then get to go, well, on the draw, if I don't have like mobilize, I can then play this, and then I can untap, and then I'd actually have access to 6 runes immediately, which then means if I go Catalyst and then I draw a mobilize, I can then suddenly go into it. Or I could play I could play this and something else. There is a few sequences where Egg is going to become the next ramp thing. And obviously, whenever you do play like Catalyst or Mobilize, the rune comes in tapped. So it's kind of the same as playing it with this. And the nice thing about this, and really important thing, is sudden removal, like acceptable losses, where each player kills a gear, or sacrifice a gear. I can't remember quite the wording there. You can sacrifice the egg instead of your Aurora. So egg is actually offering a lot of utility, and in certain spots where you can kind of potentially benefit from making a bunch of gear with Egg, with energy. You can make a bunch of energy with it because you could untap with Jace. This could go off. So I think Egg, it's probably going to be, well, no, not 5, 4. 4. I'm going to give it 4. There's just enough ways where I'm like, this card is probably good. Probably good, right? It's got to be. If I'm wrong, I'll be interested. But this is just interesting. This is just a very interesting one. It might not see any play like Energy Conduit, but I feel like because you can just go above with the Empower, and the Empower kind of being like something you could just do very easily for one, it's interesting. They also work rather well in pairs, obviously, or in trips. So we'll see. We'll see. Repair Specialist is a 3 energy, 3 might unit from Zon, which reads, I have assault equal to the number of gear you control. So if you control 3 gear, she has 3 assault, so she'll hit him for 6. My only concern is it's not green or blue. If it was green or blue, I'd be like, oh, this card's great. I'm going to play this on. I'm actually going to pop up. The fact that it's gear, I mean, it's kind of like a Jace card. My Twitch chat is saying Jax. I don't think this is going to be a Jax card. It's fine. She's fine. I think 3 for 3, and then maybe gets to be like, oh, I have Assault 2, and then I get like Magical Christmas Land is you play this, you have like you have a seal plus like Brutalizer or something. You attach this in Jax. She attacks him for 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Like that's really good. But it's all assault. So on the swing back, she's just a 4 might unit and then she dies. I worry. I don't know if she's actually going to be that good. As such, we're going to give her 2. There's a maybe, there's a way that you could potentially use it, but I think the problem with this card is you are going through a lot of hoops, and unless you can recall her after getting the point and pulling her back, you're kind of just going, oh, okay, I'll swing in, I'll probably kill your guy there, and then I die. The other factor is, your opponent will know exactly where this is going because you played this card and it never did much. So it's whatever. Tools of the Emperor, which is wild because I can't actually play the Emperor when I'm playing this. Weird. Can't play Nazir. Is a 4 energy gear, which has Empower 2, which reads tap. Exhaust it, give a unit +2 might this turn. If this is empowered, give a unit +4 might instead. This is an interesting one. I don't necessarily say this is interesting good. I think this is just an interesting card. In some spots, this is a really good card. This is probably better than Frozen Ice, Deep Ice, the gear that the green gear that gives +3. This is in some ways better. In some ways, this is worse because you have to put 6 energy into it to actually get that. And you are probably going to have to, like, kind of go off tempo. The nice thing is, at least the Empower is less than the actual original cost. I'm using a lot of things here to kind of be like, hey, I'm trying to find a way to make this good. I just don't know how I'm going to make this good. There's also not a huge amount of ways of playing tokens with this sort of thing. Maybe there might be in the future. But to just be on the safe side, I'm just going to actually give it like a 2. Like, it's not a terrible card, but again, it's not an action or reaction speed. I can't do this on my opponent's turn. I can only do this on my turn, which means it's instantly not like a busted or broken card. It's very easy for my opponent to potentially set up for this sort of thing, or I'm going to tap and do something. I can't play this in things like Aurelia or a lot of things where you actually want to target it. I just don't see where this is going to be good. So I'm going to give it a 2. Bakari Wraithclaw. Bakari Wraithclaw is a 4 energy, 4 might unit from Shurima, which has Empower for 1 and 2 power, which reads, when it's empowered, I have +2 might. And when it's empowered, Its death knell is channel 2 runes exhausted. Now, this one, I don't want it to be particularly... I want this card to be a little bit better, but like the problem is, and this is the same with a lot of like orange units in general, where does this actually fit in, right? Probably into like an Ambessa deck herself. And if Ambessa is probably going to be like, all right, I can get this, I get a 6 might unit, I've only put 5 and 2 power, but I get the power back. Assuming it dies. If it doesn't die, I cried. Because I've kind of time warped myself in the sense of my opponent got rid of my runes and I didn't get my runes back because my guy didn't die. Starcross is obviously a big killer for this card. Because then your opponent Starcrosses this and then you're just like, well, I pumped a bunch of stuff into this and I have nothing to show for it. However, it is a 4 for 4 and then you could potentially look to do its Empower at any point, really, when you on your turn, when you only have 1 energy floating, or you have a way that you could potentially benefit from doing this and your opponent can't target something. There's a way that this is really good. I don't know if this is going to be broken, but I'm going to just give it a 3. This kind of comes down more than anything for where Ambessa herself comes down. If Ambessa's really good, I think this will be probably pretty playable. If Ambessa's not that good, it's probably more of a 2. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna be on the safe. I'm gonna be safe. I'm gonna just give it a 2. It's a 2. It's a 2. It's a 2. Dane, the Despoiler, is a 5 energy, 5 might unit, which has Empower for 5 and 1 power. And when they're empowered, it's a unit from Noxus, by the way. And when it's empowered, I attack. When I attack or defend, choose a unit here. Increase my might to its might this turn, then give me +1 might this turn. So, when I attack or defend, choose a unit here, probably the enemy unit. Increase my might to its might this turn, then give me +1 might. On its own, unless you combo it with other cards, which there is a card we'll talk about towards the very end of Body, I just don't see this ever being good. I just don't. Like, nice if you can find a way of, like, empowering it without actually having to pay its cost. It's a cute unit, and it will probably be pretty good strictly for pre-Rift, because then this will just always win like combat unless people go in with like 2 units, right? But if you have another unit there, then it's going to be very difficult for people to do something. It's a fine card. It's a fine card. But outside of some cute interactions, it's not going to be good. And as I don't think it's going to be good, I'm just going to give it a 2. Because it's going to be a fun one. But beyond that, don't do it. Don't do it, chat. Just don't. Noxian Demolitionist is a 2 energy, 1 might unit from Noxus, which reads, when I conquer, you may kill a gear. Energy costs, you may kill a gear with the energy cost no more than my might. So, it's orange gear removal. Yep. Now, currently, we don't have a huge quantity of that. Currently, the best gear removal in orange is Akshan, which doesn't really gear remove, it's more like gear take. Which, hey, I mean, it's nice that at least something works, right? And if you have Noxian Demolitionist get bigger with like gear, or you power it up like with like any boosting powers, like a punch first or something, you then get to kill a gear. You gotta work really hard to kill an Aurora. But it's at least nice that Noxian Demolitionist, by default, early game can get rid of seals. And that's kind of like the baseline of where you go with it, right? Beyond that, I don't know if she's necessarily going to be backbreakingly crazy broken. But it's kind of cool. Why am I reaching so hard? It's a 1. Let's be real. It's a 1. It kills gear. It kills a seal, and that's realistically where it's going to be. Beyond that, it's a sideboard card that orange might play if your pairing color doesn't have gear removal, which most other colors have way better gear removal outside of like... No, everybody else has better gear removal. Yep. You gotta work real hard in orange. Onslaught is 4 energy for a spell, which reads, give a unit +6 this turn. It also has flow for 4. Play this in pre-rift. It's a fun little combat trick where it's not even a combat trick. You're just going to give something +6 and then just go bang, win. Probably 2 for 1 your opponent. And then later turns, you'll just go, oh, I'm just going to flow this. And your opponent's like, oh, I forgot about that. And then you probably win. In constructed, I think this is a lot worse. It's slow speed. Again, if this wasn't slow speed, but they on purposely made all flow cards to be slow speed, I don't think this is going to be very good. I'm going to give it a 1. It's way worse than Punch First, and if that's the baseline, it's going to be worse than Punch First. It is 4 energy. It is 6 might, but it is 4 energy, and that's the hurt. That's what's hurting here. Flow is nice though, so if you ever play this in another color where you potentially discard anything, this could be it. Profiteer. When you play me, you may dispower something you control to empower a legend, unit, or gear. Meaning, if you have a very easy way of empowering something, such as empower, you can then move this across. So, this is one of the ways that when we're talking about Dame, if you had a random thing such as the egg, or if you're playing blue, right, and you just went, oh, I'm just going to tap and empower with my questionable tomb, you could then go, oh, Profiteer, I'm going to play Profiteer, and then move it over so Dame has that empower by default. Now, this only really works when you have a bunch of stuff that you would like to move around with the empowering. You can disempower and then re-empower things. Do I think it's good? No. But it is a 4 for 4, so we're going to give it 2 stars because it's on rate unit. But I can't even do it for on rate unit. It is a card that... It's a card... I'm going to give it 2. I'm going to give it 2. I'm going to give it 2. The idea is that when you play me, you can do something. Now, obviously, I've mentioned cards like Flickering, so like Temporal Breach. There are a few other ways of potentially replaying it. And if you can do something like that with like Portal, if there are going to be more cards in the future where you can replay her and then you re-empower things and then you can do something and you can get the empower for free, or you can do it for a gear and that gear then lets you cheat the game. She could be really good. But the thing is, it's only once, because when you play me, it's just not doing too much more. So I'm going to just give it 2 for now. In the future, this could be a very, very, very powerful card. As it currently stands, it's kind of whatever. Rampage is the next card. It's a spell for 3 energy. As you play this, you may pay 1 power as an additional cost. Choose a friendly unit and an enemy unit. If you paid an additional cost, give a friendly unit +2 might. They deal damage each to each other's might. So this is challenge for an extra 1, but you don't have to pay the power. And if you do pay the power, your unit gets bigger. Challenge has been shown to be one of the premier, like, removal-ish cards in the format. And the fact that you can now just by default go, hey, I want a plus might, which means you could potentially rampage with something and then use that same unit to then conquer a battlefield. All of this is just thumbsing up the whole time. It's a really, really, really solid card. I'm going to give it probably... It is still in my eyes worse than Challenge. And if I'm saying Challenge is probably 5, this doesn't have action or reaction. I'm going to bring it down to 3. I'm going to bring it down to a 3. The +2 might is a really nice thing to have, so you could potentially early game kill something and then move in and conquer and then potentially just go again. Not paying action or reaction speed and being slow speed does make it significantly worse. So yeah, but it's still a solid card. And as I've said, I still think 3-star cards could see some play. Not a huge amount of play, but some for sure. Ambessa the Wolf. is a 4 energy, 4 might champion unit, Ambessa from Noxus. And she has Empower for 3 and 1 body. And has, when she's empowered, plus 3 might and can't be dealt damage unless I'm in combat. Which is important, right? Obviously, this is saying that any red spells, most of the time, obviously there are some others, but red spells probably just basically don't do any damage to her, which then means you can only do it in combat. Now, obviously, you do have to empower, and any bounce spells, such as, like, your boy's one of favorite cards in all of Riftbound at the moment of Starcross, does just kind of look at Ambessa and go, ah. But, even so, outside of Starcross and bounce cards, Ambessa is still going to be 7 might and is going to be difficult to deal with. Especially if you have any pump spells like Punch First or anything. Very, very, very difficult. Now, it's not got like any, she's not got anything that makes her significantly like overpowered. Like there's no Death Kneel here, which really pushes her over the top. There's no like, deflect or anything that really makes her like or even anything that really goes, hey, you have to pay more. So I kind of like don't feel like crazy good about her, but I do think she's solid and she will absolutely be played in Ambessa decks herself. So I'm gonna give her a preemptive 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's on rate when you empower her, and then she has the thing. I'm gonna give her a 4. I'm gonna give her 4. For the idea that even when you empower her, she's a still on rate unit, but then does add additional things. She adds that additional line, which does make her significantly better. There are going to be times where you just play a 4 for 4, and then you just kind of do other things. And there are going to be other occasions where you're just like, oh, late game, I'll just play Ambessa and immediately empower her. And now my opponent has to deal with this next turn. So I like it. She's solid. Good enough to see some play. I've come around on her. I've played around. I played with and against her more. And I've been a little bit shocked at how powerful she was. Decree of Strength is the body decree, which is 1 energy for a spell that reads, choose an opponent, they reveal their hand, and you choose a mind card from it, and they recycle that card. It's a worse Sabotage. Now, Sabotage is a very good card, but it only hits mind cards. In some spots, this is going to be really good. In other spots, this is going to be like, oh man, I can't take the card I actually need to take. I'm going to give this a 2. Simply because in the right spots, in the right matchups, in the right sideboards, this is going to be a great card that you're going to play. This is like a one-of. But you're always going to play the 3 Sabotage first before you play the first Decree of Strength. Again, also, mind cards have to be all over the place. But on the assumption that mind is a playable color, I think this is good. And as Chloe in my chat has rightly pointed out, if you at least still do get to reveal their card. You do at least get to take something. You do get to at least see the opponent's hand, even if you don't get to take a card. So it's fine. It's fine. Sabotage is obviously better, but this is more playable than some of the other decrees we've spoken about. Gangplank is a 5-star card. Now let me read him. Gangplank Naval is 6 energy for a 6 might unit. Champion unit Gangplank Bilgewater has Empower, 2 body, 2 power for it, and then Empowered. If a spell or ability that chooses me would stun me, give me minus might, or return me to a hand, give me plus 3 might instead. So it would stop that ability from happening, but it doesn't counter it. Important. But it does give him more might. Meaning a lot of people want to obviously play Gangplank and then go, oh, I'm going to stupefy my Gangplank, which actually goes plus 3 my Gangplank, draw a card. Right? You could also look to do this in like purple orange decks and go, oh, I'm going to Starcross target my Gangplank, give him plus 3, bounce your thing. There's a lot of ways that Gangplank himself just goes absolutely off. And if people do not just like have like actual hard removal, like in like either like Falling Star to deal 6 to him and you don't have any pump spells, or they have to have yellow and have like Hidden Blade or something, like Gangplank is just going to go absolutely crazy goated mode He's going to be he's one of the best orange units we've ever had. Genuinely, like, rivals, like, Elder Drake. I love this card. This card is great. If you're playing any sort of unit deck in orange, you should probably be playing Gangplank in your deck as just a default. This is just like a blanket statement. Orange decks should probably, if you're not playing Elder Dragon, should probably be playing some number of Gangplank. Like, at least 1 or 2. Minimum in the sideboard. Like 1 in the sideboard, going to the full 3 in certain spots. Because in some decks will not be able to interact with this card, and you will just win off the back of Gangplank. Hextech Disc is a 4 energy, 1 power gear, which reads tap to empower it, which then reads disempower this for 1 and 1 exhaust, and you exhaust it. You play a mech token to your base. Now, if you could play it anywhere, this card would be absolutely really, really good. As it stands, it's okay. I played a Jace deck, which kind of like utilize this to kind of make a lot of mech tokens, and because of Jace you can then untap and then you can retap him, which means you could make like 1 mech every single turn, and then there's other ways that you can re-empower it and you can kind of go off, and it does really cool stuff. Does it break the game open? No. Is it a lot of fun though? Yes. Can you play this in Rumble? No. Why can't you play this in Rumble? I do know for lore reasons. I understand it's the Hextech disc, but man, Rumble's feel real sad about that. I'm gonna give this... God, I want to give this like a 3 out of 5, but I want to give it like 3.5 out of 5. It's gonna see play, but it's gonna see play in tier 2 decks and tier 3 decks. I'm gonna give it a 3 out of 5. I'll give it 3 out of 5. I'm going to give it 3 out of 5 for that reason. It's going to see play. It will see some fun play. I don't think this will be a meta warping deck. I don't think this will even be a top tier deck. But it's a very fun deck, and I have thoroughly enjoyed playing with this card. And I think in the future, if you could find a way of, like, always making 1 mech to 2 mechs a turn with this, then we can really start talking. But as it stands, because it's just a little bit too slow, I'm going to give it 3. Jace, Hammer in Hand, is a 4 energy, 1 power, 5 might champion unit, Jace from Piltover. Which reads, when I become ready, choose 1 to give me this turn. Assault 2, Deflect 2, or Ganking. Meaning that if you really go all over the place, or you can ready him more than once, you could really turn him on and just go, oh, I'm going to Assault 2 and then have Ganking. Or I'm just going to have Ganking, or I'm just going to have Assault 4, or I'm going to have Deflect 4. Deflect is probably the one that you're going to least use. I think Assault and Ganking will be, but if you know your opponent potentially has some form of interaction, Jace could just be a 5 power, 5 might unit with like 2 Deflect, and that might just be enough where your opponent goes, I don't know if I really want to play the Deflect class. That's going to be really painful, but they might be forced to. I think Jace is a very, very solid card. It's a 4 out of 5. It's going to see a bunch of play in Jace decks. I think this is the better Jace. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. And I love the idea that the idea is that the hammer is giving him these different abilities. Like, flavor win. Flavor win as well. Hats off. Honestly, hats off to the design team. Our next card is Wild Claws, which is a 7 energy and 1 power spell, which reads, look at the top 5 cards of your main deck. You may banish a unit or a gear from among them, and then play it, reducing its energy cost by 5, recycle the rest. Then you may do this, power it. So the idea is that you could play this with Theme of Despair, which would make this actually a free thing to do. You could also play this with Ambessa, and it would be free. You could play this, and then you still have to pay another 1 for Gangplank, and you basically don't have to pay 2 power for it, but you played a power for the Wild Claw. You can see where I'm kind of like coming down. This is a fun card. Good card, no. Will I have a YouTube video where I play a deck where I only try and win by resolving Wild Claw, and the card that I play has to be the card that like helps me win the game? Yes. Absolutely. I can't wait to play this. Am I going to play this in anything else? Oh, this is a fun content card. Cataclysmic Duel. is an 8 energy, 3 power spell, which reads, each player chooses a unit they control. Kill the rest. Now, this is one of the probably more interesting cards coming out of Vendetta. I don't necessarily know the spot that this would fit into. But obviously, you could look to play this in something like an Aurora deck, where you're only playing, in a lot of spots, Elder Dragon with Gutter Palace as another thing you're doing. But what this does do is it wipes the board. Now, it is very expensive, being 3 power, to actually cast the card. But once you've actually probably got your Aurora going and you're doing some stuff, Cataclysmic Jewel could be a way of stopping people who have gone, I'm going to keep everything in base. You just go, oh, well, Jewel. Lose everything but one thing. My dragon goes here. Go. It's interesting. I think this will be a card in the future, which could be like a 4 to 5. But as it stands now, I don't really see the decks where this is going to fit in. I do think, by the way, when we one day get Eternal, this might be one of those cards that just the whole metagame is revolving around, because it's like, well, if my opponent plays a Jewel, I just lose. Because I only have 1 unit and I need both my units. And you lose. You just lose. As it stands now, I think this is an interesting control card. Specifically a control card. Unless mid-range decks get real weird and they want to play this. I don't know. The problem is, for the person playing this card, is your opponent, 1, gets to play units after you. And the other problem is each player chooses. If you, as the player who playing the card, got to pick which unit survived, obviously you go, you can keep your recruit. I keep my Elder Dragon. Go. It's not how the card works. And it doesn't also have a line where it can't be countered. But I like the design space. I like what this is trying to do. Corrupted Dragoon is our next card, which is a unit from the Shadow Isles, and it's a dragon for 10 energy and 2 power for a 10 might unit, which reads, if your score is not, ladies and gentlemen, within 3 points of victory, I enter ready. When I attack, you may move any number of enemy units here, each with the power of 5 or less to its base. Now, I've played this in Dragon Tribal. It was not that good. It was fine, but it wasn't that good. It was okay. Totally okay. It's like a 2. I'm going to be real. I'm going to be real. I'm going to cut that off so fast. The problem is, it doesn't really do too much. A lot of the time, it's always coming in ready, but you're still paying 10 and 2 power. Even with Dragon Tribal, where you're potentially able to discount it and then untap some runes, and it's kind of working a little bit, it's still a very expensive unit to not really do much. Like, yeah, you get to play it and you probably killed something, but a lot of decks have ways of like dealing with this on the back end, on the backswing. Trust me, I lost to a set who just went bigger than than this. I was petrified at that. It's fine. But it doesn't have a lot of ways of like protecting itself, winning the game, and it just pushes units off. It doesn't necessarily kill them. Now, if it said it came in and when I attack, kill any number of units here with 5 or less power, oh, now it's sweeping things. Now it's really doing a lot. But as it stands, it's not. Don't play this in your Aurora decks. This is bad. And our final one for body is going to be a Renekton Brute. Is a 5 energy, 4 might champion unit Renekton Shurima, which reads 1 energy, give me +1 might this turn, and you can do that any amount of times that you want to do it each turn. And reads, when my might becomes 10 or more, empower me. And when he's empowered, I have deflect and ganking. So this is the Renekton you play in your Renekton decks, by the way. Like, just straight up. It's fine. He's fine. Good. Fine. What does fine mean? 3 out of 5. The problem is you have to slam 6 energy into him to make him 10, which then empowers him. Alternatively, you can play other cards to do this. You could also... You can look to do it other ways, but I have not found great ways of doing it outside of going 1 and punch first. And then you're like, oh, okay, then I go up to 10. But then I've had to use a card, and I've got to do things. And the problem is, you kind of want to get him onto a battlefield, like ready, awaken him, and then already him, and then you want to like go, oh, slam 10 into him, He's awakened now, gank over, bang. But it's also only 1 deflect. If it had read, once it's empowered, I can't beat the target spells or abilities in opponent's control. Like, if it basically became like a better Ruin Runner, this card be sick. But it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that. So it's kind of missing. It's missing some stuff. So yeah, it's a 3. All right. Our first card in Chaos is Kinku Lifeblade. It's a 4 energy, 4 might unit from Ionia, which reads Empower for 2. And when it's empowered, I have +1 might and ganking. So realistically, what you read this as, it's a 4 for 4, or you can play it as a 6 for 5 with ganking. That's kind of below rate. That's kind of below rate. It's not really doing what you need or what you want in a lot of spots. It's a perfectly fine card that's better in pre-Rift, but it's like never going to see any constructed play. Like, I actually don't think it's ever going to see any constructed play. Yeah, I'm going to give it a 1. I think the problem is you're spending 6 for a 5 might unit that has ganking and +1. But 6 for a 5 might unit is below rate, and like kind of significantly below rate at this point. And ganking, while it's a nice ability, it's not an ability you would pay an energy for. Even if you go 1 energy for the might, 1 energy for the gank, you wouldn't pay 1 for the gank. You just wouldn't. You just wouldn't. So that's going to be the Lifeblade. Our next card is Mask Mother, which is a 3 energy, 3 power unit from the Shadow Isles, and it's a spirit. Which reads, when you discard me, you may pay 1 to give a friendly unit +2 might this turn. So this kind of works mostly with like Zed and a few other discard outlets, which is interesting because then there is always a benefit. Now, you still have to pay another 1 for that benefit, so it's a little rough. You would kind of want this to be a free benefit, but the idea is that obviously they don't want people discarding multiple of these and then getting a bunch of stuff and then later banishing these. But that is kind of what Zed would like to do. You don't actually ever play this as a unit. You would want to discard this and give a unit +2 might and then banish it, and then your Shadow clone gets 4 assault. All of these things work, and then you banished it unit, so then you empowered Shen. No, you empowered the Zed, so then you keep the chain going. Mask Mother is kind of interesting. It might see fringe play, I think, in Zed specifically. I don't think this is realistically going to see any play outside of Zed. So it kind of remains to be seen if it will rise up through the ranks or if it will kind of be capped as like a random fun card that people play as like a 1 or 2 of in Zed. And it's kind of like the card that people are looking to cut out of their decks, or if it will actually be more of a linchpin. Shadow Order Disciple is a 2 energy, 2 might unit from Ionia, which reads, when I move, you may burn 1 to give me +1 might turn. This is good. This is a real good card. It's not breaking the game. It's a real good card, though. This is a really good card. Like a really, really good card. The only reason this isn't a 5 is because it's so easy to kill this card. But any amount of movement, any amount of stuff, like if you get 3 burn off this card's insane. This card's insane. But there's a lot of things you will like move in, maybe you'll trade with something, maybe you'll eat something. But this is very, very, very powerful. Obviously, this enables a lot of stuff when you burn it, which obviously certain cards really, 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 really want to play this sort of thing. Obviously, we talked about a bunch of Zed cards, and this is explicitly a Zed card. But Endless Riches would really like this card. Flow cards obviously benefit massively, because then you just kind of flow it, you pick it over and then you go, oh, cool, flow card. I can play it for free. Like, this card is just fantastic. One of the new Premier 2 drops in Chaos. Solid. 4 out of 5. Our next card is Shadow Cloaked Lurker. It is a 5 energy, 5 might unit from Ionia, which reads, I cost 2 less for each card with my name. Crash. I'm not walking through these hoops. I'm just telling you, I'm not walking through these hoops. Very similar to when we spoke about Shadow Assassin. The Lurker is just working. I'm doing too much. And at best, I have 2 lurkers in my trash and this costs 1. Cool. I don't care. I don't want to play a 5 for 5 on rate and then it gets worse. Now, in pre-rift or in draft or in other formats where I could potentially have like 4, 5, or 6 of these. Oh my god, now we're cooking. But we're not cooking in constructed. We're maxed at 3 and there's so many better things I could be doing in my deck. No. Spiderling is gonna see play. Is it the best card? Is it a Metal Warper? No. Why am I giving it 5? Spiderling is going to be such a funny card to play. I'm going to play this in paper. And very importantly, Spiderling now adds a floor. What is a floor, Alex? Okay, so a floor is the idea that this is the minimum level a deck must be at to be seen as, like, good. Spiderling Teemo decks, genuinely Spiderling with blue Teemo decks, are going to become that floor. You must be able to deal with people playing Spiderling. If you cannot deal with Spiderling, your deck is just bad, or you're just playing a deck where you're just like, I hope I never play against a Spiderling deck, because if I do, I insta lose to Spiderling. Spiderling, let's just read Spiderling, because I've gone off about the card already without reading it. Spiderling reads 3 energy, 1 might for a unit Shadow Isle Spider, which has hidden and reads, I have +1 might for each other unit you control here with my name. So if you have 2 here, they're both 2 might. You have 3 here, they have 3 might. You have 4 here, they have 4 might each. And this is all of them. And your deck can have any number of Spiderlings named Spiderling. Okay? So you can have unlimited numbers. The average you want to play about 30-ish or so Spiderlings in your deck. Play things like Consult the Past. I was playing Consult the Past, Blue Teemos, and what else? Oh, Guerrilla Warfare, because I was playing Teemo's signature spell. Spiderling, it like fits in that deck, and that just basically adds a flaw. Like, you have to be able to beat Spiderling's deck. Now, I don't think you'll see Spiderling decks really at RQ level. Obviously, the best battlefield for Spiderling is Bandletree. You will probably lose to Spiderling decks on a Bandletree, because you will never hold. And if they go first, you will lose, because they will play their blue Teemo to their base. They will then, in turn, jam blue Teemo into there. If you do not kill that blue Teemo, they will play a Spiderling. They will then hide 2 more Spiderlings, and the game is already over. I have done this too many times. This is the flaw. Now, non-Bandletree decks. Okay. All right. Different. But this is a great card. I love this card. It adds a flaw to the format. And if you haven't played a Spiderling deck, please do try playing a Spiderling deck. You're gonna have a whale of fun. Even if you lose, I had fun. So please go play this. Go play this deck. It's so good. Stargazer. Stargazer is a 5 energy, 4 might unit from Mount Targon. Spells with flow you play from your trash cost 2 less to a minimum of 1. At this moment in time, I don't really think Stargazer is going to be that impressive. Stargazer might be one of these cards, though, in the future, where it's a 5. At this moment in time, it's like a 2. It's got some cute little things. It's not terribly statted. Typically, cards like this in other card games are like horribly statted. This would be like 5 energy and it'd be like a 1 might unit. It's not. It's a 4. It's not like a baby. It like can do something. You also don't have to be in a battlefield, so it doesn't have that awkward condition. It doesn't look crazy broken because the flow cards aren't crazy. And it only looks at flow cards. So if we have any things in the future which we are going to get in the future, which look at or want to do something with specifically cards in your trash, this is not going to proc it. But flow cards, and if flow becomes just the default thing for anything, or when you play it from your trash for its flow cost, and then you banish this, I don't think so, because flow, in sense, you have to banish the card. But if we, we'll see. I'm going to give this a 2. I don't think this is going to be seeing crazy amount of play, but who knows? There might be a combo deck in the future which uses this and it's a 5. I don't think we're going to get that, though. And not anytime soon. Tornado Warrior is a 3 and 3 might, 3 energy and 3 might unit from Vandal City Yordle, which has hidden. And when you play me from face down, you may empower something here. disempower it at the end of the turn. So, kind of cool, right? Because you can just empower something explicitly there. So a lot of the big empower things that you could do would be like, oh, you could do Dame, but then you've got to move Dame, kind of make it good, because you have to have Dame at the battlefield. And it's like there are absolutely ways of making this broken, and there are absolutely cards which will probably make this broken, right? Imagine Applied Researcher. You just go, okay, cool, bang, throw this in, you empower it now for free, because it would be free. And now you're going to be able to potentially pop off. Now, you can't do it with gear, because most gear is going to be at your base when you're going to empower it. So you can't do it with, like, Helm of Suppression and just empower it for a turn, or I don't know. There is, like, some stuff where it's like, oh, this could be really interesting, but you can't, like, Rage Amplifier and, like, make all your units insanely big. I actually think this card is getting wildly overrated. Like, insanely overrated. I think there are going to be some good cards, and I think in the future this could be a very powerful card. But I'm not really seeing a huge amount of stuff where I look at this card and go, oh, this breaks it. This is the card that breaks it. I look at this card and go, okay, this is strong. This is good. But I'm like not crazy blown away. It's good. It's a good card. I'm going to give this a 4 out of 5 for the reason that there is nothing where I look at it and go, oh, I see, this breaks the game. I think a lot of the time you look at this and go, oh, this is like good. This is like good. That's where it comes down to 9 times out of 10. This is like good. The other factor is, it doesn't do anything if you don't have a unit there and you empower something. You also, if you're playing it from hidden, the unit has to be at that battlefield so you can empower it. Yeah. If you could empower it anywhere, or you didn't have to play it from hidden to gain the empower, like, I could see this being way better. But because I can't empower gear, because I can't empower legends, because I can only empower units, and like, there are very good units to empower, but I'm like I don't feel like I win the game on the spot because I'm going to empower it. It gives me a huge benefit, a boon, absolutely. But I'm not like crazy about it. It's just a very good effect. And as such, 4 out of 5. It's gonna see some play. Out from the Deep is a spell which for 3 energy reads, play 2 1 might tentacle units from build order. And for flow, you can play 3 for 3, you can play it again. This card's also a 4. This card's very, very solid. It is very remnant of a card that I absolutely adored playing in Magic the Gathering, called Lingering Souls. It's not quite Lingering Souls, but it's close enough. It's close enough. This card's great. This card is fantastic. It's efficiency, you get units, you can play this in Aurora, you can play this in other decks with flow. It's just going to be a solid card. If you haven't got units to play, but you've got something to do, you can do this. It's just going to be good in a lot of situations. Very, very good card. Very good card. There's not too much else to say because ultimately you're just making 2 units for 3, which is like below rate, but it is separate places. Obviously in Aurora, you can set this up and you can potentially disrupt or even go in and trade with a 2 might unit. Late game, you just play this and you're like, cool, this is my Elder Drake folder. Bang, go in. Trade, cool. Bang, go in. Trade, cool. Like, this card just does so much. This card does so much. Gust Monk is a 2 energy, 2 might unit from Bandle City Yordle, which reads, you may pay 1 as additional cost to play me. When you play me, if you pay the additional cost, you may banish a card from your trash to give a unit +2 assault. Now, obviously, this combos very well with Zed. So obviously you can then you can enable him because you banished a card, and giving assault. Now you can also, importantly, when you play me, you may banish a card from any trash. Meaning, if your opponent has certain units or things with flow, you can get rid of them. Or if potentially they've got units that they might want to get back in the future, you can very much get rid of it with Gust Monk. But there's all of these reasons it's a 4. It's not going to be like warping the metagame, but it is a way that you can interact with your with the opponent's trash. And for that reason alone, it does enough. It just does enough where you're going to be able to control things. It's a 2 for 2. You can play this and gain more. It just does it. It just does it. It just works. Ravenbloom, perfect, is a 3 energy and 3 might unit from Noxus, which reads, when an opponent plays a gear, you may banish me to banish it. Lovely thing about this is you can just play this, and your Aurora opponent can play something else, and you don't have to banish it. Meaning, what this does is, unless your opponent plays a gear you really care about or worried about, or you know they're going to get a lot of value about, you can just be like, I'll just have my 3 unit. And obviously, if they play a gear where it's particularly just good or value for them, you're like, nah, okay, I'm just going to banish that. But otherwise, your Protector, your Perfect, can just chill. They can just chill and just wait until there is a gear they actually want to get rid of. Or other times you can just not get rid of anything. I'm actually going to be very honest though. I do think this is a 3. This is a little bit of a bait card because obviously your opponent just doesn't have to play the gear. And then they can remove this unless you literally play this and hold this in base. It's an option. I think it's good, but it's an option. Shadows of the Past is a spell which reads, for 3 energy and 1 power, reads, return up to 2 units from your trash to return up to 2 units from trashes to their opponent's hand. Now, what's interesting is you could target your opponent's trash unit. And it could just be 1 from yours and 1 from your opponent's. It's an interesting clause because obviously if an opponent had an Elder Dragon, you could be like, fuck it, I'm just gonna push it back to your opponent, push it into your hand, and they actually wanted it in their discard, their trash, because then they wanted to be able to get it back out. You don't allow that. No. I don't know if it's going to be great. What's also nice is this is a really good card in 2v2. You could potentially go, oh, I want 1 from my one, and then I want to target something of my own, of my teammates, and then put that into their hand. There's a lot of utility in this card. I think this is a 4. I genuinely think this is a 4. Because you can, it's good in 2v2, it's good in 1v1, you can just get 2 from your stuff, you could potentially mess up your opponent's stuff in your trash. It is only units, but it's good enough where it's just targeting enough things, and it's decent value because it is 3 and 1. Solid. Very solid. Pale Cloaked Monarch is a 4 energy and 4 might unit from Ionia, which reads, empower 2 and 2 power. When I become empowered, you may choose a unit in your trash and with energy cost no more than 3 and a power no more than 1 and play it to your base, ignoring its cost. Now, obviously they did this on purpose so that we can't obviously go, well, can't chain these, which I get. Like, we all get that, right? Like, we understand they don't want to chain it. But obviously, you could play this, empower it, get a fizz back, fizz, get another thing back. There's a chain. This is value. It's a value card. Do I think it's a good value card? Because that's a far different question. I'm going to be real. I don't think putting 6 and 1 power to get a unit, and only a unit, it's not like I can play a gear or anything else. It's just a unit with 3 and 1 power to my base. Explicitly also to my base. I can't play it to a thing. I'm gonna be giving it a 3. It just doesn't quite do what you want. It's very expensive for an effect at slow speed, and if your opponent like star crosses this in like the purple mirror, you're gonna just be like, oh god, I've lost the game. I think it's fine, but I feel like I have to jump through just a few too many hoops, and I have to have a few too many things set up to actually make this good. I'm sure there's going to be some deck that's like infinite value purple that will play this, and will also probably play Shadows of the Past. But I don't really care. I'm gonna be real. I don't feel like I care. And Zero in my chat is pointing out that obviously Spectral Matron just does this better, and it does. It just does. Twilight Step is a 2 energy and 1 power spell, which reads move a unit with 3 or less, or 3 might or less. And on the other side has flow for 4 and 1 power. You can move your stuff. You can move your opponent's stuff. You can just move a unit. Typically pretty good. Problem is, it's only 3 might or less. It's very quickly, as we just have gone through with this whole list, a lot of things just go above that. 4 is kind of the break point, which means a lot of stuff that people might just keep in their base, very much, if you think about it back to the applied researcher, that just doesn't get targeted by this. Which means I don't think this is actually very good. I'm going to give this a 2 just on the idea that this might be like an interesting like sideboard card for aggro decks, or like maybe control decks where they're like, oh, actually I want to move the aggro card off, or I want to move it into it so I can kill this thing and then I'll play it for flow and I'll get 2 units for the price of 1 and I'm in a pretty good spot now. Or maybe aggro decks will be like, oh, well, actually a lot of decks are using 3 might units or less, and I'm just going to push them back. And but I feel like I'm talking too many situations where I'm trying to talk myself into it being good, and it's just not. Our next card is Wind and Ghosts. It's a 3 energy and 1 power spell, which you can play at action speed, which reads choose a unit at a battlefield. If it has 3 or less might, banish it. Otherwise, return it to its owner's hand. You can target your own thing, which is nice, but it is only action speed. So if opponents are killing a thing, you can't get it. So a lot of the time, you're going to be using this to like banish an enemy unit for 3 or less, which is like you're kind of like on like slightly below rate, like kind of a parity. Now the unsummon, but also being able to return a unit to your opponent's hand is nice. But why would I play this over Starcross? Wouldn't I just play this instead of Starcross in like most situations? Yes. Yes, I would. Absolutely, I would play this over Starcross in most situations. No, I would play Starcross over this, rather. I'm going to give this a 3. I could see some decks potentially wanting to play this. I think this is just a worse Starcross, and I also don't even think this is in the same ballpark as Starcross. 3 and 1 power is pretty costly. If this was 2 and 1 power, this would potentially be a lot more playable. But as it stands, it's not good. It's not good. Decree of Discord was one of Alan ZQ's reveal cards, and we talked at length about this when it actually came out on the Twitch stream. It's a 1 energy and 1 power for a spell that reads return any number of enemy order units with a total might of 5 or less to their owner's hands. So, in Magical Christmas Land, when order is seeing a lot of play, this card is like a 4 to a 5. When suddenly it's probably seeing less play, because guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Less people actually want to do that, because suddenly if they know Chaos is able to play a card like this, they might see less play. It's more like a 2. I'm gonna just kind of keep it at a 2 on the identity, on the idea that LeBlanc is going to see less play. Yellow units in general see less play. But we'll have to remain to be seen, right? We need to see where the format goes in general. I can see this seeing some amount of play, but obviously the fact that the great thing about this card is that it's return any number of enemy order units with a total of 5 or less might to their owner's hand. So it is up to 5. What's nice is it's anywhere. It doesn't have to be at battlefields, which I feel like is a bit of an oversight, if I'm being very honest, but it's pretty good. It makes this card very good, honestly speaking. So I'm going to give it a 2. But this could be more like a 3 or a 4 if Order is seeing a lot of play. But I feel like if purple decks just have this, they'll just start playing this as a 2 of in their sideboard if Order starts seeing any amount of play. Especially with sideboard slots increasing to 10. Forgotten Relic reads, is a 5 energy gear and reads, when you play this, or at the start of your beginning phase, burn 1. When you burn a unit this way, do this. Give a friendly unit plus might equal to the burnt card's might this turn. Now, obviously, the obvious card that combos well with this is Endless Riches. What this means is instead of drawing a card, what you can do is Forgotten Relic is the alternative. You're now, instead of drawing, you're now burning the card, but now you've burnt the card. Oh, sorry about that. Forgotten Relic is doing that for you, and you're getting a little bit of an upside for it on your turn. Do I think this card is good? No. Not really. I think this is like a card I will play when I try and play like a constructed version of Endless Riches. But Endless Riches I rated at 1. I think this card's a little bit better than Endless Riches because it's kind of like I get to draw 2 cards a turn if I'm playing the right deck for it, and I at least gain some might if it's a unit, and then potentially I have ways of like triggering my unit and doing some cool stuff. But otherwise, it's kind of You know what I mean? And realistically, you want to do Forgotten Relic first and then Endless Riches because you want to immediately keep drawing cards. You don't want to just suddenly be like, oh, I'm now stalling. It's an interesting one. It might see fringe play, but I kind of assume, unless we have a crazy way of reducing gear cost in red and purple, or in Fury and Chaos, that it's probably not going to be one of those things. Our next card is going to be Alawi, Prophetic of the Great Kraken. Or Prophet of the Great Kraken. Jeez, got that wrong. 6 energy for a 4 might unit. A champion unit Alawi Bilgewater, which reads, when you play me, or I score, play 1 tentacle token. I have +1 might for each token unit you control. I think Alawi is not good. Alawi is like asking a bunch of things. I'm spending a lot, and I basically spend 6 to get 5 might in total, split between 2 cards. Now, obviously, when they score, I get more, and obviously, if I've played potentially Up from the Deep, Alawi will be bigger, and I will be playing Up from the Deep in my Alawi deck. But unless I'm playing another way of making a bunch of tokens, Alawi isn't very good. She's not very good. So I don't think Alawi is very good. I'm just going to give her 2. That's just, you have to work a lot to make her good. So, yeah. Mel, Defiant Soul, is a 5 energy, 4 might champion unit Mel from Noxus, which has Empower, discard a spell, and when I become empowered, banish an enemy unit at a battlefield with 3 or less might. This is not good. Why is this not good? Because 1, you have to discard a very specific type of card to benefit from her. So unless it's a flow card, you're going to be sad. And 2, at best, you're going to be discarding a spell to then banish an enemy unit with 3 or might. Now, obviously, if you can work it into a situation where you already had your Mel empowered, so then you disempower her to then minus might on something, and then you discard a spell to then empower, which means then Mel will then empower for future turns, and then you can get rid of a might with a unit with like 5 power because now it's only at 3 might. Like, there's a way. I'm not doing jump through hoops games. The moment you start making me jump through hoops, unless the jumping through hoops is bustedly good, I don't care. I don't think it's very good. So, Mel, I'm going to give 2 out of 5. Also, because it's still a 5 for 4, like, it doesn't benefit. Why would I not just play the blue one? The blue one drew a card. If this drew a card, different story. This would actually be maybe like a 3. It just... Our next card is Mintha, Swiftfoot. Is a 6 energy, 1 power, 6 might unit from Ionia, which reads, when I move to a battlefield, choose 1. Each player discards 1, or each player draws 1. Now, the problem with her is if it was just single-sided, it's not good. Now, I'm going to be real. Most of these assessments, right, have all been for the 1v1 format. Now, if you're playing free-for-all, this is a fun card, right? Because then suddenly you can make deals and go, all right, I'm going to let everybody draw a card. Don't let her die and I'm scoring a point. Everyone goes, okay, you can do politics. In 2v2, you can even set it up to a point where you're like, sure, we can both draw a card that will benefit us more than probably what most opponents are doing. I don't think it's going to be great in 2v2. It's only good in free-for-all for politicking reasons, and this is not good in 1v1. As such, it's a 1-star. It's a 1-star. I'm not doing it. Okay. Our next card is gonna be Zed. Zed without a sound is a 5 energy, 5 might unit, champion unit Zed from Ionia. Which reads, when I conquer, play a 0 might shadow clone unit token to your base. Which also reads, action speed, 1 and 1 power, move me and a shadow clone you control to each other's location. So this is very nice because obviously this now means Zed can kind of switch around with their shadow tokens. There's a few ways of making shadow tokens. What this also means is Zed themselves can go, oh, okay, I'm going to go in here, conquer, switch places, and then I can go in and conquer on the other location if you ready me. But also if you've made other shadow tokens elsewhere, I could potentially be like, cool, conquer here. Cool, I'm now going to switch places. I'm now going to go in here, and then going to switch places again with another shadow token, and you have 2 shadow tokens at places and Zed safe and base, and go around. I think this is going to be the better Zed that you're going to play. I'm going to give him 4 stars. I actually really like this Zed, because you can be very non-committal with the champion, with the unit itself. And the shadow clone tokens, if they survive somehow, can kind of go off. The other factor is, if you feel like your Zed's going to be able to survive, or you can do something to protect them, your opponent now has to deal with the fact that you've got a shadow shadow clone that potentially will just go in for 4, because you're going to be happy to get rid of stuff out of your discard, out of your trash. I think this is going to be great. Like, truly great card, very powerful, and it's a rare. Like, you're going to get this. Kennen. Storm, the Storm of Shuriken? Shuriken. Love this artwork, by the way. It is 3 energy and 1 power for a 4 might unit, which reads, when you play me, burn 2. And it also reads, when I conquer, give a spell in your trash flow equal to its cost this turn. So any spell now, even if it doesn't have blow, can suddenly flow. Now, there's a lot of spells where you look at it and go, oh wow, if I could give that flow, it gets really, really good. Exactly. Kennen kind of enables a lot of silly things, meaning your deck doesn't have to be flow. It also means if you've got things where you would like to give it flow in the future, Kennen's pretty good at enabling that. I'm going to give Kennen a 5. I truly think with the Kennen legend and also this Kennen, there's so much that just goes right with it. The fact that also this enables Kennen's ability, because you can then get a random spell that didn't have blow, which will then enable Kennen's ability to then give the next thing assault. Oh, it's just beautiful, working together in so many ways. Honestly, so good. Our next card is Karox. 6 energy for a 5 might unit from the Shadow Isles, and it's a spirit. It's empowered for 6 and 2 power, and reads, when I become empowered, choose an opponent. They burn 3. Then you may do this. Choose a unit in their trash and play it, ignoring its cost. You still got to pay its power. Now, the obvious thing about this is you want to do this with Tornado Warrior, right? Because you want to be able to enable it. The alternative is, what you can do is you could play this with Wild Claw. So if you do see it, you only have to pay 1 more for it. And then you get the Empower for free. Now, how good is this? This is only as good as what your opponent's trash has. By the way, that is not something you can set up for. That is something you are not able to even build your deck around. The only way you know if Karox is ever going to be good, where does it say you have to pay its power? Did he get errated? No, that's fair. Actually, you know what? Thank you, chatter. Yeah, no, you just say ignoring its cost. Yeah, so you don't have to pay the power. You gotta pay the power for Karox to do that. But no, that's a fair point. My bigger point is you can't control what your opponent's trash is. You can never control that. Unless you know exactly what your opponents are playing in certain matchups, that actually does make it significantly better. Obviously, if you know your opponent's playing Aurora decks, you might be like, oh, well, if I can get one of their Elder Drakes in, I can then play the Elder Drake. And it's great. Okay, cool. What else? What else are we talking about outside of like some cool big units do you want to get? Now, sure, yeah, you could absolutely get things like an Ambessa or a Jace or a Gangplank, but you can't actually empower most of these because unless you're playing body, you can't actually empower these. And he himself or Karox doesn't actually empower things if they actually do that. So unless you're able to get big units that don't need to be empowered, it's not that good. It's just not that good. It's basically only very few cards that actually really get enabled through Karox. Now, obviously, this is slightly a meta thing. In certain you might want to play this as a 1 or 2 of, because you know in certain metagames, in certain sideboards and certain matchups, if you play this and you play the unit from their trash, they're going to lose. But otherwise, this is not good. I don't think you want to be playing this in things like Tornado Warrior or Wildclaw just to enable this randomly because it's a cool thing to do. It's a funny, memey thing to do. I absolutely probably will play this in like a Wildclaw deck because that sounds hilarious. Do I want to actually play Karox though? I actually think he's kind of bad. I'm going to give him a 1. I think he's like a sideboard card that in some occasions will look really, really good. And you're going to be like, yeah, I'm fine with playing him into my base. And then next turn, I'm going to play 6 and 2 power. And I'm going to take your Elder Drake in your trash. And I'm going to then play that and then kill your Elder Drake. And I'm going to win the game. But in a lot of situations, you are paying 12 power. No, 12 energy and 2 power to get maybe another 6 cost unit at best. Now, that could 2 for 1, but it is a lot. And if your opponent has any interaction for it at reaction speed, you just lose the game. Just be aware, this is kind of a bait card. This is kind of a bait card. There is like nice things that work with it, but do not like bank on the idea that this is how you should play this. It is not a good thing. It is you're working really hard to kind of make something that's kind of mid. It's kind of mid at best. Just gonna put that out there. And mid at best is like 2. Is a 2 cost. And I don't even think you're gonna be doing that a lot of the times. I think this is a sideboard card that in some matchups you can win the game with. But in other spots, you're like, I never bring this card in. I went through a whole RQ and I never brought Karox in because I didn't play an Aurora deck. And you go, oh yeah, cool. I'm glad I only play it as like a 1-off or a 2-off in my sideboard. But I'm gonna give it as a 1-off. I'm gonna give it 1 out of 5 stars. I don't think the card's very good. And the final Chaos card is going to be Ocean Dragon. Ocean Man, take me by the hand. Is an 8 energy and 2 power unit for 8 energy, 2 power for a 7 might unit. Unit from Ionia, and it's a dragon. You may play me to an open battlefield. When you play me, you may return a non-dragon unit to its owner's hand. I'm going to be real. Why is this not mined? I'm just going to ask the big question first and foremost. Why is this not a mined card? Like, feels like we're kind of doing a bit of a weird flavor win here. I'm not super sure on that one. And then why was Cloud Drake also calm? I don't know. I'm not a fan. Not a fan of the flavor here. Regardless, I think the card is like fine. I think it's fine. I don't think it's like really doing anything. You can't play this in the dragon decks, which is like kind of the best place you would want to play something like this. It's like an interesting ability, being able to just play it to an open battlefield, bounce something else, which means you probably get the Conquer, but I don't think it's actually going to be good enough in really any matchups to actually be good. I'm going to give it 2 off the off chance. It's nah, Ocean Drake isn't seeing play. Nah, I feel confident, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna full chest this. Ocean Drake won't see play. It's just not gonna be good. Maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. But otherwise, it's just not there. It's just not there. I'm sorry. All right, our first order card is going to be Dragon Form, which is a 3-energy spell, which reads, choose a unit. Its base might becomes 5 this turn, and it has a flow for 3. So Dragon Form is a card that in and of itself really wants to be used with like tokens. You want to enable it with like recruits specifically, or probably like really low early cost units. Maybe even like something like a Scuttle Crab, right? Where you can make the Scuttle Crab bigger. And the idea is that you're probably going to be winning combat with it, or at least forcing another card out of your opponent. Because you've also got flow, potentially you could look to do this with like 2. So if you've got like 2 recruits, you could Dragon Form 1, Dragon Form another, go in for 10 might, and you might potentially like kill like an 8 might unit, and you're losing a recruit, and you spent Dragon Form. Recruit is like half a card. Dragon Form is a card, but you use both sides of it, so it's like a card. So you're only kind of like trading 1.5 cards really for it, but you're losing not a lot in the grand scale of things. Now, obviously, the only problem is it's only getting that might for that turn, so it's very much a card that you can, because it's slow speed, you have to play it on your turn, which means the power of something like this typically is something you want to play far more. At least in my experience with cards similar to this, you would normally want to be able to play this at like kind of action speed or reaction speed, so that you could be like, suddenly my 1 might recruit is now, or my 2 might sound soldier is now a 5 might, right? And that now you have to deal with it. Because it's all slow speed, it does make it a lot worse. Now, the good thing about this is at least is base might. So if you're playing this in something like a Zia, it would at least make that Sound Soldier into a 5 might, and then plus any of the gear or anything you have on top of it, it would then gain additional bonuses. I think Dragon Form is like not an awful card. Like you can see there is like some potential there. So with that reason, I'm going to give it a 2 out of 2 out of 5. There's like some stuff here which I really like, but the problem is, if your opponent has any form of interaction, and you typically want to use this on like token units, or like really low cost units like a sentry, like a watchful sentry or a soaring scout. The problem is with spots like this is there is a very high opportunity that it is going to potentially not feel as great a lot of the time, because you would like to play this at action speed. Because it's slow, it just doesn't really do a whole bunch. So I'll give it 2. There's a chance that you might play this as a one-off because it does have flow, but beyond that, I doubt it. I doubt it. Now, next card is Discipline of Shen. Disciple, rather. No, it is Discipline of Shen. I remember this card being a different name and actually having character or something when you played it in Legend of Runeterra. Those in the comment section, let me know what it was actually called, or over in my Twitch chat. I remember this card, I just can't remember what it did. I think I had Evasion or something. It is a 2 energy and 1 might unit from Ionia, which has Hidden, and I have +3 shield while I'm at a battlefield with exactly 1 other unit control. So this really leans into the power fantasy or identity that Shen really, really wants you to kind of only have 1 to realistically always 2 units at a battlefield. Now, this is like kind of one of these more deceptive cards because it has Hidden. And obviously it gives +3 shield. The problem is, if you've got something like Tank on the other side, this doesn't really work super well. It also doesn't necessarily allow you to give +3 shield to something. It is itself gets the +3 shield. If you had the opportunity of, like, when you reveal this target card, right, or target unit gains +3 shield until the end of turn, at least, or until the end of turn or something like that, or this turn, there's at least a world where you could have gone, okay, I'm going to give this thing shield, and then they make it bigger. And then you go, okay, well, I'm going to reveal this, and I can give target unit +3 shield while I'm at a battlefield with exactly 1 other unit, right? So you could give like your Shen +3 shield suddenly now that's like going to be a 7-10 might Shen. It could absolutely do something if you're playing like the yellow Shen, which we'll look at later. Like it could be 10 with a tank because you tap Shen. Suddenly you're like, oh, okay, now I can really benefit. I can actually try and do this. This is just like kind of not doing what the Shen decks I feel need. And while it's like, oh, this is kind of nice, they could just like kill the other unit and then go in. Now that you only have one unit there, you don't get +3 shield. And now it dies to 1. I'm gonna give it 1 star. Like, the idea of this card is there, and I feel like an iteration in the future will probably do what I've outlined. But this is, like, not doing what I need it to do. Yeah. Our next card is Horns of the Dragon, which is a 6 energy, 6 might unit from Ionia, and has tank. That's it. It's a generically statted dude. I am not super excited, but in the grand history of Riftbound in general, we don't have a lot of cards that just straight up say tank. Actually looking at it very quickly on my side, if I go tank, if I actually look up cards with tank, there are not a whole lot, like, for real. Especially when you go to the standard variant. Some of the best ones are Yellow Set, Yellow Shen, Galio, Lecturing Yordle, Doran Shield, Mutated Musa, and Zinzao. But we have got many, many other ones that, guess what, you've not played or you've only seen played a few times. Like Tarek, Rel, Towering Combatant, Dune Surfer, Stormclaw, Ursian, God, even like Green Lilia, Green Vex, Alpha Wildclaw, Blitzcrank, right? Like, you've seen, like, maybe this get played a little bit. Yuumi, right? Something can give it tank. You can give things tank. And by the way, I think Yuumi might be played in Shen decks. But that's like a whole other thing. Yuumi actually does far more what I wanted the last card to do of Discipline of Shen than actually the dragon. Then anyway. Anywho, this is about the dragon. He's just a guy. It's 6 for 6. Is that good enough? Looking at almost every other card here, would I say 6 for 6 is playable? No. 1 star. It's not going to see play. Don't worry about it, but it's still going to be good in your pre-rift. It's still going to be good in your pre-rift. Don't worry about it. It's going to be good. Don't watch. It's going to be good. But in constructed, it's not good. It's not good. There's better cards you could play. You want to know how I can really put it? Yellow Shen for 3 and 1. It's a 3 might unit that gives +2 shield and has tank and it's reaction speed. At some point, you're just going, I want to play 6 more and 1 less power. You just have a die that's 1 more might. Now, in fairness, you obviously, it's always a 6 might, but it's not worth it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Keeper of Law is a 5 energy, 1 power, 5 might unit from Shurima, which reads, I cost 2 less and 1 power. I cost 2 and 1 power less if you control a battlefield with exactly 2 units there. So, this is like not too unreasonable of a thing to do, right? Basically, have a recruit plus random thing go into a battlefield, get control of it. Cool. And now this is actually a 3 energy, 5 might unit. That's a pretty good rate. That's actually an insanely good rate. Now, realistically though, the problem is, and this is like just general card evaluation, if you're having to set up conditions for the unit to actually be playable in a sense of like cost evaluation, you normally need to be able to do that in a sense where it actually makes sense to do so. So, do I think it makes sense to do so? No. Reason being is I can't like sacrifice a unit. I can't necessarily always guarantee in a lot of spots that I could play this on turn 2, which is a spot where you would want to play something like this. So realistically, we're going, okay, turn 3. So Turn 3, I would either have 6 energy or 7 energy, assuming we haven't paid any power yet. Now, this would be making sure the first unit I play hasn't died, and then we have to make sure the second unit also hasn't died. So, but there's a good chance in this scenario, right, that I'm making, that the units haven't gone to try and capture any early battlefields. I'm trying to make sure they don't die, so that my Keeper of Law can come down and be extra cheap. At some point, you're just going through a lot of hoops where you should probably just play a better card. Now, if you're playing an all-common deck, Keeper of Law might be a fun one. But realistically, this isn't going to be playable. Fine in pre-Rift, most other spots, I would not bother with this. As such, I'm going to give it 1 star and simply say, while Magical Christmas Land looks great and it feels great, you're not going to get it early game, and then at that point, why not just play a better unit that doesn't make you go through hoops? Because there's no other benefit of playing it. Massa Crashing Thunder is a 4 energy, 4 might unit from Bandle City, and it's a Yordle. And you may pay a power as an additional cost to play me. When you play me, if you paid an additional cost, stun an enemy unit at a battlefield. So, well. Leona support has come in. Now, is it good? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Now, what would be nice is the alternative if it also could draw a card, like stunning unit. If the unit is already stunned, draw a card. Now that's where we start cooking. That's where I start going, oh, it gives me options. The problem is a lot of Leona decks don't actually need more stun. We actually kind of want just like value-based stun where it or slash the opportunity to draw. With Yellow Vi and Leona herself, we already kind of have enough stun cards as well with also just playing stun spells. This is fine. This is a fine card. Where else would we want to play this? I don't know. And see, that's the problem. It's an interesting unit that is on rate, so we don't have to worry about that. But at the same time, where would we actually play this? The only place it makes sense is Leona. So at least when you play it, you play it for 4 power and 4 energy and 1 power. You get a 5 might unit because you play it, you stun it, and at worst, it stuns something, and then you just get the stun on from Leona's legend ability onto them. Cool. Is it good enough to actually get super excited in that this is something we want to do a lot of? Probably not. If this had the other line of text, as I've said, if it's already stunned, return it back to its owner's hand, destroy the unit, and or draw a card, there's like at least benefits of playing it. Because it doesn't do any of these things, I'm just going to give it a 1 star. You're probably not going to play this in any deck realistically. It's a cool effect, but I just don't see it. I just don't see it actually finding a home anywhere. Like, maybe I can give it 2. I can give it 2. You know, I'll give it a 2. Because I can see a few spots where maybe it might be cool and useful. But realistically, I don't think it's going to find anywhere. Leona is literally the only one that makes sense, and that's kind of it. Our next card is Reluctant Leader, which is a 4 energy, 1 power, 3 might unit from Ionia, which reads, when I play another unit, give me +2 this turn. So, obviously, if you have something like Victor or Azir, where you have an ability to play a unit constantly, easily, Reluctant Leader goes, hey, I'm always going to be 5 might because you'll play a random unit, or you'll get a unit because you're going to play a recruit or whatever, and I'm a 5. That's not bad. In other decks, it's less good, but even in something like Rek'Sai, where you'll just spam out potentially like 2 units most turns, then like Reluctant Leader suddenly goes, oh, well, now it's actually going to be a 7. And it won't be occasionally, it's actually going to be far more often. Because you'll play like a Victor unit, you'll play a recruit, and then you'll play another unit. Suddenly, it's actually going to be not too terrible. Now, the bigger question is that going to be a breakpoint? Now, 4/5 is an interesting one, right? going up to 5 when you play any unit means you're going to typically trade with units at the same sort of cost. Most 4 and 1 power or just 4 cost units are going to be 4 might most of the time. Meaning, whenever you play a unit, you will now be able to kill that other unit. Now, on the other side, if you're able to go 7, is that really doing too much? There's not a huge amount of units that are actually 6 might, 7 might. It's more so like a lot of the time you actually go up even higher. Now, there are 5 and there are 6, but if we think about some of the better units we've already thought about, something like Ambessa, right? That's like a 7 might unit. Gangplank is 6, but obviously it's very easy to get him up to 9. Something like Jace is 5, which is, that's a 4 cost unit, so you're just only trading if you play 1 unit. So suddenly it's like, it's not great, but maybe you can trade. It's fine, but it's not a horrible card. I'm gonna give him 2 stars. There's way worse things you could be doing. And like, it's a cute little card that potentially could get very out of control, especially in decks, as I've outlined, such as Azir, but probably more so in like Victor or like Rek'Sai, where you can actually guarantee you're going to not only have 1 unit being played probably a turn, it's probably going to be more than 1 unit in a lot of different ways. So, hey, he's kind of cool. I can see it. Solari Sunhawk is a 3 energy, 3 might unit from Mount Targon, and it's a bird. It also reads, Empower 2. When it's empowered, I have +1 might and deflect 2. So this is strictly, in my eyes, more than anything, Ambessa and or probably more and Ivan. I actually don't mind the Sunhawk. The Sunhawk giving deflect 2 suddenly goes, okay, this can't be targeted in a lot of different spots. And importantly for Ivan, because it's a bird, birds are one of the more necessary types that the deck sometimes lacks. And because it's a cheap and efficient card, it does a lot. I actually kind of like this card in a few different ways. It's cheap, it's a 3 for 3. At some point, because its empower cost is only 2, it's very easy to weave in at some points, and the upside's pretty big. Going up to 4 might does mean you're going to be, yes, putting in 1 more energy than typically would be costed for that. But because you actually do get the deflect 2, it's a really good thing. So I think this is kind of worth playing. Now, obviously it's kept very much to just like 2 to 3 archetypes tops, but it's kind of good. It's actually kind of playable. I'm genuinely sort of here for it. So, on the assumption this is going to be played in like Ivan, and maybe like Ambessa decks, because I think they're the only 2 realistically that could play this card. I'm going to put this as a 4-star card. I actually really like this card for those decks. And remember, the ratings that I'm doing here are where it's like, this will see play, and this is good, and this is it. 3 means I expect this card to see like 1 of 2 of play. 4 stars, I'm like, okay, I am expecting it to see play and active play in a deck, right? Ambessa and Ivan are the 2 spots I'm putting it in. This is not a mana warper. I think this will just be a card that decks will be playing. Our next card is going to be Soul Spinner. It's a 3 energy, 3 might unit from the Shadow Isles, and it's a spider. And it reads, Ambush. And that's it. Similar to Horns of Dragon, it's just a guy, it's just a dude. In this sense, it's just a spider. So you can't play this in the one deck where you would want ambush cards, which is Rengar. So why would I play this? Why do I want this card? Why do I want this card? And I can't come up with a good way. Spider isn't a type that you use in Ivan. He loves all animals, but apparently spider aren't allowed. Weird. I don't know. There's not a huge typing thing at the moment. Maybe this is hinting at the fact that probably in the future Elise is going to be like maybe yellow purple. which will be kind of cool because we got the spider spawning. So now we have the soul spinner and we're just going to be in that sort of territory. That's interesting. Maybe spider tribal will be a thing in the future. I'm kind of cool with that. But as it currently stands, the soul spinner themselves is a 1 cost and we don't have to think too much because let's be real, 3 for 3 with ambush is only going to be playable in your pre-rift. And that's it. Escaped Greyback is a 3 energy, 3 might unit from Noxus, which reads, Empower, kill a friendly unit. Okay. And when it's empowered, it has +2 might. So this works specifically well with like tokens or when you're adding, what was the LeBlanc units called? Ethereal? Ephemeral? I think there's something there. I feel like this is only going to be playable in LeBlanc. Like, it's the only place I can imagine this being good, because you can make, like, a sentry right. Temporary, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Liv, in my chat. If you do that sort of thing, it's now a 5 might unit. You can then copy the 5 might unit, because it will already... It won't be empowered, though. Because the token won't have the fact that it's empowered. You would still need to kill another unit to make it empowered. Ooh. Oh, actually, I don't know if this is even that good. Ooh. Ooh, I don't. Because the token won't actually... It'll just be a copy of the unit. It won't actually be a copy of that. Dragon Form would be interesting in LeBlanc. You could actually, like, copy a unit which is 5 might, and then you get the thing. This is, like... What, you have to play it in, like, a token strategy. So, like, Victor's the only obvious one. And then in Victor, you'll then, like, make your recruit, playing this, killing that recruit to have a 5 might unit. I mean, it's, like, fine. It's fine. Like, on your turn 1, you play a 2 might unit. On turn 2, you tap Victor, make a recruit, play this, kill the recruit almost immediately. Or you probably leave the recruit around. The turn after, you then tap Victor. So you're at 6 energy. You tap Victor, make this, make a recruit, kill that recruit, have a 5 might, escaped Greyback, and attack it. That's probably, you know what? That's probably okay. That's probably okay. I think that's okay. It's okay. Am I excited by it? No. But sometimes you don't... Sometimes, and this is very common, right? You don't get particularly excited about a certain card or a deck. You just kind of look at it and go, ah, it's alright. Like, I probably prefer this in a lot of senses more than playing, like, Card Sharp. Like, I'd rather this than Card Sharp and playing, like, Chakram Dancer. Like, I don't really care too much about these cards. Obviously, this is not better than Xin Zhao, but, like, this is kind of operating in the Card Sharp, Chakram Dancer, Eclipse, sort of, like, random 3-cost thing where I'm trying to figure out if I want it. I could also use it to kill, like, a Dredger, and I'm fine with killing a random Dredger. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to give him 2 stars. I don't think this is, like, crazy. You know, I'll give him 3. I'll give the Escaped Greyback a 3. I could see this being played as like a 1 of or a 2 of in like Victor decks where they know the break point for combat is like 3 or 4. And if that's the case, knowing that your Greyback is just going to be a 5 might unit suddenly now breaks that. It's only now always going to be able to be bigger than that, which now means it's very difficult. Now, you obviously, if you're against any red deck, you will always need to be able to you need to kill the recruit prior to doing this, because you want them to have to be forced to use both parts of, like, a Falling Star on the Escaped Greyback, but that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I think I'll give him 3. He's a 3 cost for 3. I kill a unit, but there's a bunch of random units I'm okay with killing, and I normally benefit from killing, and that's it. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Hungry Wolf is a 4 energy, 4 might unit from Freljord, and it's a dog. We got Ivan. And for 1 power, I get to ready me and give me +1 might this turn. only use if you've chosen an enemy unit this turn and only once each turn. Christ, this card is awful. 1 star. I hate the idea that I hate the idea that I can only ready them and then give it +1 might, but I can only do that if I've done this thing. I also can't just go, oh, I need to like throw, like, imagine if you like stupefied something, you're at 6 points and you're like, hey, if I could just throw all my like runes into the wolf and the wolf could just be like, I've like 6 or 7 runes, right? I could just throw all the runes into this wolf, the wolf can then smash in for like 11, and then, or I could go, all right, I'm gonna throw in 4 runes, ready him, go in, smash in for like 8. That's gonna win one of them. Sack another, ready, come back 9, sack another, go in, ready 10. Right? I like have some movement, have some opportunity, make this really good. But obviously there's a big cost. It's like I'm spending like all my runes to try and win on the last turn because I'm at 6 points. This doesn't let me do that. I also have to ready target an enemy unit with something. What if I don't have any of that? Well, then this is just a 4 for 4. That's it. That's it. That's it. It literally, I have to walk through so many who I hate this card. This card's actually kind of bait for pre-rift, by the way. Because unless you're happy with a 4 for 4, which is like fine in some decks, like if you need an extra one, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. But there's rarely a huge amount of stuff, and it's an enemy unit. It's not your own units. You can't choose it with like a dragon form, or anything else. You have to, or even a key barrier. You have to, which we're about to come on to. Like you have to target an enemy unit. So in constructed play, this is just like so annoying because it's like, oh well, I have to use a stupefy, and then I can use my wolf. Like, bro, like that, and half the time, when you're going to want to ready this, it will be because you're playing this either on the draw or you're playing this on like turn 6, which then means you play this, stupefy, because I'm using stupefy because it's arguably the best one to target, and then I have to pay a rune to ready this, and then I can attack him for 5 into a -1 unit, which in that situation sounds great, right? But if I don't have the stupefy, suddenly I'm just playing a 4 for 4 and passing. Nah, this card's bad. It's 1 star. Don't worry about it. The dog's not good. It's just not good. Also, there's like not a lot of stuff in Ivan that really targets, like repeatedly, right? Like you don't have a way of using it. It's only if you've chosen an enemy unit this turn and only once each turn. The once each turn clause also is a killer, bro. Like at least if I'm gonna go through the hoop, let me just go crazy with it. Disappointing. Our next card is Key Barrier. Key Barrier says, for 2 energy and 1 power, reads reaction. Choose a unit. Prevent the next 7 damage that will be dealt this turn. So, this is, or has been compared greatly to a card that I was a very big fan of in Unleashed. Let me just find that card for a split second, but I rated it a 5 out of 5. So that card was Tactical Retreat. So I thought Tactical Retreat was going to be a hugely prevalent and playable card. I was wrong about that. This is Tactical Retreat. I was wrong. I really did think that Tactical Retreat would see more, but Tactical Retreat reads, for just 2, reaction, choose a friendly unit. The next time it would die this turn, heal it, exhaust it, recall it instead. So very much doing the idea of what, ultimately what Key Barrier is going to be doing in a lot of spots. The only difference is obviously this fully saves it from anything, even when it gets killed. Key Barrier reads, choose a unit, prevent the next 7 damage that would be dealt to it. The only difference is Tactical Retreat is choose a friendly unit. This one, you can just choose a unit. I don't know why you would want to target your opponent's things. I think this is technically better in 2v2 than Tactical Retreat, which is, that's a fair point. This is also way better because you, in some cases, because you do get to hold, it does cost a power, so it's a little bit worse. But it is for 2v2, I think. Yeah, okay, I'm getting confirmation from my chat that it is a 2v2 card. My initial reaction when I first saw this card and I talked to my chat was that this is a strictly worse Tactical Retreat. Now, Tactical Retreat is a very different kind of card, and I still stand by the idea that Tactical Retreat is still a very good card. We just haven't got the right deck for it. but Key Barrier might just be slightly better in a lot of situations. Primarily because we don't actually have a lot of hard kill spells, right? The Riftbound team are not keen on doing a lot of that. As such, damage is typically how a lot of things work, and having the ability to just nullify 7, which is a lot in the game, is pretty good. I think this will see play. I do think this will see play. How much play, I don't know. I'm going to give it 4 stars. I'm very keen on cards like this. Now, I do still stand by the idea that I think Tactical Retreat is slightly better in a general sense, because if it would die, Tactical Retreat always saves the card. Whereas Key Barrier, if there is like a Hidden Blade or other things, it doesn't do anything. But I still think this is still a very, very good card. Now, this is going to be one of these long-term tests where potentially in the game, this sort of effect is just never good. Primarily because it comes down to the fact that it's better off just always playing things that kill things than actually trying to play things that protect things. Typically, protecting things is never a good way of doing it unless you can do it all the time. So it'll be a little bit remain to be seen. I'm partially optimistic that Key Barrier will be playable in some capacity, especially in Constructed. How much, I don't know, but because it does allow holds and other factors, this might be a little bit better than Tactical Retreat. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm going to give it 4. Maybe I'll be wrong. Our next card is Lacerate. For 2 energy and 1 power, it's a spell, which reads, choose an enemy, choose a unit. If it's empowered, disempower it, then kill it if it has 3 might or less. And it also has flow for 4 and 2 power. So what's interesting is it just says choose a unit. It's not any unit. It is truly any unit. If for some reason you needed to disempower your own thing, you could do that. What's also nice is you can also disempower a very expensive unit if you needed to do this to then re-empower it, which could be interesting. I mean, there have been some cards where it's like, well, I kind of would maybe want to disempower it just so I could do it again. I don't know how often you'd want to do that, but there's definitely some cards where it'd be like, wow, this would be really powerful if I could do it again. Karox is one of the most obvious ones you'd want to do, and Lacerate wouldn't actually kill it. Alternatively, what this is also rather good is it's an effective way of killing a low-costed minion. Now, if you've got any way of, like, lowering the might of a card, this is really, really, really good. And there are other cards where obviously it gets slightly bigger. My chat is talking about a card we'll talk about later, which will be Kale, which disempowering this would actually just be a straight kill onto it. Now, I still think Lacerate in a lot of spots is going to be one of those cards where from the offset, it looks a lot better than it actually is. Now, Flow does make this significantly better, so I am going to ultimately put it as a 3-star card, simply for the idea that, one, it says choose a unit. It could be your unit, it could be a friendly unit, it could also just be an opponent's unit. You either want to disempower an empowered unit, or you just want to kill a low-cost unit. Now, the great thing about this is it's anywhere. So if there's a Karthus in a base, you can kill it. If there's a... Oh, there was another card I really wanted to highlight. If you've got a Ravenbloom Perfect, right? You could kill it. There's a few other cards. Oh, you can't kill Blue Mel. That's a little annoying. You can't kill Applied Research because it's 4. Ooh, interesting. There are a few things where it's like, man, I wish if this hit 4, I think I would give it 4 stars. But because it's only 3, it is worse. Like, significantly worse. Wow. It does kill Redicali, though. That's nice. That's nice. It's fine. It's 3. This at most will probably see play as like a one-of. I like the idea, but you do normally have to like kind of do a 2-for-1 to really make this good. My chat's rightly pointing out like Stupefy and Eclipse is when this gets really good, but then you're at some point you're having to use 2 cards. And now some of these cards are pretty good to like 2-for-1 because they don't fully trade. And this does have flow, so you could very much do this, but you've got to find the right deck for it, I think is the way to put it. So it'll be interesting. We'll see. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. But I'm going to give it 3 for now. Noxian Emissary is a 2 energy, 2 might unit from Noxus. I expected so. It has Empower for 1 and 1 power. And it reads, Empowered, it gets Death Kneel. Play 2 recruit unit tokens to your base. I like this. This is what we're talking about when we're saying, hey, we need ways to benefit to actually kill. Escape Greyback looks at this card and goes, ooh, wonderful. You empower this and then suddenly you get to then kill it. I think this is great. We're always looking for more effective Death Kneel effects. Now, obviously, this doesn't immediately have it, but this is one of these things where if you have a Karthus, suddenly you're going to get 4 recruits from 1 unit. Oh, buddy, you could go real off with this sort of thing. Now, obviously, this would not be like mega powered up, but it would. This is definitely a card I could see being played in like LeBlanc decks. Now, it doesn't get the token doesn't have Empowered, which does make it a little bit worse. But you could look to then empower the token, and then suddenly you're like, oh, okay, this one's empowered, this other one's empowered. When these inevitably die, I have a Karthus in my base. I get to bleh. You just get like, or you get like 8 recruits, and then suddenly your opponent's like, oh, I shouldn't have popped those, and you're like, yeah. You're still going to get, like, 4 recruits, assuming you've got a Karthus there. Now, this is slightly Magical Christmas. Chance that this will see play in some amount. Oh. Mike? What the? What has happened? I didn't do anything. Okay. Alright, we're back. I don't know what happened there, chat. Thank you everybody for highlighting there that I suddenly got real loud. Early audio. But yeah, this is in fairness, my chat has rightly pointed out that this is a great target for Lacerate, but like I think like the Lacerate decks might also want to play this card. This is worth it. This is definitely a card I expect to see some amount of play. Not infinite amount of play, but it could see some. I'd be a little bit surprised if this becomes like a meta warping card. But it's still playable. It's still good. Sacred Protector. It's a 4 energy, 1 power unit for with 6 might. It's a unit from Ionia and it's a Fae, which reads, I don't deal combat damage unless I'm at a battlefield with exactly 1 other unit you control. So it's kind of like a Galio. And this and Galio together are suddenly like, well, that's a lot. But Galio doesn't deal any damage, but this does 6. But Galio is just a 6 might. Yeah, you can see in some capacity that this is one of these cards where it's like, there's a cute thing going on here. It's not that good, though. You're having to work very, very hard to go, The other problem is you kind of only really want to do this with, like, recruits, right? You kind of want to only... You kind of just, like, want to have it, but, like, God forbid your opponent goes, okay, cool. I'm going to attack him with my 2 might unit to kill your 1 might recruit. Cool. That's fine. This thing now doesn't do anything. So if I have any amount of might, I can just slam in with, like, random units, kill this thing, and then you're just like, oh, I didn't do anything. I didn't get anywhere. Because there are so many situations where your opponent can just kill the other unit that you have at that spot, either with a removal spell, either with like going in with a random unit they don't care that can just trade into the other unit, and now this 6 might unit doesn't do anything. It's a 1-star. It's 1-star. It's just so bad. The only way this is like remotely playable is if you wanted more 6 might units for hook decks, but just play Galio. Just play Galio. Just play Galio. Galio's a good card. This one, not so good. Okay, not good. Galio, playable. This one, it's more expensive and less good. Our next card is a Rook General. A crew? A crew general? A Rook General? Not sure. Anyway, the Minotaur, or at least it looks like one. It's a Teferian, actually. The Teferian from Noxious is a 5 energy and 5 might unit, which reads Empower for 3 and 1 power. And when it's empowered, units that are empowered have +2, including me. So you empower him and you actually make him into a 7 might unit. What else? You've got to play a bunch of other empowered stuff, which means you have to then empower those things. So normally you've got to jump through some hoops to then get the empowered thing. Okay. Once you've empowered the thing, though, what does it do then? Well, they get a little bit bigger. It kind of does an Anthem effect. If you recall all the way back to when we were looking at our Fury cards, this is kind of doing what the Rage Amplifier does when that's empowered. But this wouldn't actually do it. The problem is, unless you can realistically cheat the Empower, or get it for free, like you're playing Wild Claw, right? Or you, like, it's not going to be very good. In a lot of spots, you're just going to have to pay the Empower, and then all your other stuff gets Empower. I don't see a reasonable way that you're going to be empowering this and benefiting massively from this card. The only nice thing is it is a 5 for 5, and then you could potentially look to empower later. And I guess its empower cost is kind of 2 of it is less, but I don't know. At some point, you're going through a bunch of hoops, and if you haven't got any more empowered units currently on the board, the general themselves is just going to be at best a 7 might unit, and 7 might units are like good, but you shouldn't really be playing more than 7 energy for them. You're having to put in at this point 5, 6, like 8 energy and a power to get that, and that's overpaying, and you're not getting like a huge effect like a Watcher, which is kind of a lot of the time typically 8 energy and 2 power, but this is like doing a lot less for that amount, unless you happen to have a huge board of loads of empowered stuff and you perfectly set it up for this. But then you've got to have so much energy. I'm trying to talk myself into a way that this can work, but I can't find it. I can't find it. Unless you play a deck that you're able to like lower all the empower costs and really make it worthwhile and kind of like really like min-maxing and and there are a few ways you could do that, maybe. But then that's relying on the idea that everything else is kind of working well. And I don't think you're going to be getting that in a lot of situations. As such, sadly, I'm going to give the general a 2. I just think you're walking through too many hoops to just try and make this card work, whereas you could just play a good card in this spot instead. That you doesn't rely on your own board state to be there. The other important thing is it's your units, not friendly units. This could potentially be interesting if you're playing 2v2 with a bunch of empowered stuff, and the generals could potentially look at one another on your side and your teammate side, and then they could be like, oh, snap! Your general gives my general +2, and my general gives your general +2. Now we get +4. I've got a few empowered units, and then you could build a really powerful, like double empower, go all in deck. This isn't that. So, yeah, 2 stars. It might see some fringe play in some like meme empowered decks, but I don't think realistically this is even what empowered decks are going to play. Our final Decree card is going to be Decree of Unity. It's a 2 energy, 1 power spell, which reads, kill an enemy chaos unit or gear. Chat, they did it. They actually did it. They actually printed a really good card for yellow. Oh my god. Oh my god. They printed an anti-card for chaos. It's actually good. Holy shit. I don't want to like joke and meme too much. This card's actually great. It might be the first Decree where I look at it and go, okay, Partly because one, purple is crazy playable, right? Like, we all know, like, chaos is crazy playable. The chaos units are always around and rampant. It's just going to be good. The ability that it's also very cheaply costed. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of gear that they play in the grand scale of things, but this card is almost always going to be trading up in the amount of energy and power that you put into it. You're probably going to always get something that's slightly better. Every yellow, every order deck should be probably playing 2 to 3 of these just by default in your sideboard, simply for the fact that you are going to face against some chaos decks. You just will. Now, the more important thing and more thing to probably think deeper about in layers of a metagame going forward will be, is this actually going to have enough valid targets? Will you actually want to play more than 1 to 2 of these? Because there is going to be spots where actually the card you want to kill, it's like a Fury card, or it's like a Calm card. And this isn't going to hit it. Or it's actually going to be an order card because you're going to go against Cannon, right? So suddenly you go, this doesn't actually hit anything. But in spots where this can kill a 5-cost Zed, pretty good. In spots where this could potentially kill, like, an Alawi or a Karox, right? Like, okay, like, you are going, okay, I'll use my thing, kill the thing, and then continue moving forward. Like, this is kind of popping. Now, let's now pull ourselves back just a tinsy tiny bit, right? Let's just think about probably one of the most played decks currently in the format, and I'm just going to simply go, what cards in Chaos do you currently want to kill that's in one of the most played decks? Well, Baron Nashor, this cannot kill. Can't be targeted. Okay. Let's think about, like, Diana decks, right? You could kill a Vex Careless, but that's like a one-off. A lot of the time, you actually would like to kill the Quay. Quay is not Chaos. You could kill a 4-cost Vex, and that's, like, alright, but it has got Deflect, so it's going to be a little expensive to do that. And then you can't kill the Diana, because the Diana isn't Chaos. So then it goes, okay, well, what other ones that potentially could you be getting? Looking at the current metagame, because I really do want to evaluate this card. Well, you could always kill Fizz, that's fair. And that's not going to hurt you too much. And you could kill an Ezreal, right? A purple Ezreal. That's alright, Chaos Ezreal, that's good. What I'm more trying to get at for you, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that the cards that there's not a huge quantity of cards. In Pike decks, the best thing you could probably kill is like a Beast Below, but they only play as a one-of. You probably would rather kill like Kai'Sa, or like a Noxus Hopeful even, or something else where you're actually feeling like you're getting a lot of value from them. You're not able to kill those things. So how often are you actually going to be trading massively up? Not super often is my point. The idea and identity of this card is like really, really cool, but when it actually comes down to execution, it's kind of whatever in a lot of spots. I'm going to give it 2. This is a card that you probably will play 1 to 2 of. It's just kind of missing that je ne quoi in the metagame itself. There's just something else that it just needs, and it's not quite there. The card itself is pretty good, but the metagame around it, unless it really leans into playing a lot of big chaos units, or just there's enough value-based chaos units you'll actually benefit from destroying or killing, it doesn't really matter. But it's a 2. I want to love it more, but realistically, you're kind of just going to be trading 2 for 2. Maybe a little bit up, but that's kind of best case scenario. Fallen Feline is a unit from Piltover, and it's a cat. For 2 energy and 1 power, this is a 3 might unit, and reads, when you play me, name a spell. While I'm at a battlefield, opponents can't play spells with that name. So, this is an interesting card, and I've played against a bunch of cards in the history of me playing card games, which have similar effects. The most famous one would be an invitational card from Magic the Gathering called Meddling Mage. Now, the good thing about Meddling Mage is you didn't actually have to play it to a battlefield or in combat or anything. It was just, you played it, and you just don't have to do anything. Now, the worst part about this is if you name the wrong card and your opponent kills this or something, You're just losing. The other problem is you have to be at a battlefield, so it doesn't actually stop it. And Sithra over in my chat says this card should have had hidden. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Sithra, because the great thing about it, and with how the rules have now developed, if this card had hidden, what you'd be able to do is hide it, your opponent plays a spell, you could then, at reaction speed, reveal it, name that spell that they're playing, and it would counter the spell. It would actually fully counter it. But it doesn't. I want to like this, but because you have to be at a battlefield, because there's so many ways that your opponent could just be like not hit, and you don't even get to like look at the hand, you don't get to like really do anything with it. You're just kind of going, I'm just gonna name Hidden Blade, and that's it. It's like, okay, I don't have Hidden Blade. I got Falling Star because I'm playing red yellow because I'm playing Rek'Sai, right? And my Falling Star just kills it. Oh, you name Falling Star, and then my Rek'Sai just swings in for 4 and just kills your unit, and then you go, yeah. And then I play my Falling Star, killing your 2 other units. Like, there is a way that this card could be good in the future, but as it currently stands, I can't actually see it being great. Now, obviously, with Key Barrier, this could be more interesting, but there's like some ways in which like this could be good, but Fallen Feline kind of falls short. It's a cool effect. I like the design space that we're going in, and I do like prison-based decks, so potentially in the future we could have like a green-yellow prison deck where you play Fallen Feline, you have something like Helm of Suppression, and you're like making it so spells cost infinite amounts of units and they can't even play some of them that they need to play to interact with stuff, and then you're also making it so every unit they play always comes in stunned, and potentially you're recalling it back, or they never can do anything. So there's a chance. I'm just not seeing it at the moment. Glowstone is a 2 energy gear, which reads Empower for 2 power. And then reads Disempower this, exhaust it, choose a player. They gain control of this, and recall it, meaning it goes to its that player's base. And then it also reads, at the end of your turn, kill this and deal 5 to all units you control. All right. So, hot potato. I play this thing. I empower it by probably playing some other ways of empowering it, but I may be doing it through like Hextech formula, so I can just empower it for free, and then I disempower this and immediately give it over, so it could potentially board wipe you, but leave all of my units fine and safe and dandy. Now, the idea of this is kind of cool. The actual execution, because I played against some of the like 1 or 2 of these like glowstone decks, it's actually kind of whatever. Like, don't get me wrong, it's like kind of good against some decks, but decks where they're able to like find a way of going above it, green decks especially, just kind of look at glowstone and go, okay, I'm gonna just discipline. What happens with how this works? Because this is an important thing to know, ladies and gentlemen. If I disciplined my 4 might unit, so say I gave Kai'Sa, Survivor, discipline, it's now 6 might. Cool. 6 might unit. How this works out at the end of turn is this will explode first, then my Kai'Sa will heal, go back up to 6, and then guess what happens? Kai'Sa's discipline then drops off after the fact, because it's done at the cleanup step. This goes off before the cleanup step. As such, it doesn't do it. It just doesn't. Now, obviously, I think this is very funny in a hot potato scenario, and the idea of this is fantastic. It doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Now, important thing to note. In combination with potentially playing a prison-based strategy, this could be interesting. This could be good, even. I don't think we've actually got it there, and this potentially could hurt you more than it actually hurts the opponent, because if you don't have the actual way of deramping this, you're going to have to just hold this card in your hand, and if you don't have a way of actually benefiting from holding this card in your hand, suddenly you're like, oh, I'm holding this card in my hand, I don't want to hold this card in my hand anymore, and then you lose. Because you've just got a card in your hand you don't want to play. Because then you don't want to actually empower it by spending 2 runes to then to empower it, to then disempower it, gives it to your opponent, and who is already ahead, who is just going to disempower, who is also going to re-empower and then potentially give it back to you if they want to keep all their units. If they don't care about the board state, they don't care. I'm going to give this 2 stars. There is like something about this, and new chatter Joey in my chat has just pointed out this will be great in free-for-all, and I completely agree with you on that. There is going to be a chance that this is going to absolutely ruin some days, especially when you play 2 glowstones and you go, all right, 2 glowstones, empower this by tapping my 2 other things. Here you go, friend. And then the friend just looks at you and goes, what? Or you give it to 2 separate people and you just go, your turn. And then suddenly it's like, oh, this is going to be real weird and crazy and silly. So there's a chance this will be funny, but I just don't see it. Kale Justified is a 3 energy, 3 might champion unit Kale from Mount Targon. And reads, I can be empowered up to 3 times. I have +2 might for each time I'm empowered. It also reads, I'm empowered when I'm empowered 3 times. I have deflect 3 and ganking. So, important thing to note is this card is bait. Okay, you're probably going, Alex, how do you know this card is bait? Okay, there was a mechanic in Magic the Gathering called level up, right? You could level up your units and make them stronger. You put in more mana and you go up a level. Historically, unless it was like dirt cheap to level something up, or in this case, to empower something up a bunch, or if you found a way of like cheating it through to make it dirt cheap, leveling up is actually just kind of baiting. You're losing a lot of stuff. The other factor is, and I'm going to do this just through very basic math, right? So 3 for 3, as we all agree, is rate. 6 for 5 is not rate. That is bad. That is actually bad, right? 9 for 7 is really bad. Really, really bad. It's only when we actually go to 12 for 11 might unit. Remember, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, oh god, wait. I'm doing my math wrong. So 5 for 1 empower, 7, 9. Right. So 5 for 1 empower is like, it's like below rate. It's not great. 7, I think I skipped 7 immediately. Let me redo that one. Is still massively below rate. We've put 9, oh my god, we've put 9 energy into this and we've got a 7 might unit. That's awful. That's truly atrocious. Oh my god. And imagine if you just get full, like, star-crossed. Like, whoa, don't do that. That's really bad. That's really bad. We have to get to 12 energy pumped into this Kale. Remember, at slow speed, 3 times. You put 9 energy into it, plus the 3 you put. 12 in total you've invested into this unit. You get a 9 might unit, which for 12, which is just bad. Just objectively bad. But then you get deflect 3, which is pretty good. And you get ganking, which is like an effect that in the long run, I've been like, I don't actually think this is really worth it. Now, as I will state, if you can make this effect wildly wrong, wildly cheap, there's actually like, okay. If you can make this like 1 to empower it each time, yeah, sure, this is great. 2, it's like, fine. It's actually fine to do this, because then you're going 6, but then you're gaining always +2 might for each one. So you're actually going basically tit for tat. The amount you put in is the amount of might you get out. 3 is just not worth it. So unless you're playing a deck which benefits you, which means you're probably playing at least one other card, which is then benefiting you to actually do this thing, it's not worth it. This card's actually just so bad. Now, obviously, as some of my chat are pointing out, like, this is great in Ambassador because you get to empower something. The problem is, Ambassador, unless you find a way of re-readying her, you're not actually going to benefit massively from doing this a bunch, because you're going to just be slamming a bunch in, and then you're suddenly saying, I'm going to empower for 3, and then pay a power so I can ready something. It's, like, fine, but, like, I'm not, like, going, oh my god, this is broken, oh my god, this is going to take over a game. It's, like, okay. It's, like, super fine. Kale is just fine at best, kind of expensive, and a little bait within that. Anyone saying it's better than 3, they're on some of that good stuff. And fair enough to them. I want to be on that stuff. But I don't think it's actually going to be that good in the grand scale of things. Now, I will point out, if at any point we have a card that allows you to play empowered stuff, or like additional costs or something like this, an action or reaction speed, suddenly KO goes up to like 5 stars, and I'm all for it. Because that thing alone, if it just goes reduce the thing by 1 energy and 1 power, and you can do it at action speed. Oh my god, it's insane. Because if I could do this during my opponent's turn, incredible. Actually incredible. Truly a crazy powerful card. But because I have to do everything at slow speed and my opponent knows I've just slammed like 6 energy into this on my turn, like, on my turn 4? Bloody hell, like, what are you doing? You're just never going onto a battlefield. You're not doing anything. You've probably lost to an aggro deck in this capacity. Or like Kale's going onto a battlefield, but then you've just like put them in the most vulnerable place where suddenly you just go, your opponent just goes, huh, Cull the Weak? Just like do something else. Like it's so bad. It's just, don't. Kale is such a questionable card in so many capacities. I just don't like it. Because there are so many ways you just get punished by it. So many ways you get punished. Unless you find a way of getting this empowered for free. But remember, there is no way of empowering it for free because Tornado and Wildclaw would only empower it once. It doesn't get it all the way to its 3 empowers. So... Kennen, Keeper of Balance, is a 3 energy, 2 might champion unit, Kennen, Ionia, Yordle, which has hidden, and also reads, when you play me, or I attack, you may pay 2 to stun this unit. While there's a stunned enemy unit here, I have +2 might. Kennen's solid. Kennen's real solid. 4 stars. I like this card a lot. I think there's justification in Kennen decks to play both Kennens. I think it depends far more what you are playing. The great thing about this is, 1, it's a 3-cost unit, so it's relatively cheap. So on the draw, you can always play this. On the play, it's a little awkward, don't get me wrong, but you can play it for hidden. When you play it for hidden, you can obviously have it at battlefield. Somebody goes in, you then reveal it. If you have 2 up, you stun it, it's 4 might, they've stunned the unit, and now suddenly it's very awkward. Is this card going to change and take over a game fully? Absolutely not. Is this rather efficient and effective at what it's trying to do? Yes. Does this die to like one side of a falling star? Yeah. Is falling star kind of still the premier way of removing things? Absolutely. Do I love this then? It's fine. I think you'll see play. Like, this will probably see play. This is why I'm giving it 4 stars. This will see play probably as a one-off. I don't think you'll go crazy on it. It's weirdly enough also Leona support, but we're going to just digress from that at this moment in time. It's fine. It's a perfectly solid card. I kind of like it. It's not like breaking me. Like I'm like, oh my god, this is so crazy. But he's okay. He's okay. He's okay. The great thing is when you play him and you just play him to your base, you can also decide to just pay 2 and stun something else. You don't actually have to stun something that's there. You could then have a different unit go in. The only time you would actually have to do it, just to answer a question from my chat, would be if you reveal it from hidden, you would have to pick a unit on that battlefield. Otherwise, you could, if you're just playing this from your hand or from your champion zone to your base, you could then stun a different unit if you pay if you then pay 2 more. But that would be a separate trigger that would go on the chain after you've played him. But yeah, I think he's solid. I like it. I like this. This is good. This is good. I think I rated the other Kennen, I believe, 4 stars. I'm going to rate this one 4 stars. I think both Kennens are arguably should be probably played in slightly different decks. This is a different flavor of a deck. I think there's also justification on playing 1-on-1. I think both of them will see play, though. Solid. Very solid card. It's not going to see more than 1 of play, but solid. Ambessa, respected and feared, is a 5 energy, 5 might champion unit Ambessa from Noxus, which has Empower for 1 and 2 power, which reads, empowered, I have +2 might, and also, when it's empowered, when I attack, kill an enemy unit here with less might than me. So, assuming you're always going to be going in with Ambessa, and it's always going to be empowered, it's kind of doing a pseudo Cull the Weak, but obviously only at a battlefield. But to units that have less might than her, which a lot of the time, if you think about it, is going to be less. What's nice is this also, when I attack When attack and defense triggers happens, defense triggers happen first, so Yi passive will always happen. But like Yi passive normally is around 6, right? Less might than me. So if they do pair, they don't actually get sacrificed. I think Ambessa is solid. Solid card. I don't know if I like it more than Orange Ambessa, which I gave a 4. And I think for that reason alone, I'm going to be very clear and just give it a 3. The nicer thing about the other Ambessa is it can't be dealt damage unless it's explicitly in combat, which means removal spells have to be very particular in when they can be played and everything else. This Ambessa doesn't have any of that protection. Even when you have empowered it, it's still a 5 might unit, which is still like very killable. Not easily by a lot of like stuff, but like you could stupefy and then void and other stuff, unless you've empowered. But ultimately, I think this is fine. I think this is a perfectly fine card. It will see some amount of play. And if you, and like all these things, if you are able to cheapen out the empower cost and everything, pretty good. And there are ways of doing that, but on its own, for the whole cost, when you consider it, it could be like 6 energy and 2 power for a 5 might unit with assault 2, and when I attack, kill an enemy unit here with less might than me. I'd probably be like, this is fine. It's okay. But the problem is, I don't love it. Someone in my chat, yeah, Shadow, Chovek in my chat is just saying, this card will be 5 stars if empowered is on action. It absolutely would be. But this is one of these cards which gets significantly penalized for not being at action speed, for the fact that it is only at slow speed, which very much does make this a very easy card to deal with, I suppose. Shady Spectacles is a 4 energy gear equipment, which reads, equip for 1 and 1 power. Which reads, as this is attached to a unit, choose another friendly unit. The equipped unit becomes a copy of that unit for as long as this is attached to it. And then reads underneath, I am a copy of the chosen unit. +0. So, I've seen combos, I've seen stuff with this card. I don't know how good. Now, this is very familiar this is ultimately a clone-based card. Do I think clone-based cards normally are super, super good? No. Normally, clone-based cards are like, fine. Like fine. They're like, okay. Normally, they don't break open. Now, this has got, this is an equipment, which means you could make, like, something else pretty big. The big problem is, it is targeting a friendly unit, which means you can't, like, target your opponent's, like, big random unit and be like, oh, I want an Elder Drake. I'm just going to copy your Elder Drake. Or, I want your Ocean Drake. That seems nice. Or, I want your Zed. No, you can only copy your own units, which means sometimes it's going to be pretty nice, and other times you're going to be like, what am I doing? I think more than anything, this is a combo card. I have seen some Shady Spectacles combos, which I think is like probably the spot for where it's going to be fitting into, because it will be something that potentially could go off. And I have seen some things where people are going real off with this, but I don't necessarily think this is going to be one of those cards where I'm like, oh my god. I'm going to give it just a 2 for that reason alone. I've seen some people going, oh my god, this feels like really great and everything else, but at the same time, I look at it and I go, I can't in like good faith go to people and go, yeah, this card seems great. Like, this card genuinely does seem great. I just think like you're going to be spending so much energy to actually try and do something. And people are like, oh, well, I could like target my own like Karthus, or have something else become a Ruin Rex, and then look at this, suddenly like I have 2 Ruin Rexes, and then I can do this thing. It's like, yeah, sure, Magical Christmas Land's great and all, but like, how many hoops do we really want to drive home to just try and make this cute little thing work? In my opinion, you don't want to drive through more hoops. Just play the good stuff and don't make it more janky. Don't make it more convoluted. What happens if you equip it to a unit with temporary? Does it lose temporary? That is a fantastic question from my chat. I I believe what happens is, yes, what I believe what happens is Shady Spectacles right over the top of the card. But now I'm getting a judge in my chat saying no. So I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to comment on that. Shady Spectacles seems fine, but... It's fine. As no temp. Oh, okay, I was correct. So it will overwrite the temporary, which is like, that's a cool thing, right? You could you could have a temporary unit, give it the spectacles, it then becomes a copy of something else, like a Ruined Rex, and then that Ruined Rex is now has this, and then when it dies, the Ruined Rex trigger happens, and it's all fine and dandy. Don't jump through hoops, ladies and gentlemen. Just play good cards and don't make it things more complicated. That's my lesson. That is my lesson. Shen, leader of the Kinku Order, is a 6 energy, 2 power, 7 might unit. Champion unit Shen from Ionia, which has shield. Has 1 shield. And when I hold, if there's exactly 1 other unit you control here, you score 1 point. I'm not going to pretend. This card is just bad. This card is so bad. Do I need to explain why this card is bad? I'm hoping my Twitch chat is just going to be no happy face. But the very quick rationale is, if your opponent plays anything that kills the other unit, now you don't get the extra point, which means that you have to play ambush units or have things that are like hidden units, so then you can actually do this. Otherwise, if people just kill the Shen, this is so expensive. 2 power for a 7 might unit is like fine, but it's still 6. And he himself doesn't have tank, but it's like, you're just... Why? Why would I want to play something that's so face up to my opponent going, I would like to have an extra point if I can hold? They might look at you and go, you can have the extra point, I don't care. Or they might look at you and go, I'm going to just kill your other unit. And then you go, yeah. And then they go, cool. Score 1 for holding, and then you go, yeah, and then that's it. Like, what have you done? What have you done here? I'm not even going to talk about Shen more. Card's bad. Just play Origin Shen in your Shen deck like this. This boy, we peaked with Shen. We peaked. Oh, buddy. Start over with our Legends ranking. So, our first one is going to be Legend Akali. She is our Fury Calm Legend. And... Her ability reads, Empower for 3 and 1 power. At action speed, you can exhaust her, and if it's your turn, move a friendly unit in a showdown to the base, and if I am empowered, you re-ready it. So, I think Akali decks in general are obviously, I think one, this rating is gonna like kind of go, how good do I think Akali decks are gonna be? And secondly, how good do I actually think this legend is in general? One, this is a new color pairing, so obviously I think by default it actually kind of gets a 4. I think this ability is like fine, but not like crazy, because 1, it's your turn, but 2, but the other side of it is, like, at least you do have some benefit of doing some stuff. It actually does do something, which means a lot of the cards, it's like when you start combat, or when combat ends, if I was a part of it, or something along those lines, or like movement triggers, right? You can always find a way of doing something. The problem is, it's not cheap. It's kind of pricey, right? Like, like Akali is in general going to be kind of expensive to do this thing. Like, to at least ready it. Obviously, by default, it just can go in, come back. So if it's on a Stellar Corn, you can just go in, come back, draw 2 cards, and then figure something else to do. I think that's going to be solid. Red Akali, obviously, you move in, pull her back, it deals 2 damage to a unit. That might just kill the unit straight up. It might kill a unit, and then suddenly, obviously, they might have another unit there, which is why you don't want to have the Red Akali hang around. But it's not terrible. I think Akali in generals are probably going to be kind of in like kind of an A tier, B tier sort of place. Realistically, it's 3 to 4 stars. I don't think Akali's going to be breaking anything over, but I think at the same time, it's fine. I'm going to just put her in 4 stars because I'd like to remain a little bit more optimistic. And the fact is, a new color pairing by default just means she's going to be all right. Akali's signature spell is going to be Shuriken Flip. Shuriken Flip is Akali's signature spell for 1 energy and 1 power of either or. And it reads, deal 2 to up to 1 enemy unit at a battlefield, then move a friendly unit. And that has flow for 3 and 1 power. So this card in general, this is a 4 out of 5. Like this does so much. You don't actually have to deal damage to any enemy unit. You can also then just move your unit. It's deal up to, so you don't have to deal the damage. I don't know why you wouldn't, but you don't have to, and there could be a reason you don't want to for a few reasons. Flow is also very cheap. Its costed is also very cheap. It's 1 and 1 power. It very much is trying to just allow you to be very aggressive, which I think Akali decks in general are going to be pretty aggressive, at least in my own experience of playing them. And I really like this. The flow really does push it all over the top. If this didn't have flow, it would be very much more in the way that I was rating Akali, which is like, it's kind of like a 3.5, 3-4, 3-4, 3-4. This is a solidly 4 out of 5, 4 out of 5 stars. Like, I'm very happy with this. It's very good. It's very good, and it's movement. Movement has been proven to be very powerful in Riftbound, and I would continue to say, this is good. This is good. Renekton, or Legend Renekton, Butcher of the Sands, is our Fury and Body legend. And they read, reaction, 2 power, exhaust, add 2. Spend this energy only to play units or activated abilities of units. You can't use this to play spells. Important. Or gear. Important. Renekton has a really fun meme deck. He's going to be languishing around for a hot minute. Dragon Renekton is fun. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy playing Dragon Renekton. Is it better than other dragon decks? It's fine. At least we're tribal, so it's a little bit easier. Is he actually good? I may be being really nice giving 2 stars, but I'm just going to give 2 stars because there is technically a worse legend. But it's... If you could do this on gear and spells, this would actually be like kind of a 3, maybe a 4. But because it's only units and activate and abilities of units, it's so whatever. Dominus is Renekton's signature spell for 4 energy at action speed. It reads, this turn, double a unit's might and give it, quotes, 2 power, ready me. So this is how I think a lot of Renekton decks are going to go. If you're playing a very aggressive Renekton deck, the idea is you get to 6 points as fast as you humanly possibly can, and then you play this with Vi Ride the Wind. This is your now Vi Ride the Wind at home. It just costs you 4 energy instead of 2 and 1 power. Is this good? Is it a funny thing to do sometimes? Yeah, God, it's so funny. The idea of just going, double a unit. I've done like 12 Renekton. I've done like a 20 might Renekton with this, and then I lost the game. But I had fun. That's all that matters. I'm gonna give it 3. There's like something here which is kind of fun. It does have some playability to it, but at the same time, it's like you've got to get the right environment for it. If you can set up the perfect spot for it, you'll be great. But if you don't hit it, it's kind of whatever. So don't worry too much about it. Master of the Shadows is the legend for Zed, Fury and Chaos, which reads, when you banish a card you own, empower me. And at action speed, disempower me, discard 1, then draw 1. So I think Zed is actually going to be very good. I think Zed is going to be a solid. This legend ability 1 is very good. We've seen a bunch of cards where there's so many ways to banish a card you own. Not always you banish your own cards, but you can very much choose to do that as and when you do it. Obviously, his shadow clones, which we'll get into momentarily, are a great way of to empower him, to then disempower, to then discard 1 and draw 1. And obviously you're playing a bunch of flow cards or cards where they actually want to kind of go into there. I've seen a variety of Zed builds. I think Zed is going to be a very playable one. I don't think he's going to be warping the meta game, but I think he's going to be solid enough where people will be playing him, and this is going to be very, very good. So, let's go. Zed's solid. I like it. Faker should approve this card. And his signature spell is Deathmark for 2 energy and 2 power. This is Zed's signature spell, which reads, burn 3, play a 0 cost, a 0 might shadow clone unit token. Now, what's important is it says play. You can play this just about you can play it anywhere. And what that reads is, when I attack, you may banish... Zed compared to Draven is just a joke. That's why I didn't compare it, chatters, to Draven. I would not compare it to Draven. Draven is a very... Draven's 5 stars. Like, I'm not... And his signature spell, so the shadow units, when I attack, you may banish a unit from your trash. If you do, give me 4 assault, which obviously then works very well with Zed himself, which then allows you to banish a card you own, which then empowers him, so then you can then discard and keep the train going. It also has flow, which is very important and nice for Zed, so you can keep the train going. It also means you can kind of get multiple things out of one thing, and just get more things going. So, do I think this is good? Yeah, I think this is a highly aggressively costed... Now, does cost a lot of power if you're playing both sides for the flow and regular. That is 3 power for 2 0 might units, which you're then going to have to work with. But the idea is that Zed is going to be able to move around, make a bunch of units, kind of have a bunch of redundancy, and be able to have lots of information of either play something from your hand or potentially play something from your trash. I think this is going to be very solid, and I'm going to give it 4 stars. I don't think this is going to break open or change and massively warp everything around it, but having a bunch of redundancy built in really does make things difficult for your opponents in a lot of different situations. And 4 assault is like a break point, right? If I've gone on this a few times, 4 might is an important thing to be able to either match or exceed. Being able to just match that with your random tokens and then kind of go, yeah, that's cool. I didn't lose anything outside of banishing a thing, which then means I get to discard a thing, which then means I actually get to draw another card, which then actually means I get a flow card back into there and I can keep going. And it's great. It's just great. Nasus, creator of the Sands, is our Calm and Mind. There we go. I'm trying to make sure I get it all right. Calm and Mind legend, which reads, when you play a unit, gear, or activated ability with the energy cost of 7 or more, you may exhaust me to ready 2 runes. I think it's fine. I think Nasus is, like, not awful, but honestly, he's kind of at the same tier as his brother. I'm going to give him 2. The artwork is great, but the problem is you have to spend a lot. Now, there's been rumors, and I've seen some stuff going around that there is some combo-y stuff that you could potentially do. So, I do want to give benefit of the doubt that Nasus is potentially going to be able to do some crazy cool stuff. The problem is you always have to exhaust him to actually kind of get the runes back, which means you're never going to be, unless you can re-ready your legend and then kind of do again, it's going to be really, really, really tough. I'm not sold on the idea that Nasus is going to be breaking the game open or anything. At least it is nice to know that we are getting, like, big rune, like, high energy costed idea deck coming outside of orange decks, which I like, but relatively speaking, I don't think Nasus is going to be too crazy. Siphoning Strike is his signature spell for 4 energy and reads, deal 4 to a unit at a battlefield. If you control 7 or more runes, deal 7 instead. When it dies this turn, channel 1 rune exhausted. It's fine. It's slightly more expensive, realistically, if you just do it for 4. If you're doing it for 7 to kill a unit, it's pretty good. But again, you've got to make sure you're actually getting the value off of that. If you're just killing a unit there. What other thing is, if your opponent has any movement and then they quote-unquote move their unit, you don't actually get the kill. You also won't actually really do anything. It's an action speed, so it's very, very annoying to realistically do stuff. I'm actually going to only give this 2. It's nice that this does ramp, assuming you get to kill something, but if your opponent has any form of movement, then suddenly this could potentially do absolutely nothing if it gets to go back to the base. uh, 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 I want to like it more, but I really feel like we're trying to do too much to make something kind of mediocre okay. It's fine. Maybe I should give this 3. I'll give this 3. This will see play. I guess this will see play. People will play Nasus. I don't think Nasus is good, but people will play Siphoning Strike in their deck. They're not going to not play Siphoning Strike. They will play Siphoning Strike, and Siphoning Strike will kill things sometimes. Yeah, I'll give it 3. I'll give it 3. Doesn't necessarily mean I think it's particularly great. I just think it's fine. Shen is Eye of the Twilight. Is calm and order. Calm and order legend. And reads action. Exhaust. Give a friendly unit. Tank. It's turn. It's worse than Leona. Okay, he is worse than Leona. Strictly worse. What do you want? What is there to say? It's in one of the roughest color pairings, and when you look at all of the green and yellow units, like this is going to be one of potentially the hardest legends to try and get a medal card with. Like, I think Ivan's better. I think Leona's better. I think Azir's better. I would rate all of these. I think I would give Leona and Azir 2 stars. I think I gave Azir. I think I would give like 3 or 4 stars. Obviously, the ability is very powerful. We know that. Leona, I would biasly give 3 stars and then realize that she's actually terrible. Ivan is probably better than Leona. That's always been my tier list, even though I'm biased towards Leona. Shen is worse. Shen is worse. It makes me feel good. He's won. He's won. I don't care. I don't care if I'm wrong. I don't care. He's just bad. He's just bad. Giving tank to things doesn't matter. For 2 energy and 1 power, his signature spell reads, move an enemy unit to a battlefield where you have units. If you have exactly 2 units here, they each gain +1 might, and his flow is 5 and 2, and this isn't action speed. This card's terrible. Yeah, it's charm, sort of. But it's an expensive charm, and if I don't meet the exact requirements for it, I don't have 2 units at a battlefield, which I will obviously set up so I always have 2. But then it only gets +1 might. If it was like, oh, they gain like 4 or 5 shield, right? Like they go mega tanky for that thing. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe there's something here. +1 might? +1 might? Really? Really? I was thinking maybe if the flow was expensive, it was like, if you flowed this, it gets +5 might. I'd be like, all right, cool. There's at least some benefit. Like, dude, this is terrible. Don't play Shen. All right, just move on. Jace. Defender of Tomorrow is Jace Legend. He is our body and mind? Yeah, body and mind champion unit. So brand new color combination. And reads Empower for 2 and 2 power. What you can also do is 1 and exhaust them to ready a gear. And if they're empowered, it's 1 and exhaust and you ready 2 gear. This is good. I've already seen some combo decks, maybe as slow as, or maybe slightly better than Lux combo. That's like to be dependent. He also allows turn 2 Aurora, which I've done a few times. Jace is strong. Jace is very strong. I've done turn 2 Aurora stuff. I've done combo stuff. I've also just decided to just play Gutter Palace, Aurora, and you just just control people out. This Jace is insane. Jace is truly insane, and I can also just go, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna play a value game. I played value Jace, where you just like make it mechs and you just play a really slow game, and it's still okay. It's probably the worst version of Jace, which is probably the version they expected you to play, but like just the color combination, the stuff that you can do, it's just so absurd. He's not like crazy broken. I don't think Jace X will be crazy busted, at least I hope not. But I think in general, Jace is gonna be good. Jace is solid. Good card. Good card. His signature spell is Acceleration Gate. For 3 energy and 1 power. Ready 4 units, gear, and or runes. Solid. Solid card. Not anywhere near as broken as Jace himself, simply because color combo and also what it does. But I actually very, very much do like what the signature spell does. The idea that you can ready units, so you could go in and then pull off, or you could play stuff and then ready and then kind of go again. And if you played some gear, so you can actually kind of benefit from like doubling up some stuff, and then you use Jace's ability to then re-ready stuff, and then you get like loads of stuff going. Acceleration Gate is great. It's a really good enabling piece. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give it 4. I'm going to give him 4. I'm going to give it 4. Because you can use the gear, you can use the, or just get your runes back. So you technically net a rune by playing this. I don't think you'll ever do that, but if there is a weird combo thing where you can kind of like do that and then replay Acceleration Gate, like loop it back to your hand and replay it, you could net gear. You could net energy. Obviously, you would have to find a way of like playing for the power, but don't get hung up on that. Obviously, if you could cost reduce this, which we do know there are ways of doing this with, and you can always choose to recite. If you could constantly replay this card, you could obviously target seals, which would then pay for this, and then you could go already. And yes, I'm aware, chat, there are a few infinite combos already out there. I'm just thinking, the fact is, this card and other Jace cards accelerate not only allow infinite combos, but I think Acceleration Gate in general is just a very good card. I like it. Very flavorful, by the way, as well. Like accelerating, making things faster. I love it. I love it. All right. Soul's Reflection. This is Mel. Dear, this is going to be our Mind and Chaos legend. And she reads, when you empower something else, empower me. And then reads, disempower me, exhaust, give a unit at a battlefield -2 might this turn. Mel herself is not that, it's 2. Mel herself, strictly speaking, is not going to be particularly great. I would rather play Teemo. I would rather play Ezreal. And I'd rather play Diana. I think all of these legends do more at face value, and I will always benefit from them at face value to begin with. Now, does Mel have like support, like a supporting cast around her, such as the signature spell, which we'll get onto in literally seconds, and a good chosen champion with Blue Mel, newly awakened, which can kind of make her the legend a lot better? Sure. Are we having to probably like kind of make a lot of things to actually make Mel good? Yeah. I would say, obviously, she is strictly better than, I think she is probably better than Renekton and Nasus, but, like, we're splitting hairs a little bit here, chat. Rebuttal is Mel's signature spell. For 1 and 1 power at reaction speed, it reads, choose a spell with an energy cost no more than 4. You may pay 1 power. If you do, gain control of it, and you may make a new choice for it. Otherwise, counter it. And I'm very much going to go and say, this is 5 stars. Rebuttal is insane. This is crazy good. This is truly an amazing, amazing signature spell. This is what is going to be one of those cards, similar to also what I said with Blue Mel, which actually makes Mel good. Rebuttal and Blue Mel and a bunch of the other pieces around the Mel deck actually make it good. Mel herself is 2. She is god-awful. Rebuttal, no, this is a great card. I absolutely love this card. Like, this is... I love it. I love Rebuttal. Like, truly. Clip it, ship it. This is crazy good. It's Defy, but it's on crack. I can now take control of my opponent's Falling Star for 1 and 2 power and then kill their own units. I can also just, like, counter somebody else's counter spell for 1 and 1. Like, oh, they just... Oh, it's just so good. It's so good, my dude. I love this card. I love this. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is so good. Mel... bad. Her support, good. Let's go over to a mother of Ambessa. Monarch of War. Matriarch, rather, of War. For 1 body and 1... Oh, wait. For body and order. What she, Ambessa reads, when you empower something else, empower me. So the same as her daughter. Interesting. What you can do is to also disempower me. Pay 1 power. Ready a unit. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I would ultimately say this one is better. I think Ambessa is better in general than Mel. There's a lot of ways actually in... body and order to actually empower things, and you're kind of benefiting. There's very cheap things. There's Gangplank and a few other cards where it's like kind of like readying or empowering. It's not crazy. The other nice thing is that Ambessa just says empower something else. Empower her. It can be anything. You could do it on gear. You can also do it on units. Like, truly, Ambessa is, like, really looking into it. Now, I do know Mel says the same thing, but there's less things you actually want to empower, like, gear-wise. There is things you actually do want to empower in Ambessa. Looking specifically over at the Egg and Tools of the Emperor. Tools of the Emperor, I think, is less good. I think Egg is slightly better in Ambessa, but that's a whole other thing. Kettle of Fish, blah, 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 blah. Readying a unit, as we all know, is good. You should do that. So, I'm going to give Ambessa 3. I think Ambessa decks are going to be solid in the constructed metagame. I don't think they're going to be taking over the metagame by any stretch of the imagination, but I think they're good. I think it's going to be good, and you will have to be aware of them. I don't think they'll be, like, top-tier premier. They might be occasionally, and it wouldn't surprise me if an Ambessa deck does go crazy. Surprise, surprise. I think her signature spell kind of pushes her in that way, but I'm curiously optimistic with Ambessa. Public Execution is her signature spell. For 2 energy and 1 power, choose a friendly unit. Kill an enemy unit with less might than it. Oh. Oh. I love this card. Now, obviously, yes, it is action speed, and yes, if your opponent can make your unit smaller, their thing doesn't have to die, or if they can make their thing bigger, it can survive. Yes, 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 yes. The great thing about this is it has flow. The other great thing about this is it's so easy that you're going to be able to eat a random unit so early on while you're just, like, going through some stuff, and just be like, oh, I'll do this, I'll kill your unit, and they go, yeah, okay, cool, that dies, and then you go in, you kill the thing, you then capture this point, you kind of do this, and then way later into the game, you're just like, okay, I have an Ambessa, she's just chilling at my back, you can't target her with spells, or like my Gangplank or something, and I know you don't have any removal, okay, I'm gonna just use this. Do you have anything bigger than 6 might? No? Okay, cool. But there's also gonna be so many other ways, and I think it's very obvious to say this, there's going to be ways that you're going to have bigger units than 6 or 7, right? And then you're just going to be like, oh, by the way, now your thing dies. It's just gonna kill it. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I love it. Public Execution is one of these cards where you look at it and go, there's gonna be ways to make this good. Obviously, if your opponent has Starcross, that makes things real sad. Because obviously, if you get rid of the friendly unit, you don't get to kill the unit which has less might than it, because it won't be on the round to actually do that. But don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Solid. Love Public Execution. The card. Oh god, that could be outclipped. Moving over to Cannon. Heart of the Tempest is our Chaos and Order legend, which reads, when you play a card from anywhere other than your hand, empower me. Okay. And at action speed, you can disempower me and give a unit +2 assault this turn. Cannon more than anything, is our five stars. I think if anybody was like, oh, is he going to give Kennen 5? Of course I'm giving Kennen 5 stars. The color combination alone makes it like just, so tantalizingly satisfying. But otherwise, I'm kind of looking at this going, well, I want to play this, so I want to play this. This card, it just does so much more. Now, do I actually think the Legend ability itself is crazy good? Not really. But because there are so many ways of having flow stuff, especially in Chaos, looking over specifically at Up from the Deep, but also because Purple Kennen can obviously allow you to give something else flow, it's very easy to kind of be like, oh, well, I'm just going to do this. The other thing is, if you play Fizz in your deck, it's very easy to play another card from anywhere. Kennen's incredible, and by the way, the reason he also has another flow card is mainly because of this spell, which is also 5 stars. Lightning Rush is 1 energy and says, look at the top 3 cards of your main deck. You may choose a card from among them and draw it, put the rest into your trash. And it has flow for 2 and 1 power. This card is like better than Stack Deck. Stack Deck is a 3 of in most purple decks. If you're going to be playing Kennen, by the way, you should always be playing 3 of these before you play any Stack Decks. And I think you should probably go, if you're playing Stack Deck, this is like you're playing the 4th, the 5th, the 6th before you get into anywhere else. Lightning Rush is just strictly better in like 90% of scenarios. Yes, I totally understand you can do Stack Deck at action speed, but how often does that realistically come up outside of Ravenbloom Student? Guess what? We can't play Ravenbloom Student in our Kennen decks, so that's not something that actually pops up. That's not a situation here. So a lot of the time, you will just play the Lightning Rush ahead of time. I absolutely love this. This card is crazy good. You should play this card. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. I love this. I love this. This is just amazing. Truly amazing. Coming over to battlefields, our first battlefield is Dragon's Roost. Dragon's Roost reads, any player may pay 2 power as an additional cost to play a dragon. If they do, they may play it to a battlefield. So this is for just Dragon Tribal. It's a cute Dragon Tribal one. Dragon Tribal? It's one. It's one. I'll be real. How often do you actually want to put a dragon directly to a battlefield? That doesn't already have, it doesn't come in already ready. And if it doesn't come in already ready, how often do you necessarily want to pay 2 power? Which is like kind of time warping yourself, right? Because you are spending 2 power. It's a turn. It's the turn for the amount of runes that you would normally gain each turn. And then that's all you get. This ain't it. This ain't good, Chief. Don't do it. Obviously, play it in your Dragon deck, because it's funny there, but, like, Dragon decks aren't even that good. Now, if Dragon decks do get good, this might actually be pretty playable, but don't do, no. Our next one is Hiroshi, Shell of Wonder, and reads, players ignore deflect while paying for spells and abilities, choosing something here. So, I think this is actually low-key kind of interesting. This is one of the more interesting battlefields because if you feel like there's going to be a bunch of deflect things going against you, or rather, you are someone that wants to target a lot of things and it's all deflect things, well, this is fantastic. If you're not interested in that, you don't worry about it. I'm going to give this 3. This is one of those ones where it's very interesting. I don't think a lot of decks will play this, but the ones where they very much do want to target something on the opponent's side, this is going to be fantastic. The ones where they don't care, this is never going to be much of anything and nobody's going to play it. It's very much in the way of 9 times out of 10, nobody's going to play it in a 1, but the decks that very much do want to like not lose to deflect stuff, or if deflect becomes particularly prevalent, well then suddenly there is a battlefield that can kind of counteract this sort of thing. Only one of them, but it means that potentially it might slow down a lot of these decks that want to play around and kind of protect their units with deflect. I like this. It's not going to be synonymous. It might only see very loose play, but that's why I'm giving it 3. As opposed to anything else. Our next battlefield is Kinku Tempo. Units here have tank. Units here with tank gets +1 might. So I've already highlighted how few units in the grand scale of things actually have tank. Now, obviously, this is for Shen, where you can actually give any units it. But then we're basically going, hey, your tank thing, it gets a tiny bit bigger. We all know that our opponents are going to do math, and they're going to expect that probably the biggest unit is now going to get +1. Or any unit. They're just going to do the math. Now, obviously, the math could get very weird and janky sometimes depending on tank. That's only the 2 might unit now might go to 3 might, and now it's tank, and now you don't hit the break point because you got to kill the 3 might, but you're hoping it's just going to be the 7 might that was going to 8 might. This could be a, but realistically, at best, this is just a 1. I'm going to give it actually 2. I'm going to give it 2 stars simply for the fact that in some points, at some capacity, this might mess up math just a little bit for tank, and this is at least interacting with a keyworded ability that long-term might get really good. It might not go crazy, but it might go good. I'll give it 2. Mystic Vortex. Mystic Vortex reads, during showdowns here, cards with reaction cost 1 more power to play. Now, there's not a whole lot of reaction cards, but what this does is it does make decks like Aurelia slightly worse into decks where they're playing this, because the decks which are going to be playing this battlefield aren't going to be playing many, if any, reaction cards, at least not ones that they'd want to typically use in Showdown. Whereas, on the other side of things, cards with reaction are things like On Guard, Defiant Dance. These are cards that very much would want to be like, oh, bugger, now I can't actually play. But then they're just not going to put themselves in situations where potentially they actually have to play reaction cards, or it might be forcing them at least to do things preemptively, because obviously if suddenly an On Guard is costing you 1 and 1 power, if Defiant Dance is costing you 1 and 2 power, it gets a lot worse, right? So I'm going to give this just a 2. There's corner case scenarios where this gets really good, but again, a lot of the time, it's not going to be super synonymous. This might be really good against 1 or 2 decks, but in a lot of situations, it's not going to be good. I like this. It's at least better to have situational battlefields, which kind of cover a bit of things, but sometimes might be a net nothing, rather than just having objectively always good battlefields. I like it. It's fine, but it's not going to see crazy amounts of play, if really a lot. Piltover Forge, it reads, while you control this battlefield, the first friendly gear activated ability played each turn costs 1 less. Now, it is the first friendly activated ability played each turn costs 1 less, so it's not crazy good, but equipped stuff does get a little bit cheaper. That's not a bad thing in the grand scale of things. Obviously, only if they don't cost power, it is only energy, but also this means if you are going to power something, which is an activated ability, it now costs 1 less. Suddenly, it might make some certain decks, such as body decks, actually feel a little bit better to actually play with certain ones, such as the Emperor's Tools. Not everything. I think this is like one of those ones where it's like, sure, there are some gear where you're going to be kind of happy about it. Ornn decks will potentially look to play this. There are going to be some decks which are going to benefit from playing this. And the great thing about this is it's going to be one where you as the player playing this, unless you're against very specific mirror matches or other decks, this ain't going to be that good. Otherwise, this is going to be great. I'm going to give it 3 stars. It's nice design. It's rarely going to be both sides, but at the same time, I like it. It's good. Protective Sands is a battlefield which reads, when you conquer here, if you control 4 or fewer runes, you may pay 1 to draw a card. This is obviously for Renekton, obviously, but Renekton themselves can't pay for it, so you've got to keep your other energy up. Just gonna give it 1. This is rarely gonna be activated, and if I'm wrong about this, I'm so okay with this, because I would love this to be good. I remember my little green boy that said draw cards, but I realistically don't think I'm going to be drawing many cards here. Now, obviously, the decks where they could potentially draw a bunch of cards off of this when they're activating the ability, that's not bad. Your other side is the opponent is probably not doing this. Or if you go on the play and then you conquer here on your turn 2, you will have 4 or fewer runes, which means then you can pay 1 and draw a card. That's cool. Your opponent on the draw won't be able to. Maybe that's where you do it? Maybe? It doesn't feel that good, though. Nah, I'm not sold on this. Maybe Renekton decks. Otherwise... Risen Altar. reads, Empower costs units here cost 1 energy or 1 power less. So obviously, if you're playing Ambessa or you're playing Mel or potentially any Empower-based deck, this is going to be one of the battlefields you're playing because you want to be able to probably reduce power 9 times out of 10, but if you're playing some of the units where it's just energy, this suddenly makes it so the bird, for instance, only costs 1 energy. Now you're playing 4 energy for a 4 might bird, which has deflect 2. That sounds really good. Risen Altar is going to be 4 stars. The only problem with it is it sometimes is a mirroring effect in a lot of matchups where the opponent is going to benefit as well. But the great thing about it is it's only units, so it's not actually going to be targeting gear, which is going to make it a little bit worse, but I do think that's honestly in the grand scale of things good. It also means that Jace decks don't get to just suddenly empower Jace for like 2 energy and 1 power. It actually does make you have to work for it a little bit. The fact that it's only units, I like a lot. It's not going to be crazy like prevalent and oh my god, but this is absolutely going to see some play. Not synonymous huge amounts of play, but this is going to see some amount of play. I like it. 4 stars. Sandswept Tomb. Ooh. Sandswept 2 is an energy is a battlefield which reads each spell that chooses one or more units here that are friendly, it costs 1 less, 1 power less. So the problem with this is there's not normally a lot of the time where you actually choose things on your own side that actually cost power. 9 times out of 10, you actually don't. Now, obviously, this is, like, okay in certain spots, but at the same time, it's, like, fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But I'm not, like, blown away by, I'm like, oh my god, this, like, kind of changes everything. No, what I more look at this and go, it's okay. I don't mind it. But I'm not, like, blown away with it. I think it's okay. It's going to see some amount of play, and I feel confident knowing it's going to see some play in some decks, but other times it's going to see very little play, if ever. Because it's exclusive just to spells. If you could also potentially have it on spells and gear, now it would be actually very, very good. As it's not, I'm just going to give it 3, because it will see a bit of play, but not a crazy amount. Shadow Temple reads, when you hold here, burn 3. Alright, so this is great for, obviously, sudden strategies where you want to burn a bunch of cards. Zed decks are probably going to like this. Kennen decks might even like this. But obviously, if your Riches decks are going to like this the most, because then, guess what? You get to burn more cards. Endless Riches? Oh my. Suddenly, this reads as draw 3 if you get to hold. This card is great in some decks and is going to be basically a net 0 to anything with no decks that don't play flow or a way to interact with their trash, which is actually kind of good because then it's not a symmetrical effect. As such, it's 4 stars. This is just solid. In a lot of situations, this is just going to be one of those battlefields where you as the person playing it will benefit more often than your opponent. And your opponent burning stuff, they shouldn't care, but it might tilt them. And guess what? The mental game, you always play for, chat. Always play for the mental game. Get them. Get them where it hurts. And our final battlefield is Threshold of the Grey. Threshold of the Grey reads, when combat starts here, the attacker and defender each add 1 energy. This is just going to be 4. Which in turn is not a good thing to be doing. There's already an infinite combo in Akali with just this battlefield, but at the same time, I actually like it because it just adds 1 energy, which in turn means you could potentially go in, get another energy. It's kind of doing Diana things. Guess what? Diana decks might actually play this battlefield moving forward. There's like definitely some flexibility and ideas and identity that I'm like I'm a big fan of this one. So I think this is going to see play. Will it see synonymous play? No. Is it going to break everything? No. Does it let you ramp a little bit? Yes. And obviously, as I've said, there is obviously ways of going absolutely crazy with an Akali deck where you stun something and then you have it go in infinite times, and from there you can make infinite energy, and because of infinite energy, there's always ways of making infinite power, and then because of that, you make stupid things, you draw your whole deck and you go off. This is fine, but it's not broken. It's fine, but it's not broken. I like it. Good card. Good card. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you thought of all of my ratings in the comment section down below. But with that all said, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you all very, very soon.